Coming to you live once again from the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Our athletes in the round of 16 getting set to hit the lineup. Joanne Defay, she'll be up against Tyler Wright in the first heat. Gabriel O'Brien will take on the 8-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore. And Tyler Wright, she's going to have a really difficult battle on her hands as she tackles some tough competition. Joanne Defay got the shoes on, keeping those feet warm as she hits the lineup. And there's a lot of energy out there today. Another beautiful sunrise here in the southwest. We're loving our time here. At stop number 5, yesterday we had extreme circumstances, a lot of drama as we look to see who would establish themselves above the cut line on the men's side. That story is going to continue today for the women here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Palmatier and the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, loving our time over here, mate.
Oh, it's so awesome, the energy. I mean, the sun's just rising. We've been up and not quite at them, but we've been watching all the early arrivals, and what a day we've got looking forward to. Yeah,
we're just spectators at this point, Felicity, but there is some big sets out there, and I think we're in a pretty comfortable spot because we've seen some huge wash-throughs this morning.
You guys might be comfortable spot, but I'm pretty keen to get out there.
I bet you are. I bet you are. One of the best big wave surfers on the planet. But we saw, high drama yesterday on the men's side. We're going to see the same thing today. There's still a lot of spots up for grabs above the cut line on the women's tour.
Yeah, and, it's going to be an exciting day of competition. The swell has hung around. It is not going anywhere. Like you just said, we've seen some big wash-through sets this morning. If not, I'm almost calling maybe a couple of bigger sets than yesterday already. So, yeah, it's going to be an exciting day of action. The women are going to be really tested.
We saw Joanne with the shoes on. It's a chilly morning today with that extra swell and that offshore breeze blowing once again. What are the challenges these surfers are going to face out there?
Yeah, most mornings in Western Australia, we start off with that cool, crisp, easterly wind, and that provides a lot of challenges. We're going to have wind blowing up the face of the wave. The girls are going to be, as they're paddling in, the sun's going to be rising. It's going to be in their face. There's going to be wind, and, they're going to have to take a few more strokes if they really want to get into these waves this morning.
It's going to be a great test for them. We know that the women's are getting ready to hit the lineup, but let's get the official word on what's coming our way today. Good morning, Stace Galbraith.
Good morning, Ron Blakey. Morning, Jessie Miley-Dyer, Chief of Sport. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. What a cracker morning we have on our hands.
Yeah, it's looking really good out there, actually. Still really a lot of size, almost, there's a couple of sets out there I've seen this morning that are almost bigger than yesterday, which is great for us. So we're going to be on down here. We're starting at 7:05 with the end of that women's round. We're going into the men's round of 16, and then we've actually put both of the quarters on hold. We know that there's a chance for this wind today, but with what we're looking at right now, it looks really, really good, and we're going to keep maximising what we've got out here.
Absolutely, it's firing. Can't wait. Thanks, Jessie.
Thanks, Stace. Have a great day, and doing a great job out there in the field. He's been sort of tasked with that tough role of obviously speaking to some of those people that don't make the cut. The surfers have been fantastic in just communicating where they're at before they, those who haven't made the cut before they hit the Challenger Series. But it's going to be very interesting on the women's side, Bugs, because it's such a compressed field. There's still room for a lot of movement, but some surfers have shored up their position.
Yeah, well, they haven't. I mean, I think there's only about 2 or 3 spots that are still in limbo, but gosh, yesterday afternoon we saw some amazing fight backs. Carissa Moore fought back from a situation, and also like Tatiana, she had a close heat, but she's still in there.
Yeah, she's made the cut, but she's not in the running for the event title here at Stop 5 anymore. That was a really fun heat to watch at the end. Lakey Peterson chasing a monster result and held her nerve, Felicity, to convert her last ride into the score she needed.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure on Lakey's shoulders. I mean, she went out there, she had a big task. She had to win to stay alive, and she did just that. I mean, the set came through at, the last few minutes of that heat, and she had to make it happen, and she did. Beautifully surf wave, and you could just tell that she was soaking it all in at the end of that heat. The sun was setting, and she was pretty grateful, I think.
Yeah, some interesting quarterfinals coming together in the top end of the bracket on the women's side. But this first heat of the day is going to be really interesting. Joanne Defay, we've missed her through the first few stops of the season, Bugs. Coming up against Tyler Wright, Joanne's going to be a handful.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and they've got a long rivalry, and they've had a lot of good matches together. So there'll be a lot of feeling in this. Joanne, as you said, she's been absent and now she's back. She's roaring back, and of course Tyler just coming off a huge win at Bells.
Yeah, no, I believe Joanne, having missed those events, is out of reach of making that cut line. So really, she's just looking to tap back into some great competitive form, and I think that's what makes her so deadly in this heat. Certainly not afraid to throw everything she's got at tricky end sections. We've seen her pull off, I think, on the women's side, some of the strongest finishes to big rides out here than anyone.
Yeah, I totally agree with you and sort of echo everything you say. Joanne's always been someone, I mean, she's one of the fittest girls on tour. I mean, she pays a lot of attention to her physical health and she trains a lot with her partner. And, so she matches power for power here at Margaret River. And, yeah, like you said, she's, she hasn't got anything to, well, she's already kind of knows where she sits. So I guess she's going out there being like, you know what, I just want to get a few runs on the board. I want to get my feet in the wax. And I want to probably start stringing together a few good heats.
Yeah, just tap back into that competitive mindset. Joanne and Tyler, a lot of head-to-head history. Bugs, you touched on that. This will be their 16th head-to-head clash. Tyler's got the jump on Joanne 10 times out of those 15 battles. They haven't had a heat here at Main Rate Margaret River. With the completion of the event 2018 over at Uluwatu, it was Joanne getting the jump on Tyler there and ultimately going on to win that contest. But this will be a lot of fun because Tyler Wright, for me, is looking like she did in her world title years. Her performances have been so dominant.
Yeah, it's been a Tyler Wright juggernaut, really. She came out of, she won the Rip Curl Pro at Bells, then her first round heat at outstanding the other day.
Just when she's on, when she's tapped into, full motivated competitive beast mode, Felicity, there's no stopping her.
No, I totally agree with you. I listened to the podcast she did on the lineup with Dave Proden, and she kind of just talks how she's on a bit of a comeback now and she's finally feeling like she's on top of her game.
Well, let's see how she's feeling on the first ride of the day. It's going to be the two-time world champ, Tyler Wright. And let's see if she can finish this one off strong, carving through the pocket. Just looking very strong and solid on her feet at this stage as she climbs the roof, and she opts out of that one. But again, cold morning, cold feet, cold wax, a lot of wind out there, and she did pretty well on that ride, Bugs.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid opener there. She didn't like the look of that last section, had a ledge that had already gone in front of her. She would have had to do a pretty radical kind of big float move and opted out, but nice carve move. She starts this right out here, Flick, and there's Tyler in full flight.
Yeah, I actually like this opener, good way to get your feet in the wax, a couple of nice carves strung together. And yeah, this is this inside section you're talking about, Bugs. I mean, yeah, the bottom was already dropping out, and I guess maybe she could see something we couldn't and decided to get on out of there.
Anytime a surfer, Bugs, with their big frontside carves is getting back and kind of involving themselves in that white water, those turns are placed in a critical position.
Yeah, and this really plays into Tyler's strength.
Oh, look at these things. Took me up an octave. There's been some thundering sets out there today, some big cleanups, and Tyler's going to have to scramble here. She's right on the inside, and Joanne Defay might also wear this one on the melon.
Well, you look out here in the dark, we're looking at, it was like silhouettes and that's the waves, and you go, oh, look at maybe 5 feet. You get a human being out there and you go, hey, hang on, there's a couple 8-10 foot faces.
At least, yeah, well and truly double overhead, maybe triple. And yeah, Tyler, she has a score on the way. It's going to be a really positive start. You get the feeling there'll be some restraint first wave of the day from the panel, but I think it'll log in somewhere maybe in the 6-point range for her, as we see Joanne now looking for an answer on the opening exchange here. Heat 3, the round of 16, looking to set up the bottom half of the bracket in the quarterfinals. Of course, the first 2 quarters look amazing. Bronte McCauley, another strong effort from her. As a wild card, she'll take on Molly Picklum, the current world #1 in the first quarterfinal heat. Carissa Moore, she'll be up against Lakey Peterson. A lot of history between those two. Numbers coming in now for Tyler Wright's opening ride here in Heat 3. Oh, excuse me, Heat 5. And it's a 7-point ride. So what a fantastic start for her, and that's without the finishing turn.
Yeah, so I guess you've only got to think too. I mean, also, her opening wave, they were three pretty similar sort of carves off the top. So, you know, if she gets the right wave again and she gets to add a little bit of variety in there, I mean, those scores, the score is only going to be, has to be more than a 7. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tyler. And yeah, like I said before, I listened to this podcast on the lineup with Dave Proden, and Tyler was just talking about how she's done a lot of work, and she, you know, she's achieved so much in such a short time on her career, and she's really had to ask herself, you know, why she does this now, because she's got a couple of world titles, she's won a lot of events, and here she goes now up and riding.
Looking to back up the 7. So the response from Joanne Defay was a 2.83. Tyler in a really solid position here to post a great heat score total on her first 2 rides, driving up into this section. Goes that layback jam, just a high percentage manoeuvre for the surfers. They can really lay some power into it without fear of kind of risking the finish.
Well, you know, it was a contrast, particularly that opening exchange, because I think yesterday surfers were looking for the ones with a bit of wall, a bit of body through the middle. The strength of today is they're looking for a slight taper, and Tyler's picked a beauty here.
Just looks so comfortable on these bigger walls, doesn't she?
Yeah. I love the way that she's just transitioning through these turns. There's not much bawbling going on. It's just like straight, from one turn straight into the next one. Nice flow. Here we're getting another replay of this first section here, but just burying the rail on that first turn and bringing it around for another carve on the open face here. But yeah, she just looks in control.
Felicity, the equipment, it looks like she's jumped on a slightly bigger board. It just looks like it's cutting through these big walls. So clean, so beautiful.
Yeah, and I love this last turn here, just mixing it up. Like I said before, she probably knew that she needed to do something slightly different, and she did it. She put, yeah, that last turn, a layback, looking really good.
Yeah, I think once the walls get a bit bigger, Bugs, and those turns get a little bit longer, sometimes first impressions, you look at it and go, well, she's, you know, not moving at the same pace she did in the opening rounds. But you've got to remember, this is almost twice as big as the conditions that the women had in the opening round. And it takes a little bit longer to get through some of those bigger moves. When you're watching the replay, you start identifying that they're brilliant moves, and they're still executed with a lot of momentum.
Exactly right, Ronnie. I mean, I would think, you know, the swell intervals lengthen. It's stronger than yesterday for sure, and you know, the turn's going to be more, you know, more precise. I mean, coming out the top, you're going to have to really, you know, carve it all the way back down the face wave. A lot more face to work with.
And those bigger turns are being rewarded for Tyler Wright here. She's banked another solid score, almost jumping up into the excellent range. 3 judges throwing 8s at her. The average just coming down under at a 7.83. But it's a remarkable start to the day for the 2-time world champion. And Joanne Defay early on is chasing a 2-wave total of 14.83. Tyler, you know, that for me, the narrative is so similar to John Florence. They actually won their back-to-back world titles the same year. And then, you know, both of them went missing due to illness and injury. And it's sort of been the story each season since. They just haven't been able to reach 100% fitness and maintain a full-year campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I've back to that podcast again, but she said she hasn't finished a full year in a long time, you know, and she's finally feeling like, you know, she knows why she's here. She knows why she's showing up, you know, and she's connecting with the people when she's coming to the events that she wants to, and she knows her reason why now, and I feel like that's so evident in her surfing. I mean, she's having a look at this one here.
Yeah, that just the comparison in that storyline was extremely apparent when we got to G-Land last year. And Tyler had to withdraw from the event due to illness, and John obviously suffered that knee injury, so it kind of derailed their campaigns again in 2022, and I think that's the reason we haven't seen those two surfers in the Rip Curl WSL finals just yet, but they're going to be deadly if they can get there. As we see Joanne up now, just looking for replies. Coming into this heat, these two surfers coming from very different places as far as their performances in the opening round go. Tyler was so switched on, excellent scores, and a 16-point plus heat score for her in the opening round. Joanne, even though she got through and survived the opening couple of rounds, she she hasn't yet looked like the Joanne that we expect to see in competition. Great bottom turn there, though.
Yeah, great bottom turn. I like the first 2 turns here. It looks well put together, but yeah, she just kind of couldn't really make it happen on this end section. I mean, the bottom kind of dropped away and maybe a bit late to that last turn here, but these first couple of turns I really liked. That first carve just getting so tight in the pocket there, and she brings it around here.
Felicity, you've been in situations where you've had to overcome injuries and then work really hard to get back to your best. I mean, even though you can get out there in the lineup and surf at a pretty high level, there's a difference, isn't there, between sort of surfing at a high level and then surfing at your very best? Oh,
yeah. No matter what you do, I feel like, you know, I've had a couple of injuries. I've torn both of my MCLs. I'm semi-nursing an ankle injury at the moment. And you know, you might feel, you get the all clear from your doctor that, you know, or your physio that, yep, you're ready, you can go surf again. And you start surfing again, but no matter what, it's always sort of in the back of your mind, especially things to do with your ankles, foot, knee. I mean, they're so crucial when it comes to surfing, and, you know, they're wearing a lot of tension on the board, and it doesn't matter. And you as much as you like to think, okay, everything's fine, I've gotten the all clear, I'm 100%, you sort of know that the back of your head, okay, it was only, you know, 6 months ago or 4 months ago that I wasn't at my best, and this, you know, the girl that I'm coming up against right here, you know, she's at 100% as far as I know, you know, and no matter what you do, it's hard to just mentally get past that point. And for me, I don't know, you never really can pinpoint the time, it just naturally happens, but it takes time.
Well, Joanne trying to bring it back, bring her best performance back to competition here at stop number 5. 5.67. That's given her a chance to seize the lead, but she does need a huge number. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast here. Well, we know that we're being treated to a good-sized swell this morning, Felicity.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got this strong southwest swell that's holding all through today. And look, it's just going to be touch and go with this wind to how much of the event we can get through today. It's supposed to be light pretty much most of the day, but we could see a change around maybe midday. And then as we look forward into the week, we've got some big swell on the wave, but it looks like it's coming with a bit of weather and a bit of rain. So we're not sure what we're going to do there, but later on throughout the week, we're looking like a possible Friday it could come good again. So yeah, here we go. We've got this morning, it's looking like 8 to 12 foot faces, and then easing throughout the afternoon, 8 to 12. And the winds, yeah, we've got really light variable winds this morning, 3 to 5 knots, but picking up throughout the day.
Picking up throughout the day, and that's the reason why we're really holding off on making a decision with those quarterfinals. But they're on standby, and as long as those winds kind of stay as light as they are at the moment, pretty good chance that we'll see some finals action this afternoon.
It's quite possible, but when a local like Felicity says we're going to get a bit of weather and a bit of, I mean, come on, we're in the west here.
Yeah, us East Coasters, we don't know what we're in for. But Bugs, this place, how reliable has Margaret River been on the schedule for delivering big, clean conditions, you know, the last decade?
Well, it's a wonderful time of year to come here. I mean, April, May is just, you're guaranteed pretty much bullseyes as far as swell. Those beautiful autumn offshore conditions in the mornings, and, you know, we've been blessed to have them lasting through. Yesterday was light winds all day. Amazing conditions.
I want to give a big credit to the Water Patrol team. They've do a fantastic job here. They have long days. They put the skis in the dark. They pull them out of the water in the dark. You know, it's just an amazing effort, and you know, it's one that requires obviously a whole different level of dedication.
Yeah, they're all such amazing watermen and women too. I mean, all the guys on the ski are so talented. They've spent so much time in the water. They're either big wave chargers or paramedics, or, you know, and yeah, they're just so dedicated to the craft. And yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for their bods because they're on the ski all day. I notice sometimes I'll turn around and have a look and they're doing a bit of jet ski yoga. You got to keep the body limber when you're in that sitting position all day. But yeah, big props to Perry Hatchett and Paul Ant-Man Patterson.
Oh, for sure. Their team, Dino Adrian, Silsey, South African, who lives in this region now, and man, it's awesome. I know the surfers really feel safe, and they're really familiar with the water patrol team here. It's a comforting meeting there on the other side of the rock shelf for the competitors.
And then Kaipo also, you know, he came in yesterday, gave me the report. His report was three pull-throughs and 3 U-turns, which meant he was walking sideways by the end of the day.
Oh, exactly, yeah. How can we give props to the water patrol team without mentioning Kaipo? And, you know, it's a gig that he absolutely loves. He loves that perspective, but again, there's a chill factor in sitting in the lineup for that long, especially when you're not riding waves. A complete stitch up.
Yeah, there's a reason why Kaipo looks like he's in about a 4-3 wetsuit and a hood and stuff. I mean, it's beautiful weather, but it's definitely cold on that jet ski right now. I mean, the boys on the ski driving, I mean, they're wearing those high-vis jackets. They got windbreakers on, probably wearing about 5'4" worth of rubber.
I love it. Cops is with us now. Good morning, mate. Incredible sunrise once again, and Tyler Wright just making the picture even more beautiful with some amazing calves.
Isn't it beautiful out here? It is another stunning morning in Western Australia, and it never gets old, Ron. Another just beautiful morning, a painted sky, the sunrise. We're treated at the end of the day with a painted sunset. Just a wonderful slice of the world.
Yeah, it's amazing. It still comes with challenges, though, even on these incredibly clear, beautiful mornings, and that sun just shining in the eyes of the competitors as they attack these big walls, and they're also having to dodge some sets out here today.
Yeah, and that's, you know, really where the Apple Watch comes into play as well, because you're right, Ron, there is a glare when you're looking at the priority boxes up on the judge's tower. So the Apple Watch coming into play, it'll let you know when your priority is, it'll let you know what the need is, and it'll let you know, of course, the time remaining in your heat.
It's a crisp morning, Kipes. Obviously, the water temp, though, has been pretty reasonable. How is it out there? How's the chill factor at the moment?
You know, it's the air. So we got a cold air, but the water, like you said, is reasonable. I mean, I'm going to go in Fahrenheit, probably about 67, 68 degrees Fahrenheit I'm feeling right now. Maybe a little cooler, but nice water. It's just the air's a little chilly in the morning.
Well, maybe jump off the sled and avoid that crisp morning air and get yourself warmed up. But looking forward to chatting throughout the day. Thanks for the update on the conditions. Tyler Wright is leading Heat 5 at the moment. Joanne Defay with some serious work to do. And former CT event champ Richie Lovett joining us now with some insights. How are you, Rich?
Doing very well this morning, Ron. Thank you. Thanks for asking. A little bit cold. The hands can't really feel them at the moment. The wind chill factor down here on the steps is in full effect. And, well, Steph, just before she paddled out, last thing she did was just took her feet out of the slippers. So trying to stay warm till that very last moment. But just a quick point I wanted to make is, you know, this is the coach's go-to position in the morning. But why? They have a perfect view of the lineup here, and they're actually at eye level. So back up on in the Red Bull athlete zone, you're actually looking down on the wave, so you don't get a full perspective on the actual size and what you're dealing with. They can also escape all the noise down here as well and just get that one-on-one time with their coaches, whoever it may be that they're bouncing ideas off. But we've seen Sally down here. She's juggling balls, getting all the fast twitch muscles ready to go. But it's that final bit of advice and confidence that the coaches are injecting into the athletes before they paddle out, because they just want to be ready to go, and that seems to be the theme of the morning, is just getting the athletes pumped up and ready to face the challenge out here. But it's 1 inch. They've all told me they're all gone up an inch in board size because of the size. It's actually kicked again. Steph's riding a 5'10", normally on a 5'9", so this is a good matchup coming up, but plenty of action in the water at the moment too.
Good on you, Rich. Have a great day, and thank you again for your insights. Tyler Wright leading this one. What an incredible start. A 7. She's backed it up with a 7.83, and Joanne Defay has a lot of work to do here with just over 24.5 minutes to go, and not far away from entering the lineup. Gabriel Bryan will be up against Stephanie Gilmore. Don't miss a second of it.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
A beautiful Sunday morning here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and we are seeing a couple of the greats out there in the lineup at the moment. Tyler Wright in a commanding position over Joanne Defay at the moment, and hasn't skipped a beat in the opening stages of her round of 16 heat here. Joanne Defay chasing a 9.16 at the moment. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier. Also Wayne Rabbit, Bartholomew and Bugs Tyler. She's just looks so back to her best in these last two contests, as we see Joanne up at the moment just trying to chip away at this requirement. It's a smaller wave, so she's going to have to surf out of her skin here. She lets go of some nice turns as we now move into the second half of this overlapping heat for Tyler Wright and Joanne Defay, so they'll have ultimate priority over Gabriel O'Brien and Stephanie Gilmore, who are starting their battle now. And this will be a lot of fun. Gabriel O'Brien in a position where she wants to really make up some ground on those front runners. Had an amazing run through the contest last year, getting all the way to second place. And we know that Stephanie Gilmore too came here with a bit of work to do, saved her spot, and ultimately went on to win an 8th world title.
Yeah, we're just having a look at the replay here of Joanne's wave. It was a small one, but I really liked it. She strung together 3 really nice turns and a bit of variety there as well. So this first turn, she just went straight up into the lip, and that's a pretty hard thing to do on a morning like today because there is so much wind around. You know, surfers are also opting for these sort of carves on the open face. So I'm liking the different variety that she gave us. Was definitely a smaller wave compared to Tyler's 2 waves, but I think she's going to chip away at probably the requirement.
She'll definitely chip away at the requirement. I mean, this is going to be a message that goes out there that all the competitors that are watching this heats to see where the judging is going, will they judge, will they give good points to a small wave that's completely, you know, ripped up? Because she surfed so well on that wave, but Tyler, of course, in complete command of the situation, taking the bomb sets.
And here is another bomb. Already has a couple of 7-point rides, looking to improve on one of them here. Great start to this ride, drops back into the bowl, keeping these turns nice and close to the pocket. Just so coiled and ready to strike with turns like that. Big grab rail carve into a strong finish. Great combination at the end of that one. And behind her, Gabriel O'Brien in her 2nd year on the championship tour. She looks to bank a number against Stephanie Gilmore. But what a ride there from Tyler Wright.
Yeah, look, Tyler's looking to, you know, completely build on this performance. She had a 7, then a 7.83. She sat there for a long time. Joanne got a smaller wave, and this wave is just cooking.
Yeah, just beautiful open face carve here. Straight up into another open face carve, but I think it's this next turn, the one that she grabs the rail on just there. I absolutely loved that. I'm such a big fan of a grab rail cutty. It's a bit of an older school maneuver, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I really also think that, you know, she's been working with the coach here. Her wave choice is absolutely impeccable because she's looking for these waves with the big bowls, but with a taper as well, not just the big walls today. And I think that's the difference. And Tyler's wave choice has been amazing, and it just really goes to her power, Ronnie.
Yeah, amazing. And you know, the grab rail carve, it's just a change up in the carving approach.
Yeah.
It shows variation.
Right there, and she didn't just touch it, she hangs onto it for a while, and yeah, love to watch it.
Absolutely ripped the rail through that face, and I think we can expect a big score, maybe Tyler Wright's best. A really good chance she gets herself up into the excellent range with that ride, and Joanne Defay now is going to have a big task on her hands to turn this one around. 18.5 minutes to go. We've got a special guest joining us now, one of the hardest charging surfers that was ever on the CT, who had a victory over there in Tahiti, also a star of Blue Crush, now working as the National High Performance Director at Surfing Australia. You might remember her as Kate Scarrett. Kate Wilkins these days. Good morning, Kate. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning to everyone over West. It's fabulous to be on.
Are you in the shed? Where are you right now? Is that a tractor behind you?
I was going to wait for that one, and while there's a lull, yeah, it's a little bit cliche, but it's I'm at my dad's down in Grafton where I grew up, so yeah, thought it would be quite fitting to have the tractor in the background. The girl out of that loves surfing but grew up on inland, so I thought I might as well put the tractor in the background there, Ronnie.
I'm going to throw it out there. Best surfer ever from Grafton. Amazing.
Nice, that's a good claim.
Your role is an important one, Kate. You had obviously when the Tokyo Olympics were on, you had an incredible part to play in leading the Irukandjis to big finishes. Owen Wright getting a bronze medal, which was awesome. How was that experience?
Oh, it was fantastic. Feel very blessed to be in the role that I am, and just great people to work with, a great team, and obviously the athletes are why we wake up every morning and what we do. So yeah, it was a great experience, and all of those the 4 Olympians, they contributed to Owen's success. I think just the Irukandji culture was pretty strong, and the energy around everyone and the team that we had over there was very special. But obviously, yeah, the skill that Owen brought to that, it was fantastic. The hard work he put in, and just the dedication towards achieving that medal. So yeah, it was a great experience, and really looking forward to the next one that will be Paris, but actually is Tahiti. Yeah, and today's event has a fair bit to do with those the next stages of the ISA qualifications, and so yeah, watching closely and cheering all the Aussies on.
I bet you are. Yeah, that must have been huge for you, the announcement that the Olympics is going to be staged at Chopu, an event where you had some success, and thinking about the athletes who are at the top of the ratings for Australia at the moment, it's going to be a really good chance for medal success again. Yeah,
we have such a depth of talent. I mean, yeah, you're looking at the men with Jack and Ethan and Ryan and Callum, and just the list obviously keeps going on. We've got so much talent and expertise, and I'm sure they're thinking of the world titles as well, and it's just great that we've got the WSL events there, and yeah, we'll have opportunities for those surfers just to be practicing for the Olympics at the same time. A little bit different to what Tokyo looked like, but yeah, and then in the women, obviously, the talent at the moment with Molly and Tyler leading, and then we've got the great goat that's out in the water at the moment. She's not far behind, and yeah, it's going to be exciting. And the wild card that Bronte has been doing well over there as well. She's obviously got a fair bit of talent and brings that expertise in a place like Chopes as well. But yeah, we've got the qualification process, and here we see Gabby. She's sneaking a couple out of that first heat that's in the water with Tyler and Joanne.
And Kate, you're working with the Irukandji at the very elite level, obviously with Tyler, with Stephanie, but there's a new generation coming through. I mean, at the cutting edge, Molly Picklum, with the High Performance Centre, there must be a real buzz in the air over there, with this new generation inspiring more dreamers.
Yes, it is. We do have a great depth of talent coming through. We've got a pathway program as well. So not only just the podium program with the CT surfers, we've got a really depth of talent. There's 55 nationally identified athletes in the pathway, and likes of Sierra Kerr, and obviously Molly's come through that as a TID surfer. She came to a lane camp quite a few years ago, and yeah, I mean, we try and provide that additional support that the athletes are already, as they're transitioning onto the CT, have, and they have some great teams and people they work with, and then yeah, we can provide those additional supports. So over there at the moment in the West, we've got our physio Paul and strength and conditioning lead Glenn, and then psychologist Jason. So we just try to add those additional services and supporters, helping them on their journeys to world titles and Olympic medals.
It's an awesome program, and one I know a lot of countries are looking to employ. I know you had Tippy Jabrik come down and visit the High Performance Centre lately as Indonesia starts to make its push to get more athletes at the elite level. But you've obviously had a long and strong relationship with surfers like Tyler Wright and Steph Gilmore. It must be great for you to see Tyler finally kind of getting back to 100% health and putting up incredible numbers here this morning.
Oh, she's just had a great start to this heat, and you know, like she's talked in the lineup podcast earlier, just around Bell's time. It's just fantastic hearing her speak about her passion and her comeback and her why, and I think you can see that in her surfing. She's just got this incredible talent, but when she puts that energy and that determination and got that support team around her, she is a really strong force to reckon with. And you know, I was thinking back to first meeting Owen at about the age of 10 or so, and Tyler was still in diapers. So I do feel like I've got a history with both Tyler and Steph, and yeah, it's been great to sort of have little snippets part of their journey along the way, and obviously, yeah, part of the Rip Curl sort of wave of support for surfers, what we will call the Pit Boss, which was sort of a coaching and mentor mix, and helped Steph towards her world title, and Miss Jessie Marley-Dyer was on that campaign as well, which was, yeah, great to be part of. And I think just having that coaching background and then being an athlete as well, it's just, yeah, great to sort of see different lenses of how we can support. But yeah, definitely great to watch these girls, and just the conditions over West, it's fantastic, that talent and just a showcase. And yeah, hats off to WSL having such great events on tour.
Oh, we love it. It's been so fun just picking your brain about your role and the part you play in helping get this next generation ready to chase down their big aspirations. But Felicity, Kate Scarrett, star of Blue Crush, one of the hardest charging surfers, must have been an inspiration for you as a Grom.
Yeah, well, I actually remember when I found out we were going to talk to you this morning, I was like, oh, well, when was the first time I ever met Kate? And it was when Roxy used to do the Roxy Surf Jams, and I remember I used to just be so excited for this day. As soon as the date was released, I'd be like, I was 12 years old at this time, and Roxy used to travel around Australia and bring people like Kate Scarrett and Chelsea Georgeson, Sophia Milanovic, and these are the women that I would look up to for so many years, and I'd be like, oh my God, they're coming to my beach. They're coming to Trig Beach, people. And yeah, it was like the best day of my life. I think I might have been 12 years old, and yeah, so it's very surreal for me to be sitting here and even having a conversation, and yeah, it's really cool.
Awesome, Kate. Well, congratulations on your success.
That's funny.
Go ahead.
Oh, Vic, you're the inspiration for me now, that's for sure. I'm just watching your jaws and what you're doing, but there is so much talent in WA, and yeah, you're definitely one of those girls that's inspired so many.
Kate, thanks again. Congratulations on your success in your role, and all the best as you campaign to help these athletes achieve not just success on the championship tour, but also at the Olympics next season.
Thank you. Thanks so much over there. Yeah, big shout out to everyone and all the people behind the scenes. You're doing a great job, and all the coaches that are supporting athletes. Yeah, good luck for the rest of the event.
Kate Wilkins there, and yeah, playing a very important role when you think about Australian competitive surfing, and she's got a particularly close eye on these two heats unfolding out there in the lineup. Tyler Wright, I think she's probably feeling pretty comfortable about where Tyler's sitting at the moment. She's just continued to press and apply pressure to Joanne Defay. Joanne did post her best number of 6.5 on a previous ride, but she's still after a near perfect wave to turn this one. Stephanie Gilmore, on the other hand, she's got a lot of time left in the lineup, but she's playing catch-up. Gabriel O'Brien, last year's runner-up here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, has just dropped to 6.17.
Yes, it's a good opening score there. Joanne trying to get back into the heat with that last 6.5, but Tyler Wright, she's got the 8.33 to go with the 7.83. Felicity, absolutely in command.
Yeah, she's just kept building. I mean, she's got that small little score underneath the 8.33, but yeah, I've loved the heat she's put together. She's just getting stronger with every wave she's taking. Her wave selection has been on point. Like you said, you know, she's been picking those bigger waves, but they've got a little bit of a taper today, which has been really smart. Here I think we have Joanne Defay up and riding.
Yeah, Joanne moving to the inside, and it's a smart move because she's found a decent wall to kick things off, but This one stretches out and kind of gets away from her a little bit, so not going to be the 9.66, obviously, that she's chasing.
Yeah, I think, look, if she needs a 9.6, look, she either needs 2 new scores or she needs a 9.66. And I just don't see her getting a 9.66 on these smaller sort of waves. I feel like, you know, Tyler's big scores have come from those bigger sets, and it was beautiful surfing. But, yeah, just the wave selection sort of letting her down. You know, she's got a big task ahead of her, and yeah, look, like I said, she either needs 2 new waves or she needs a 9.66.
A bomb set from the apex on that outside section, as Tyler's done on her excellent rides. As we see Stephanie Gilmore up now. Hasn't really got a decent score to speak of just yet. And that one's not really going to add to the scoreline too much. Behind her, we'll see Gabriella getting into the mix, trying to get rid of a 2 here to put some pressure on the 8-time world champ. Gabriella just so powerful and so committed in her approach. Hangs on for the finish there. Didn't really kind of tee off on that wave, probably the way she would have liked, but she's just building, applying a little bit of pressure to the situation here.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're in the non-priority heat right now, and I've got to say, she's doing a good job of finding a couple of waves and, yeah, putting pressure on Steph here. Look, we've got a replay of Steph's first, one of her second wave, and nice first carve, but yeah, just not really opening up the way she wanted it to, so she was out of there. And this is a replay of Gabby's last wave. So nice first turn off the top, into a second sort of cut back, but she pulled it short there because she wanted to hit this end section, which she does. She rides out of it, but yeah, I think I've got to echo what you were saying, Ronnie. Probably she didn't open up how she probably wanted to. That first turn was nice, but these second 2 turns probably just not quite hitting the mark.
I think she, in that first move, you know, she's really got to rise down the line. When you slow it down, the beauty of Gabriella's power is that even in transition, she cuts a deep track and moves a lot of water. So, you know, I think she gets obviously a lot more points than she's hanging on to at the moment. She's going to dump the 2, but she's got a lot more to give.
That's right, and on that wave there also, I mean, I absolutely agree with Felicity. She pulled that second move short, but she also had to kind of go around Stephanie. I think where Steph was, just in the top of that wave, is where Gabriella probably would have projected to.
Well, let's have a talk about the situation here for Stephanie Gilmore. Crucial heat, comes into this one in 9th position with an opportunity to overtake Betty Lou and Gabriella with a victory. But let's have a look at the brilliant approach from Tyler Wright in the opening exchange here in the Harvey Norman Heat recap.
Yeah, I've loved the way Tyler's been surfing. I mean, Joanne's had a couple of opportunities this wave here. This was her 6.5. She's mixing it up. She's got great variety here, but she's going to need to do something big if she's chasing down that 9.66. But it's really been all about Tyler here. I think, you know, she's put together a great heat, and I think this is the wave. She starts off with these 2 big cars, but then she really lays the rail on this cutback here. She grabs it and just tears through that last section, getting at that 8.33.
Just always such a great position for an athlete to get to, Bugs, when you're turning in excellent numbers and you still have some gears left that you can go to. Tyler's just been really strong with those big opening rail turns, and she utilises her priority here for this one. And she drives off the bottom, looking for a big finish here, committed, not going to turn in a better score, but again, just limiting opportunities for her rival out there at the moment.
Yeah, big set.
It's kind of worked out for Tyler to just get out of the lineup, get out of the path of these massive walls of water. She's going to be on the inside and won't have too much to deal with.
Kind of looks like she was in 2 minds there, like, do I try and punch back out? But yeah, look, right decision. If there's no, it's hard on a day where there's no jet ski assist. You're like, oh God, I've got a big task ahead of me here. But she got 4 minutes remaining. She may as well get back on the back of the ski and get back out the back.
Yeah, and if the quarterfinals are not on standby, Tyler probably does just, you know, put all her energy into getting back out there and just getting maybe picking a wave off on the way in. But no, there's no need to overexert herself now, just based on the strength of this start.
Well, she has really gone out there with a brilliant game plan. The waves she's identified and gone for have been those beautiful big A-frames. It's really played to her strength. That wave there was the first wave that she's got that was a smaller inside one. It was the first wave of the set flick, and it had that, it was walled, and she didn't quite pull off. You know, it was never going to go into a top two.
No, it never was, but I mean, I think just a smart tactical decision just to keep Joanne off. It looked like she was having a bit of a sniff, so smart move by Tyler, because you never know. She's just playing the game.
Yeah. And, you know, while you can put yourself in a strong position, as long as someone can turn the heat with a single ride, you're never really that comfortable. You still want to make smart tactical decisions. You don't want to give them opportunities to maybe chip away at that requirement or do something mind-blowing and turn the heat, and especially when you've controlled it from the outset.
That's right. And look, we haven't seen a 9.66 yet in the tournament, but the one thing about Joanne is that 6.5 there, I think that is about maximum that you could milk out of a small wave. I mean, maybe a 7 as the ceiling. I don't think the judges would, on a day like today, allow you to get an excellent score on one of the small ones. Yeah,
it'd have to be. There'd have to be one standout moment that was, you know, but basically pushing the envelope, a high risk move, something progressive maybe to take you into the excellent range. But the big thing is, you're right, Bugs, with the size of the waves that Tyler's been on and the quality of the surfing that she's done, you're going to have a really hard time matching it on a smaller ride.
The other thing is there's been a lot of sets come through in this heat. You know, there's been a lot of opportunity to be on those bigger sets. So, I really see she has to get a set wave if she wants to do it in a single wave, and it's almost coming down to that. There's only a minute and a half left, so it's looking like it's going to come down to the single wave.
Tyler Wright, definitely a big opportunity for her to get that yellow jersey with a strong performance here. She really made some ground up in getting the jump on Molly down there at the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach. She's poised. She's doing some brilliant surfing.
Oh, well, it's a Tyler Wright juggernaut at the moment. Like, she's just sweeping through this Australian leg. She looks to be the one to beat.
Well, also, too, even though Molly's run has been incredible and she hasn't missed a final series this season, for me, when you look at the form of the two surfers through the opening rounds of this event, Tyler's at another level at the moment, and Molly's not really showing us just what she's capable of. So she's kind of defending that position at the top of the ranks at the moment, whereas Tyler's well and truly attacking her for it. So this is going to be a really fun finish to the contest here at stop number 5. 35 seconds remaining, and while Joanne Defay mathematically has a chance, it just doesn't feel like she's had the form in her performance so far to turn this one.
Well, I think it's been a tentative performance, and maybe, you know, that's what happens when you're coming back from a layoff through injury. You know, that last section, Felicity, is quite intimidating.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's converging water here. She's having one more crack, but I think it's all over. We've only got 5 seconds left.
One thing's for sure, it hasn't felt the same without her at those first few events. She's such a tough customer, makes everyone work for their victories, and really pushes people. So hopefully she continues to rehab to get herself back to peak performance levels and start challenging for event wins again, because she's definitely one of the best. But Tyler Wright just too strong here in the 5th heat of the round of 16. She's on her way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Tyler. I feel like she's back, and yeah, I really like what you were saying before about, you know, obviously Molly's sitting in that #1 seed position, but Tyler's right there behind her in #2, but Tyler's looking like she's in form. I mean, can't take away from Molly though, because she's had some hard heats and just had to go to work, and yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from both surfers, and I'm liking what is happening on the Australian leg here.
Tyler Wright, very dominant here this morning. Still some big heats coming our way, and the men in the round of 16 are starting to get set to hit the lineup. We're going to take a bonsai brewback break, and the action will continue. Welcome back to the show. Enjoying the beautiful view here from the Western Australia flight cam. Buzzing over the lineup. It's given us incredible images throughout the event window that have helped us get a great bird's eye perspective of the reef here. And we know that it can be a tricky lineup to navigate for the competitors, especially when you get those big rogue sets. It kind of drags you off the takeoff zone and you've got to find your place. Felicity, the locals, they use some of the boils out there in the lineup to help with positioning, but also have their markers on the beach that they use as well.
Yeah, look, you're forever playing cat and mouse at a wave like main break. It doesn't matter how far out sometimes you're sitting. There's always going to be a set that's going to break further out. And we're just having a look. There's sort of a wave coming through, but the women are having a look at it. They don't go. But yeah, you're forever playing cat and mouse out here. And yeah, you're good to use your lineups on the beach sort of to give you a bit of an idea where you are at. But it changes depending on where you are in the lineup. So those are really not reliable lineups. The best ones to use is the reef, because the reef doesn't change. And you have boils out there in the lineup, which they're always there. Whenever a little lump of swell moves over the boil, they boil up and you can see it. So good point of reference.
Most definitely. And a few of the locations on the schedule have that similar characteristic. Here's Sally Fitzgibbons, who wants to get started quickly against the rookie, Caitlin Simmers. Sally has to make this heat to have a chance of even staying on the CT through the back half of the year. And she has looked to be in strong form, even though she hasn't wrestled away a strong result this season. She's certainly capable, as Stephanie Gilmore finally puts a ride together here. I mean, when you look at the two stages of the heat in this overlapping format, Gabriel Bryan really found the edge in the opening half of their heat.
Yeah, it's a big contrast to the last heat. By now, in the first 22 minutes, Tyler Wright in the previous heat had already had two excellent scores. Gabriel Bryan, she's only got the 617 and the 523, but Stephanie Gilmore, now we've gone into the priority situation. She's finally making her presence felt.
Well, Sal, a former winner of this contest, needs to really dial in those memories and go on, and you'd think maybe even she might have to win the event, because there's still a bit of movement to happen here on the women's tour. But this was a great start, especially considering she didn't have priority.
Yeah, I really liked the look of this wave, and I liked how Sally's looking just in general. I feel like she looks feisty, she looks fired up, and her surfing's looking on point. Those first two cars were great, but here we're looking at Stephanie Gilmore on the replay, and beautiful first two turns there. She comes around this section, she has a look at this last bit, but looks like she decides to jump off.
Yeah, it's funny because it is a dismount, but like I think the judges want to see you ride out of that move, just to at least ride out of the move completely before you do jump off. But it was a great combo on the outside here.
Yeah, beautiful first two turns, just laying that rail on that second one. And I'm not sure what she might have seen, something that we couldn't, but she hits it and then she's out of there.
Like, she's got control at that point, folks.
Yeah, I know. Well, Jake Patterson was sitting on the steps and says it all, but what a scintillating first two turns. That was Steph Gilmore at her best, and she has to be, because Gabriel Bryan absolutely loves, she revels in the power.
Oh, she's going to hang on for the finish here, and, just so comfortable. She's even able to employ the windscreen wipers, get the water out of her face as she rides out with ease. Let's see what Katie Simmers can do. Breaking through for a win over there in Portugal. So strong. Really does have it all. Great rail turns, big airs that she can call on if needed, but also just a magic style.
Well, I mean, the four surfers in the water, this is the classic showdown. This is the established order and the new generation pushing through. It's a real challenge a challenge between the generations right here.
Just so much strong competition on the women's ranks, Kaipo, and we've got some incredible matchups out there at the moment.
Oh, hey, we're out here giving you an Oakberry surf report. We got surf, right? Still very west in the swell, period. It's been a little bit longer period, so 15-second period. That's why you see these big lulls. But at the same time, with big lulls come big sets. Wind still offshore. We're expecting it to clock a little bit from the more northerly direction. We do have a front coming from the south as well to look out for this afternoon. Right now we got a little sneaker set coming through. It's a little bit wide and not hitting the reef, so none of the surfers are taking that wave right there. They're going to reset with that 15-second period swell. Rogue 10-footers come out here, and you can tell that because there's a 10-foot boil right at the main peak over here. Boils up, that's going to be the takeoff zone. But for the most part, 6 to 8 feet out here, dreamy, and we're coming up on the high tide mark. So there's a little bit more water on the bricks on the shelf inside there.
Thank you, Kipes. There with the Oakberry surf conditions report, and we've got some big numbers starting to fall for our competitors here. So I think Stephanie Gilmore, you know, she either is getting a lot of credit for the quality of those first 2 big turns on that ride where she kind of dismounted pretty quickly after the 3rd manoeuvre, or they're counting that as a completed turn. But she gets an excellent score, an 8, but Gabriel Bryan answers beautifully with a 7.53.
Well, I mean, that is a contrast right there. I mean, Steph Gilmore, look, she basically left an 8.5 on the table. She's still got the excellent score, but an 8.5 was at her fingertips.
Sally Fitzgibbons has a number to come through from her opening ride, but she's not wasting any time in finding a backup for it. And the move to the Pang surfboards, the Glenpang surfboards, has just been a really smart one, I think, for Sally, while she's chasing a big result to stay alive. But at Bells in the opening round, she looked like, you know, one of the form surfers on the tour, and you know, it's so hard to wrestle results away from those competitors at the top of the rankings at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing these big booming sets coming through. Sally's last wave, that was a small wave. I think they're still struggling. That first wave, she surfed it so well.
And Gabriel Bryan here.
Okay, that's a throwaway.
Kind of with that quick start and getting that 6.17 early on has really put herself in a great position here. Stephanie Gilmore, she can get herself in front with a 5.7. Honestly, Steph can do that with a single carve. And, you know, that's how strong and refined her rail work is. But we know that when people get a quick start on Gilmore, sometimes it can lead to a bit of head noise.
Yeah, look, it's interesting. I mean, you could see Gabby on that last wave. I mean, she knows that she got a 7.53 for just, you know, attacking the lip, basically. That's what she did. She was a smaller wave, and she still got a 7.53. So that last wave, she just went straight back up into the lip again. Obviously, she got a bit hung up. She only got that 3.73. But, I mean, I think Gabriella Bryan, she knows that the judges are rewarding that. So she's been pretty smart with going straight up into the lip. But like you said, Ronnie, you know, Steph can get a 5.7 on one carve. But here we are, we're having a look at the replay of Katie Simmers' first wave. And nice first carve off the top, but it was the second one that I really liked. And that score's come through. It's a 4.5. Looking at Sally's replay here. And a couple of nice carves off the top. And bringing it through to the inside here. And she finishes strong.
Now, with that one, that's a point I was making. She only got a 3.67 on that wave. I think it was just too small a wave. The wave before, it was her first wave, similar to Joanne's wave. She got a 6.33. She couldn't have surfed it any better, a medium-sized wave.
Interesting to note, too. You can tell Sal's on a step up on a slightly bigger wave. The 6.33, that board was, you know, at its best. And then on a smaller ride, you can tell she's kind of struggling to throw it around the way she would have liked. So, you know, the focus is going to be the sets, but in those opening halves of the overlapping heats, it's no surprise to see competitors just looking to build some sort of foundation in the scoreline to really build on through the back half of their heat. Stephanie Gilmore essentially is surfing a 22-minute heat at the moment because she didn't get any work done in the opening stages of her battle with Gabriella.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, she only had a 2.77, so pretty quiet opening stanza. The 8-point ride is the high point. Interestingly, Gabriel Bryan. She went to work in that first part. And here's Steph's 4.17 back up.
Yeah, this one just a 4.17, so just kind of falling shy of getting her up into the lead. But she's out there again with priority and swell lines moving our way. So a little bit of manoeuvring happening here at the moment. Like Sally Fitzgibbons maybe sizing one up on the outside there, but that one passes under the competitors.
Yeah, I think the real telling point is what Felicity pointed out. Gabriel Bryan, she only had the 6.17 and the 5.2. That 7.5, it was for one move, but she really attacked the lip, and she was rewarded for it.
Well, here we go. Gilmore up at the moment, going after the lead here. Needs a 5.7. Nice clean wall. The offshores, they suit Stephanie Gilmore. They give her the opportunity to really just flex her incredible read, her amazing lines. She hung on for the finish there, and Jake Patterson and Steph's partner Harry, they were watching on very closely.
Oh gosh, I mean, Jake's so animated.
He loves it. I don't know anyone who loves this game more than Jake Patterson.
Here we go, having a look at the replay of Steph's wave. Nice big open carve off the lip, but it was that second turn. I mean, she kind of almost lost it there for a 1 second, but yeah, it's big, beautiful open face carve. She brings it around and straight, but she didn't have much time to think about this next section. She kind of had to get straight back up into it, and big jam in the pocket there. But see that outside rail just almost clipping, but she did well to recover there.
And it was one of those waves that, you know, it only offered 2 sections, Bugs, but it stood tall on the inside rather than tapering off. So I think there'll be a lot of credit for that finishing turn, despite the fact it wasn't Steph's best version of the move.
It was the full commitment that was required for her to really get it back into this heat. Because Gabriella, she threw down the gauntlet with that 7.53. Steph's answered with that one.
Yeah, it's a 6.83. Gilmore gets herself in front. And Gabriella Bryan now needs a 7.31. But just dominating the opening heat of the day. Heat 5, the round of 16, was Tyler Wright, 16-point plus. And she's with Stace.
Tyler, I'd love to know how you get in the zone, knowing you're going to be first heat of the day on what's a pretty firing day.
It's not my best hour usually, especially at 7 a.m. I'm not usually out of bed till 8. I don't like to do much until about 11. So it was a fresh start. It was early, but we knew that kind of the night before. So I think it was, 1, warming up is first thing, obviously, and then 2, like just mentally kind of settling down and kind of accepting that you're not going to have a lot of time. You're not going to feel prepared, so you kind of just really embrace that sort of, you're going to feel uncomfortable. You're not going to feel like you've had your morning routine. You've had everything lined up and perfect. So it's kind of just accepting that it's going to be a really quick start.
And not only yourself, you've got a great looking support network, but who's making coffees that early in the morning for everyone?
It's lucky I don't need it, but the rest of the team does, so they're up well and truly before me to try and get their coffees going. But no, it is the support team that makes it all kind of function well. Like my wife's here, coach, psych, and so it's all kind of, you know, it's nice to be kind of like settling into like having that sort of support network around, and it's actually really nice.
Important part of the year for a lot of surfers, all the talk around the cut at the moment, but you got a different goal in mind. How do you feel that your year is shaping up?
Yeah, look, like I think it's funny because it's, you know, you go through so many different stages for the year, but I think the one thing that keeps coming up is just that how important it is for me to actually stick to my process and how I want to do things. You know, I think I've done this for a very long time. I've done a lot of things, and I think it's actually just enjoying it and not really having a lot of expectations anymore. Just I've got a really good skill set, but I'm really enjoying working with a team based off what I want and what I see value in and where my values are and the direction that goes in. So it's really enjoyable for me, which is, I'm not just like kind of white knuckling events anymore. I'm like, oh, this is kind of sick. Get up, get to do my job and kind of feel joyful about that as well. So it's been quite a journey, but I'm loving it.
It's certainly showing in your performances. Well done, Tyler. We might see you again this afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, Tyler, she can go back to bed now, at least for a couple of hours, and that was just an amazing start to the day. Out there in the lineup at the moment, we have a lot to unpack because we've got some surfers sitting all packed in equal 7th position when you think about the live ladder. Gabriel Bryan, she's happy with that finish, and so she should be. She's after a 7.31 to get ahead of Stephanie Gilmore here. Where do you see this number going, Bugs?
Well, it was all about that finishing turn. Her first turns probably weren't as crisp as Stephanie's were on the open face, but the commitment that Gabriella has on that last bowl, Felicity, I mean, there's a degree of difficulty in actually pulling that off.
Yeah, I love that she went straight to the lip, but yeah, I'd like to see the replay because it all happened pretty fast. But here we go, a nice first carve off the top to get started. She tries to lay into this second turn a bit more, and yeah, this is the replay I wanted to see. This end section, I mean, it was a really critical hit. So here we go, we get to have a look at this last turn, but kind of probably didn't ride out of exactly how she'd want to, I think. I mean, it was really critical, but she got held up on the shocky there a little bit in the end and a bit bounced around. I mean, but you can see how stoked she is and how excited. I mean, I think she needs this heat. She really needs this heat.
And we haven't seen too much of that from Gabriella too. She understands the significance of overcoming Steph in this heat. But in the replay for me, Bugs, that the work on the first 2 turns was a little slow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It wasn't as crisp as when you do the comparisons. It's all about that. I mean, I think she was just kind of blown out that she got through those shock waves and made that finishing turn. But, you know, she was super stoked.
It'll be a good score. I'm intrigued to see if it goes all the way. If they give it to her, it's on the strength of the finish. They do love that intense finish where they're surprised to see the competitor sort of ride out of that white water. The board got a little bit of action as it was coming down in that impacting water, which sort of added to the drama of the move. But, you know, again, we've kind of been touching on it as we've watched competitors not really bring their very best to certain rides. You know, Gabriella's a much better surfer than what we saw on that wave, and her turns are so strong. So I think if she can get the better start, she's a better chance at turning this heat around. That last ride came through at a 6.87, so not quite enough. And I think that was the general feeling here in the booth when we watched it play out, that ride. But Sally Fitzgibbons up. She had a 6.33 on her opening ride, so got the jump on Caitlin Simmers in the opening exchange. She's going to better her 3.67 with that ride, and we'll see how Caitlin responds. But she's proven to be a surfer that can hold her nerve when she's up against it.
Yeah, I really like that last wave of sales. I think it's just good to build on a situation. Obviously, they're not in the priority heat at the moment. But yeah, you can't take anything away from Katie Simmers. I mean, she's just so cool and relaxed in her approach, not only in the water, but on the land as well. And it just carries through. So yeah, I wouldn't be discounting her just yet.
A lot of surfers, sorry, Bugs, that's still alive below the cut line on the women's CT. And Lakey Peterson already into the quarterfinals on the top half of the bracket. And she is matched up with Steph Gilmore, who just by making the round of 16 has equaled Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Gabriella Bryan on points. So there's a bit of a jam at equal 7th spot as we see the replay of Sal's last ride, which matched her opener at 6.33. But yeah, just getting back to that, but it's such a crucial heat for Gabriella and Stephanie Gilmore. And yeah, there's not a whole lot of time left for Gabby to get herself in front here.
Well, there's a lot of other competitors riding this heat as well.
More waves are approaching, and we'll see if Gabriella Bryan can find some space out here and chase down this 7.31. She's so capable of turning in excellent scores. Got a lot of power, extremely short-footed on that end section. We've seen that.
Well, there's time here, but Stephanie Gilmore's got priority. You would expect that she'd wrap it up here trying to get this wave, unless Gab can get up now.
Is she on the left?
Oh, she's looking at the left here, but the hoot has sounded, I think, and Gabriella Bryan is up after it. But it's going to be a nervous wait now, watching to see what unfolds. But the result is in the bag, and it was a slow start for Stephanie Gilmore, Bugs, but she turned it around.
She did turn it around, a 22-minute heat in the end out of 44, and that 8-point ride really kind of laid the foundation for this victory.
Well, Gabriel Bryan, she put some pressure on the 8-time world champion, but Steph, she just seems very focused at the moment and really giving herself a great chance with that heat win of shoring up her position and making the cut as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap.
Yeah, I love the way Steph's been surfing through this heat. I mean, Gabby, though, really strong, straight out of the lip on a couple of her turns, which ended up getting her about a 7.3 on this wave here. Smaller wave, but 2 turns straight up into the lip. And yeah, but it's really been all about Steph and her big open face calves. I mean, she didn't have much time to get back straight up into this next section and just lays it all on the line.
Right there is where she won the heat. She had to pull that off.
Pretty decent numbers from Steph, but she's capable of more. Gabriel Bryan, as I mentioned, you know, on the live ladder, there was a lock-up at 7th position. And we'll see if Gabriel Bryan can hang on and survive the cut. There is still a few surfers below that cut line charging hard through this draw, so it's going to be difficult. We've got so many more big heats to look forward to. Hitting the lineup next will be Carolyn Marks and Brisa Hennessy. We're going to take a bonsai brew break, and when we return, Joe Chappelle and Rich Lovett will step in for the call.
So we're here for the Western Australia edition of Rising Tides here at Surfers Point in Margaret River. And we've been blessed today with really good waves. It's beautiful conditions. It's big waves out there, actually.
It's actually really solid out there today, and they are suited up, ready to go.
We never get waves like that where I'm from, so to see all the girls out there and actually taking off in the peak, it was really cool to see.
Like, you have to sit deep to catch the good ones. So then you risk getting pumped by a set.
I think it was fun and a little scary, but not too scary.
Rising Tides is such a good opportunity. You get to surf with girls and pro surfers.
I was a young girl once, and I also had great heroes, great role models to look up to, and yeah, it means the world.
Good morning, everybody. What a heat. Big numbers from Gabby Bryan and Steph Gilmore. And a great moment for both of them, turning in a great clash, big numbers, both 14+ totals, but it is Gilmore, the 8-time world champ, that will move on to the quarterfinals. And what a big quarter that's going to be, filled with world champions, as she'll meet Tyler Wright in quarter 3, potentially later on today. Joe Chappelle and Richie Lovett here on the Harvey Norman host set. A man that's competed here for many years and enjoying your role now as a commentator back in the West. Waves are pumping today, Rich, with more big heats to come.
Yeah, we've been so lucky. You know, yesterday was just an incredible day. Calling it a bluebird day at Margaret River, you know, perfect conditions, and today it's just laid it on again. Swell, maybe a touch bigger, so you know, a little bit more to deal with for our competitors, and geez, there's been some amazing surfing so far.
Still in the overlapping format, priority heat is Sally Fitzgibbons, Caitlin Simmers, and introducing a brand new heat, Caroline Marks, representing Florida and the United States, and Brisa Hennessy, representing Costa Rica. As we see the goofy foot get started on the non-priority side of the heat. And now back to the heat with Fitzgibbons. Caitlin Simmers pushing
that Bor surfboard down the line and attacking with the airdrop. Total commitment from Caitlin Simmers, but she can't hang on. Now setting up a nice little blast in the pocket, looking like Fitzgibbons quickly, as she's got pocket 6.33s at the moment, leading the heat over the Grand Banon Tour. And Brisa Hennessy, Caroline Marks just getting started here, kind of that youthful movement. They saw a lot of each other as Groms growing up at the USA Surfing Championships at Lower Trestles. How do you separate the two when it comes to competing in main break, Rich?
Caroline and Caitlin, wow. You know, two youngsters. I feel like Caroline's obviously got a couple more reps out here. She's used to the break. She's also got a ton of experience behind her in the form of Luke Egan. We know she's been working with Luke for a number of years now. Two incredible goofy footers, and Luke's done exceptionally well out here as well. But let's just have a look at what Caroline did on this wave. Nice clean snap to start things off. And, well, she just got out of that one because there wasn't too much an offer. But I really like the approach here from Caitlin Simmons. Just so spicy and so fast down the line. Gets to this final turn. And the youngster just couldn't quite ride out of it. But, gee, she's surfing quick. And I like to see the pace. And this was Sally, unfortunately. Just the one turn, but it was a nice connect off the top. I don't think it's going to go into her top two scores. But some great signs this morning. Everyone looks like they're all fired up, and you know they have to be, because this is make or break stuff here.
Definitely a crucial round. Sally Fitzgibbons in a must-win situation to keep her spot on tour. Longtime legend of the sport, one of the seasoned veterans who's held that yellow jersey for different times in her great career, along with 12 championship tour wins. And one of the craziest parts of Sally's career is just able to stay physically fit and manage little injuries and sometimes big injuries, but having perfect attendance when she was on tour full time. Finished in the top 5 in a rookie season back in 2009, but we're talking 113 straight CT events.
That's an incredible record, and one of the most determined to just keep improving. Regardless of the age, regardless of how many tour events she's done, Sally is always looking to improve. And Ronnie did touch on it, the change in equipment over to the Glen Pangs, and it seems to be working for her, definitely. You can see that Sally's level has just gone up another notch or two, but you know, she is just constantly training, constantly thinking about surfing. You know, put in a lot of work a couple of years ago, just trying to work on all the airs. And I remember chatting to her, and she's like, yeah, I'm just trying to get it sorted out. She was just hunting waves that would allow her these little ramps where she could really start perfecting it. But, you know, she's been having a few slumps, Joe, and that's, you know, been a bit frustrating for her. But seems to be coming back out the other side in terms of the way she's surfing, and she's starting to drop some good results.
Making predictions in any sport can be challenging, especially in pro surfing, where the lineup can change with a different type of forecast. But you can play Fantasy Surfer and try to do what Kaipo did one year, where he was the regular season champion. Kaipo, we need some advice. First, let me hear about your fantasy team and what's going on in this event.
Okay, well, I'm very public with my picks for fantasy, but that's why it's so fun, because the unpredictable happens. I put Katie Simmers on my team. I just thought, you know, the youth movement coming off of so much momentum with her win in Portugal and just her overall surfing. But in the matchup with Sally Fitzgibbons, it looks like Sally Fitz really has the advantage here, Joe. Watching Katie and Sally out in the lineup, Sally seems to have her takeoff spots and her wave selection much more dialed than Katie. Sometimes we're getting caught inside in some of these rogue sets, not quite on the peak. So I feel Katie Simmers still working out main break, and the veteran in this must-win heat is doing what she needs to do. Here we got some action right now, though, and Sally with priority. Here she goes.
Nice take, Kaipo. Fitzgibbons, mid-face bottom turn. Clean wrap all the way to the pocket. And now she sets up that slash to set up the finish. Little airdrop, but total control over that Glen Pang. And she'll look to improve one of those 6.33s. Brisa Hennessy, the Costa Rican, setting it up off the bottom. There's that power hack that I was waiting for, but couldn't hang on to the finish.
So close, but you can see the intent, can't you? Brisa Hennessy knows this situation is you know, it's a must-win situation. She's just going to throw everything at it. And I guess as a competitor, the last thing you want to do is get back to shore going, oh, maybe I should have opened up a bit more. I could have done this. I could have done that. It's go time now. Got 44 minutes on the clock to put in your best performance. But yeah, great to see Brisa just digging in here. Let's have a look at Sally's wave. So taking off, as Kaipo said, perfect spot right on the peak. And just gets a couple of nice turns there. But vision of Brisa here, just coming over the rock shelf, but at high tide, Joe, not as treacherous in the afternoon as we saw yesterday. The rocks just fully exposed, and there's been some carnage. There's been some board carnage, and there's been some fin carnage as well. A lot of the competitors coming up, and they're like, check the bottom of the board. They've been just grinding them down. So Margaret River just taking its toll.
Yeah, we even saw in the previous heat, Steph Gilmore had to get out of there quickly so she'd avoid the rocks after 2 big turns. Gilmore with a big win. She's into the quarterfinals, and she's hanging out with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Stephanie, do you not want a Yeti cooler?
I know. Well, that first wave, yeah, it was a nice one. I just, in my head, I was thinking, I just need to get a decent score so I can get out the back and just get back in the game. And I know it's all about committing and grinding your fins off on the rocks and all that, but I really like that board. I didn't want to damage it. So I was like, okay, I think my first 2 carves were pretty good. My intentions were there, got that last hit, and then I landed it, and then I just jumped off and was like, all right, back out the back, and it worked out all right. But yeah, far out. Gabriel is so strong out here, and I was really nervous before that heat. It's make or break really, but in this round, and so for me, I just thought, okay, I got to knuckle down, and Gabby's a really hard draw, but I'll do my best. And yeah, I thought she got it on that last one. I haven't seen the wave from the front, but just going off what my 6.8 was, yeah, you're always judging everything out there, and yeah, went my way. Stoked.
It did go your way, and another thing that's gone your way is the cut. You've officially made it, Stephanie. Well done.
Oh, really? Oh, far out. So stressful. Thanks, guys. Yeah, far out. That was I just knew, like, seeing Betty lose yesterday, and then Lakey come through with that clutch last second win. I was just thinking, oh, I could see Lakey go on a tear, and then I just fall off. And yeah, far out. To go from like winning the title last year to just being back on the bubble again. I don't know. Maybe it's a nice little theory. You just sneak in 10th, just sneak in 5th, finish in number 1. I don't know. It's tough, but thanks for all the support, everyone. Stoked to make the cut. There's some great events after the cut, so.
We're looking forward to watching you. Well done, Steph.
Thank you, Stace. Just taking it in. Stephanie Gilmore, the 8-time world champ, will get to continue to try to defend that world title and try to put herself in the WSL Final 5. You can see what a relief dealing with new kinds of pressure at this point of her career. And Molly Picklum kind of identified that. She said this is a whole new script for even the veterans that want to have controlled the sport. For many years they could just repeat success at similar venues, similar feeling, and Gilmore is being pushed at this part of her career, and we're loving it. Backside snaps from Caroline Marks as she turns in a solid performance there.
That was a huge score, an 8.60 for Caroline Marks, and to me it was a no-brainer, Joe. So committed on those 2 backhand hooks, so much power, and obviously that's another blaring difference between the 2 youngsters out here, Caroline and Caitlin. One's on the front side, one's on the backhand. Caroline just, we saw it yesterday, Joe. The judges are really favouring this backhand attack, and I feel like the goofy footers have really stepped up in their approach. You can see here just Caroline powering off the top, then sets the heel side rail again. Look at where her eyes are fixed on the point. Now she has to rotate the head, the upper body, and wow, her front foot actually just skipped across the deck of the board there. She was lucky to keep control, but high risk. Critical parts of the wave. These are all the things that the judges get excited about. When they get excited, they throw great scores.
Love seeing all the size and the swell lasting into Sunday morning. That one just took them all by surprise. Great wind conditions early in the morning, and Surfline told us it'd be a great morning to kick things off again. Fitzgibbons in the priority heat with Caitlin Simmers. Caroline versus Brisa Hennessy. Has still a lot of time, but a ton of consequence in the lineup right now. Sally in a must-win situation. She actually dropped a couple of spots after her loss at Bells, even though she came out swinging at Winky Pop, which was her best performance of the season. In fact, after that round at Bells, she ended up having the highest combined heat total so far of the women's tour this season. She looked unbelievable. Didn't make it too far in the contest, lost in this round, and saw her move underneath the cut. And so she's feeling that pressure today.
She totally is, and it just goes to show you how consistent performances are the key out here. You know, you can have these shining moments, brilliant heats where you'll just, you know, drop 2 excellent scores, but you need to be able to keep that momentum running through the event window. But Sally's definitely found some form here. And one thing is for sure, she is such a fighter. She won't give up on anything here, but she's doing well here. Not out of trouble. Still 5 minutes 50 on the clock. She is out in front, but Caitlin Simmers, you know, she's needing a big score, but this kid, man, she can pull out big scores. She's got that X factor about her.
Totally different sides of their careers. Caitlin just getting started, picking up her first win in Portugal. Just a cruisy, calm demeanor, just loves to surf, has her heroes, getting great coaching advice from Tommy Whitaker, who's won out here before. And learning maid break on the fly. Needs an 8.16 to take the lead off Fitzgibbons, as she does hold priority. Riding surfboards shaped by Chris Borst out of San Diego. And Borst actually shaped under the Rusty label for many years. He was introduced to Rusty by guys like Jason Weatherly and ended up having a hobby turn into a passion. And now providing boards for not just Caitlin Simmers, but also legends like Taylor Knox as well.
Well, 2 amazing surfers right there. I did the tour with Taylor for many years, and still one of my favorite surfers. I just loved his approach. All that power. One of the greatest styles of the last few decades for sure. And Oxy, full character as well.
Ah, so true. Best carve in the game. Style still rips. The man doesn't age.
Actually, similarities when you think about how both Taylor and Katie approach the wave. They've got a slightly narrower stance. They tend to stand back a little bit on the board. You know, and it's that smooth front side attack and you know, turning quite sharp. There's definitely some similarities there that I can pick up.
I like that, Rich. 4 minutes on the clock here. Let's watch the Harvey Norman recap. Important heat for the veteran. Sally Fitzgibbons in a must-win situation. Still carrying pockets, 6.33s and controlling the heat over the Grom.
Yeah, well, it's been a veteran-like performance for Sally Fitzgibbons. You can see here just getting to work on some really nice waves here. Margaret River main break. She's just doing these turns effortlessly and getting to the finish, you know, not going for anything too crazy, just doing what she has to do, surfing the wave, right, just extracting all those points out of it. And sitting pretty well here with 2 pocket 6.33s. So out in front with 3 minutes to go, but Katie has priority. So look, I'm sure there's going to be another opportunity for both our women, and it's going to be an exciting finish.
Sally thrives off competition. She thrives off different scenarios that she gets the opportunity to work out. Talented in a lot of different sports when she was young. In a youth Olympics, she actually won gold in 2 different divisions. In running, she's an incredible runner. Could have played a lot of different sports. Got to represent surfing and Australia and herself in the Olympics, Tokyo 2020. It made so much sense for her to get that opportunity. I think what was most impressive recently is going back to her 12 CT win when she won at Wajimuk, Rottnest Island. She had a very busy year, no breaks, even had to get to El Salvador for an ISA event for Olympic qualification, then went to Tokyo, had a lot of thirds, he even got a spot in the Rip Curl WSL finals For anyone else, it might have been really exhausting, but I think staying that busy was exactly what Sally wanted, and she had a ton of success. That wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't. It was only a couple of years ago, and you're absolutely right. You know, I think she's the type of woman who takes all this in her stride. She does like to be busy. She's always got stuff on the go in and around the tour. And yeah, she's just an athlete, man. I remember Ronnie and I were doing a little surf check down there in Victoria, and then along comes, you know, Sal just on a run. And we're like, what are you doing? Oh, just doing a little 10K run. So, you know, no big deal in between heats.
Always up in the dark training. Yeah, those golds when she was a Grom came in the 800 meter and the 1500 meter race. 90 seconds, waves on the way. Priority is with Caitlin Simmers. And she would need one of the best waves of the morning to turn this one around on the Aussie veteran. Decision time. How hard are these, or easy is it to line these up?
Well, you know, it's easy when you've done the time out here, Joe, and Caitlin hasn't. She hasn't had a lot of reps out here. First trip to Margaret River, I believe, so she would still be trying to figure this break out. But because it is so clean, you know, it's fairly easy to get in the slot, and she's taking off right now.
Using priority, needing an 8.16, world number 4. Fades that cutty down to the bottom. More of a rip into the pocket. And now setting up another setup carve and running out of space quickly as that section awkwardly dropped in front of her. And she'll step off. Couple of nice moments in there. But chasing an 8.16, that's a big ask.
That's a big score, and I think you can feel just by watching her body language when she missed that final section, and she was kind of like, oh, I think I needed that for it to get right up there. Great looking wave from the takeoff. I love this big accentuated, drawn out carve to start with, and then she mixes it up with a really tight slash. And again, another little hit off the top, and right there, Joe, it just hit that inside shelf. The lip came down super quick, and she wasn't able to just jump up on it, so missed the final turn, which in my opinion, you know, you're not going to drop an 8 without getting that big final hit.
So we'll wait for the situation for Caitlin Simmers to make it official here on her last wave. Fitzgibbons carried those 6.33s really well, but Simmers got herself in the spot with priority and gave herself a chance. It'll definitely be her best wave of the matchup. And score starting to drift in, and it's going to be short of the number. Simmers out here in the round of 16, and Sally keeps her dream alive to try to get closer to the better part of that mid-season cut. We'll keep you posted on the live rankings for this Australian veteran. She moves on into the quarterfinals here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Caroline Marks and Brisa Hennessy will have the lineup for the remainder of heat number 8 of the round of 16. We'll be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. Thanks for being with us. Round of 16 action. Caroline Marks and Brisa Hennessy have known each other for a very long time. There was one year at USA championships at lower trestles, where the under-18 division, the big division, it was Brisa getting the win, Caroline runner-up. But gosh, those results have flip-flopped for several years through their grommethood, and look where they are today, competing on the big stage. Caroline Marks on the back end looking really sharp today.
Yeah, she is. She's looking great, Joe, and just cuts that final turn a little short, but you know, I think this will go in as a backup score, only needing to eclipse that 2.67 to put Brisa Hennessy into a combination situation. So you can see here, Caroline just gets that quick snap and then goes, I've got to get back up there for this last one. And well, maybe the better option was to instead go for one big turn rather than try and fit the two in. But yeah, she's extending her lead here, and certainly Brisa Hennessy is going to be feeling a little pressure here with 18 minutes to go. She's going to need a two-wave combination to get out of here, and Caroline Marks, she's got that whopping 8.60 in her scoreline, and I kind of get the feeling she's not done yet either.
Yeah, she looks really in tune this morning. A tough situation for Brisa Hennessy, as she needs to win this heat to have any sort of chance to make the midseason cut. So she's got some work to do. She's got the time, but you can check out the live rankings with Lakey's clutch performance last night over Tati. Moved up into a tie situation in 8th with Gabriel Bryan and also Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So Betty Lou is probably a bit nervous right now, out of the water since she went down swinging yesterday afternoon. To see if Brisa is going to come out of this combination, make this heat, her Betty Lou spot could be in jeopardy. We will keep you posted as this one continues.
That's just such an odd feeling too, when your destiny's completely out of your hands, and there's nothing more that you can do except sit back on the sideline and watch. And you know, you really don't want to barrack for someone to lose, but in this situation, you know, the careers are on the line, and you know, it certainly makes viewing more interesting.
So true. So Betty Lou would be nervous. You'd add Gabriella Bryan to that situation. You know, Lakey's the one in that tiebreak still in the event in the quarterfinals with a big draw, as she has Carissa Moore potentially later on today. Quarter still on standby. For Hennessy, the big talk lately has been her message and her poetry, talking about vulnerability of all the ups and downs she's been going through health-wise since even last season. I think for a while she was just keeping everything to herself, and it feels more important to her to inspire other people that might be going through the same thing. Brisa's got great parents, so does Caroline Marks. They've actually got a lot of similarities. They support their daughters so well, and they've accomplished so much. Both these athletes got to feature in Tokyo, the Olympic Games. Caroline for USA. I remember how emotional her father was when they got the news at Honolulu Bay. And for Brisa as well, getting a nice 5th place finish, getting close to the medal rounds.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And two young women still with so much career ahead of them at this point in time. And well, Caroline obviously, you know, experiencing her own kind of challenges physically, mentally over the last few years. Great to see her bouncing back. You know, she looks like she's surfing stronger than ever. Has an incredible support network around her, that's for sure. And Joe, it is hard. Like, it's, you know, it's, don't get me wrong, this is a dream job, and this is exactly where these athletes want to be, and it's what they've worked for their whole life. But it doesn't take away from the fact that traveling around the world is difficult. You know, it's emotionally draining. You're dealing with the highs and lows, the winning, the losing, and everything else that goes on with it in between. It really is got to be viewed as a job in some ways. And that job is to, you know, keep yourself as healthy, as fit, mentally and physically as you possibly can. And I just think these days there's so much more to lean into with support, you know, and it's translating into better results as well for all our athletes.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, Caroline Marks taking the break last year. Went on some boat trips and just took her time before taking the jersey back again. As we see this wave that's starting to feather out the back. They're going to have to punch through this one. Priority still with Brisa.
Yeah, there was a lot more west in that set, actually. You can see just how kind of soft and pushy that right-hander was, but the left-hander actually stood up. So this one, this swell line coming more directly from our horizon, straight out from us. But have a look at that left-hander there. You know, you've got to keep an eye on those sneaky ones. Every now and then there'll be a left that stands right up. The jet skis just having to get out of the way there. But when there's a bit more south in the swell, sort of coming up from the bottom of the globe, that's when that right-hander does a bit of a you know, coat hanger style effect where it stands up in front of you. And they're the ones that that you really want. But it's, you know, it's all this knowledge of the ocean and the swells and where they're coming from. As a surfer, you really need to be educated on that so that you can, at this moment, pick the right wave that comes through and make an assessment of it, which you need to actually do within a couple of seconds when you're out there and you're going, yep, this is the one, I think I can get a score on this. But you know, all the work that actually goes on mentally behind that, figuring it out, is you know, you got to put your time in for sure.
It's interesting, the topic of the right and the left at main break. The early days was all about the left, and I was talking to Chris Gallagher and he said, I remember the left sometimes would have a closeout section on it. It was probably due to swell direction, like having a lot of west in it, and that famous win he had where he identified scoring potential on the right. He said still at that time his best numbers did still come on the left when he added up all the big scores, but the right was so effective with him getting a lot of great scores back then. Top 3 system, nice closeout section that was repeating itself on the right, and judges were rewarding that commitment. That's been the show for Caroline Marks so far, working on that famous backhand attack, getting credit for having the best backhand on tour when she was still in her rookie season and making finals day at waves like Bells Beach.
Yeah, it's really served her well, and you know, there's shades of Coach Luke Egan in there. There's shades of the great Mark Occhilupo in there as well. So yeah, it's some pretty nice influence in there when you put the two together. But yeah, I remember that win that Gals had here, and great to see him back the last couple of seasons in the coaching role. Working with Jake Marshall, Baron Mamiya and others. So, you know, longer boards back then too, Joe, because we had to paddle so much, you know, you'd no jet ski assist. So, you know, you part of your board choice was actually, okay, I need the extra length on the board to make the paddle easier so I can get back out there faster.
Cool moment there for Sally Fitzgibbons and her father. And Caitlin Simmers getting the debrief with Tommy Whitaker. Caitlin Simmers learning so much. 11-2-7 total. The loss to Sally. And Sally, the solid veteran, 12 CT wins, one of them out here at Margaret River back in 2017. Leaning into that experience as she's hoping to make the cut at this event. We will keep you posted. She's in the quarterfinals, and she will be taking on the winner of this heat. The moment it looks like Caroline. For Caroline Marks, as we're crunching the numbers, she is officially safe and has made the cut for the entire season and is qualified for 2024 as well. Not sure if she knows that yet, because that's all just happening rapid fire, heat by heat. So the big story is about Brisa trying to go all the way and get herself on tour. Same story for Fitzgibbons as she's hanging out with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Sally, pretty simple equation for you here today. Got to keep making heats.
Win, 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 Stace. Pretty simple recipe. It's so much fun. This is why we play sport, I think. As a kid, you just like, these are the big matchups, the moments, and for me, definitely a lot of work to do here, but trying to settle into that and the pressure and just enjoy the occasion.
Been catching up with you about around the event site, and talking about how much pressure you put on yourself to perform. What's it like finding that groove
Oh, it's always the case. I think you sort of dream up what's possible, and especially with such crazy surfing on the tour, and you see the mix of men's and women's heats, and you formulate some Frankenstein of like a dream heat for yourself, and and you kind of want to will it into fruition and make good choices. But in amongst all that, you're dealing with the ocean, so you have to really accept the position you're in. And I felt like I surfed a really smart heat, and those overlapping rounds, they have sort of cruelled me a few of the momentum swings and whatnot at other events. So yeah, just really settled into that. That last 10 minutes was pretty clutch.
Certainly did settle in. We'll keep an eye out on the wind as it picks up through the day, and we might see you again this afternoon. Thanks, Sally.
Thank you. Big hi to everyone back home.
Dora in New South Wales, the South Coast. She's very proud of coming from that region, and they are so proud of her as well. A lot of siblings for Sal, and they're all always watching. But famously, we see her father by her side, Martin. He's getting the photos, there for the support, and actually reminding her to go to bed because she'll be watching sports all around the world. She can't help herself sometimes.
She's a sport nut, and just, you know, watches football and, you know, tennis, you name it, whatever's on, she's into it. And you could see there just, you know, Sal explaining that there's all this pressure and all this stuff, but she kind of welcomes it with open arms. She's not closed to it. She's just like, yep, this is what I've, you know, put myself in these situations. I've simulated it in my mind as a grommet. You know, I got to get there. I got to do this, and you know, she's gunning for it, man. And it's going to be difficult, whoever she comes up against in this heat. But great to see that Brisa Hennessy, while that interview was taking place, dropped a good number, Joe. 6.5.
6.5 for Brisa Hennessy, still second, now chasing a 6.21, so she's in the game. Hennessy needs to make some heats to stay on tour. Remember, finished number 5 in the world last year, almost took out Steph Gilmore when Gilmore turned it around in 90 seconds. That was pretty radical, but Hennessy coming off her best year to date, won Sunset last year, doesn't have priority, and Caroline Marks understands this situation incredibly well as she finished runner-up in the world in her second season on tour. So Brisa chasing those spots that you can see on screen. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Gabriel Bryan tied for 8th with Lakey Peterson. Bryan out of the contest just recently to Steph Gilmore. And Betty Lou going out yesterday. Lakey still in the quarterfinals. So for that little 3-pack, they're probably hoping that Caroline takes the lead, so there's no question here. And then all the focus would be on Sally with her run to try to qualify from the back end of the rankings.
Oh man, it's so tight, isn't it? And you know, Lakey saved herself yesterday late afternoon with a final ride, and this is Caroline.
Nice late takeoff for Marks. Now getting out in front, starts off with just a backhand slash, now really committing off the bottom. Comes down with one solid turn there to see if she can ditch the 4.10.
That didn't really go to plan, Joe. Caroline just, I feel like the late drop maybe just set her behind that section, and she wasn't able to really open up. So have a look here. The wave was pretty much breaking on her back. Up is right there is where she already should be doing the turn. So the first one was a little sleepy, and then she got a nice hook on the final section there. But this wave really was offering 2 good hits if she had sort of taken off a little further out the back. But is it going to replace the 4.10? Borderline, in my opinion. But you know, there's still 5.5 minutes to go, so she will get back out into the lineup, perhaps get one more opportunity. But what she's done is handed Brisa Hennessy priority, and well, Brisa only needs a 6.21 at this point, which is very attainable.
That's probably everything that Brisa would hope would have happened with Caroline's choice of priority. Definitely came down to being a tough spot on the takeoff, missed the scoring potential, and tried to recover. It ends up being a throwaway score. So Brisa has an opportunity now. 5 minutes on the clock, needs a 6.21 to get into the quarterfinals.
Look at this, some waves approaching here. So, wow, we're in for an exciting finish. Brisa Hennessy, is she able to control the nerves? It's a tricky score, Joe, surfing for a 6.2. You know, it's no easy one. You can't really nurse it to a 6-point ride. You are going to have to really dig into some of these maneuvers. It looks like she's going to take this one.
Already making her choice here, chasing the 6.21, trying to keep her spot on tour. Brisa Hennessy throws down the whip in the pocket. He's got a little racetrack section, needing something big here, winds up and absolutely attacks it. Fighting hard to get the completion and will end up riding away. Really impressed with what she did with the section that she had in front of her. Wasn't an easy read by any means.
No, that was it was a fairly difficult wave to surf, actually. It wasn't straightforward. It didn't just stand up right in front of her and allow her to tag it. She had to duck and weave a little bit through the wobbles. High tide here, so a little bit of movement on the face of these waves. You can see she drops right down into the pocket, gets the quick whipping snap, and then here she was like, okay, I'll just forego this section and really concentrate on the final hit, and did so well to navigate. There's whitewash coming in 4 different directions here. So the opening snap here, you can see Brisa just jamming on the brakes, throwing the board around, and then no problem here. Just directing back down the line, pumping for a little bit of speed, eyeing off the section, and wow, just hooks it right into the foam, redirects, and right now all she's thinking is make this turn, ride out, make this turn. Gets to the finish, and 3 minutes to go. She is going to get it back out there, I think, and maybe get one more chance at it.
So she's chasing a 6.21. This was Brisa's 6.5.
Wow, here we go. So in comparison, you can see there connects 1, 2, bigger finishing move. It was cleaner. So, you know, the judges having a look at how these waves compare to each other.
Wow, this is big.
Whoa.
Look at the situation unfolding. Scores coming in, and she gets the number, 6.27. A couple judges on the panel didn't think it was enough to turn the heat. They dropped the high and the low, and Brisa takes the lead. Caroline Marks still has some time and priority and only needs a 4.17.
Wow, and there is a stack of lines on the horizon too. So final 2 minutes. Let's see what pressure does here. Caroline Marks, she needs a wave now, and it's not a big one, 4.17. But again, she is going to have to string together 1 or 2 turns at least.
Stressful moments for Betty Lou, Gabriel O'Brien, Lakey Peterson on that equal 8th situation. Hennessy gunning for a spot on the right side of the midseason cut. Caroline's already safe for the rest of the season, but she wants some big heat wins. She wants to be in the WSL Final 5. Caroline will take this wave, needs a 4.17 as she sets it up off the bottom. Beautiful connection to start. Marks out in front, jams it again. She is on her way.
Pressure.
And seals the deal with an aggressive approach. Luke Egan.
Wow, Louis likes it.
Is very, very proud of that performance from the goofy footer. It's going to be easy to call that one as a lead change. Brisa's probably feeling it, seeing some spray out the back, and she has the ocean standing up for her with a minute to go.
Oh, wow. Looks like Brisa is getting fully cleaned up by this set. And that is heartbreaking. She would not know the situation. She may have heard the beach announcers calling Caroline's wave, and it's come through at an absolute gem.
8.67 and the lead, and meanwhile Brisa is still underwater. And it is so hard to hold your position at main break, trying to find some room to duck under these whitewater bombs. As we'll look at this excellent score.
Oh, just tags that first turn, doesn't over push it because she knew that second section was just looming, and then Caroline just carving through the third. A combination of 3 maneuvers, without a doubt. It was a great score. So much power in that backhand attack from Caroline Marks. Beautiful clean turn, position perfect on the wave, and heartbreak for Brisa Hennessy as she is still just getting mowed down by these big whitewater plumes.
What a tough way to close out this heat. Got herself in the lead, and Caroline explodes with the 8.67. Unfortunately for Brisa Hennessy, she has not made the cut. A tough name to lose after finishing number 5 in the world last season. She has bounced back on the Challenger Series in the past, and I look forward to seeing her do that once again. Caroline should be proud of that clutch performance. 8.67 we're going to enjoy again on this Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, this was really Caroline Marks at her best. Clutch performance, driving hard off the bottom, hooks it off the top. Just love all the power and finesse that this woman is showing on these beautiful right-handers here at main break. Brisa Hennessy, she came fighting back here, Joe. Found some really good sections here. That was her best scoring wave. The 1-2 combo, the Caroline clutch here.
Unbelievable. Just when she needed it the most. Cool pace there. Gosh, it's hard not to think of Ak when she's coming off the bottom. Frames it up so well to finish into the excellent range. 17 plus total. And Caroline moves on into the quarterfinals. Tough moment for Brisa Hennessy, but she has so much great surfing ahead of her in her young career. We're transitioning now into the round of 16 for the men. Toledo taking on Jordy Smith. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be right back with Ronnie, Bugs, and Felicity.
Second, high scoring. She will take a lot of confidence in.
Surfing has been my lifesaver since I started. Just love the feeling of being out there and being in connection with the ocean, with Mother Nature. As a professional surfer, having a healthy lifestyle, it's really important. The 3 things that I've done to increase my mental health is exercises, having a professional with you, helping you out, and separating professional life to personal life.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Western Australia Margaret River Pros Top 5 on the Championship Tour. We've just seen the completion of the women's round of 16. The quarterfinals are set. They look unbelievable. And we'll now move into the round of 16 for the men. And you're in for a treat because we've got a replay of the 2021 Margaret River Pro Final to kick things off. Felipe Toledo will take on Jordy Smith, 2 of the highest scoring surfers at this venue. And we look forward to seeing what they can bring to the party. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Felicity Parmentier and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Felicity, I'm going to get your thoughts first. Who wins this battle between these 2 veterans?
Yeah, look, like you said, it's a rematch of a final, and I think they're both in form. Look, and I think we're splitting hairs. Felipe's been looking really, really good, really sharp. But look, if I have to go one way or another, I think I'm going to put my money on Jordy. The conditions are a bit bigger today. There's a lot of power out there. I've seen some of those clips he's been dropping on Insta, and he is looking on fire.
Going to be a great fight, that's for sure. Bugs, what about you?
Well, you know, look, Felipe is the form surfer, one of the top 3 form surfers of the season. However, I feel that at 35 years of age, Jordy Smith will target certain events. J-Bay for sure, Margaret River for sure. This is one of his target events. Yeah, it's crucial for Jordy to convert at those right-handers. You look at his 6 CT wins, all on the forehand. He hasn't had a victory here. It was Felipe getting the jump on him in that final back in 2021. But he's certainly got a shot. When he's on, you know, he can stick it to the best of them and post massive scores. So let's see what he can bring to the party. But Felipe, pretty solid head-to-head record against Jordy. They've had 11 matchups. Felipe's won 7 of them. Yeah, interesting positioning out here too. We see Felipe making a bit of a move on Jordy. Will he allow him to take that inside? Looked like Jordy had pole position. But that good change, yeah, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a... They were paddling in before, now they're cruising out. Jordy, he's got that pole position for the right-hander.
I was out and about during my break. I was trying to get into the Rebel Athlete Zone. I didn't have the credentials, but I did see Felipe warming up, and man, his focus could not be broken. Had the music on, working with his team, and just turning on and getting prepped to hit the lineup for this heat. But this is a guy that is really, I think, desperate to defend this world title, this maiden world title, and back it up with a second.
Oh, we saw a bit of cat and mouse happening there. Looks like they're pushing for the inside a little bit.
Still a good choice not to go that way, but kind of didn't do much, didn't have a whole lot of wall.
Yeah.
The last thing they want to do at this point in time is just, you know, gift wrap up priority and hand it over to their rival.
Yeah.
I kind of thought, Flick, that what was happening there was Felipe was sort of looking to take the inside to have the way, but then actually not really wanting the way, but wanting the inside. But it looks like he's gone wide again now.
Yeah, they're definitely playing. There's a few little games going on that maybe you can't quite see if you don't really know what's going on. But yeah, they're jostling for that inside position. Jordy knew that that one Felipe was having a sniff at wasn't going to be a great wave, but Jordy's on the inside here and he's having a look.
Yeah, taking off deep. He's going to try and make the most of this first section. Drives up into the pocket. Beautiful swoop to get started. And really did maximise the points on offer out of that first section. So really positive signs for the first ride from Jordy. It's going to put up a pretty reasonable score. We'll see what kind of reply we can get out of Felipe in a moment. He's going to assume priority on the outside.
And Ronnie, you know, we've just had the fantastic 4 heats of the women's round of 16. Now the men's, is it a reset with the judging?
Oh, for sure. New round, new heat. They'll set that scale. But really, you know, with every heat, it's a game of comparisons, and they'll be comparing what Felipe is able to do with what Jordy does here, and that'll determine, you know, the scale. But yeah, I think they'll leave a little bit in the tank here after this ride. Beautiful opening turn. He finished this wave off extremely well, but both these surfers are capable of multiple maneuvers, you know, high risk turns with I think a lot more power and speed. So I think that'll be a mid-range score for Jordy.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. I mean, I loved what I saw. That first open hack was beautiful. He buried almost half of his board in the water on that first turn. But yeah, I think they'll probably leave a little bit in the tank. Felipe up and riding.
Yeah, last year's world champion just whips through that first turn. Big section here. Pushes hard on the back foot. He's going to get a third move in as well. So that's what he needed. Jordy scores coming through to be expected. They're going to fall around the 6-point range. Felipe getting an extra turn in. His wave maybe not quite as tall, but that second move bug's just so strong. He is absolutely ferocious when he pushes on that back foot.
You're right. That ferocity of that second turn is just going to put this into a different scale for sure. And the scale is set now with that 6-point ride by Jordy Smith.
Yeah, look, there's a real difference in the way that these two surf. I mean, straight away there is a different sort of speed that Felipe is surfing this wave at compared to Jordy. They're two very different contrasting styles. I really do like this opening wave from Felipe though. Surfed so fast and in the pocket. And yeah, managing to get an extra maneuver compared to what Jordy had. Jordy had 2 on his opening wave. Felipe got 3. Look at this first turn here, and it was really fast out of lip. And look how high he actually hit that first section. I mean, I don't think you can get any higher for it to be a carving maneuver. It was pretty beautiful. And then straight up into this second section and sort of changing things up a bit of a layback jam in the lip. And finished strong too on the inside here, so I like the look of this wave from Felipe.
Yeah, this is the world champion in a peak performance. This is solid. It was a medium-sized wave. You know, Ronnie, I kind of feel that with the Felipe can, you know, orchestrate the wow factor on a medium-sized wave. For Jordy, I think it's going to have to be one of the bombs.
Richie Lovett was talking yesterday about Kelly Slater and just how when Kelly was winning his world titles, everyone would turn up to watch his heats. We saw the surfers in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. That's the way they feel about Toledo. They want to see where he's at. Always pushing it hard. Kaipo out there enjoying the opening exchange. Kaipo, Felipe getting the jump on Jordy by a couple of points.
Yeah, Ron. Like the score just came in on my Apple Watch, 8.17 for Felipe Toledo. And I agree with Flick on the contrast of approaches and style. You know, the rail game of Jordy Smith, the power of Jordy Smith, in contrast to just the lightning fast surfing of Felipe Toledo. And it looks like the judges enjoy the 3-turn combo and the speed that Felipe was able to employ on his wave. Another note, with this longer period swell, we're going to have these quiet times and then, you know, flurries of set waves. So it's really going to be not just surfing, but keeping yourself contained and in the moment, and positioning going to be really important during these, you know, lully times.
Yeah, we definitely have seen some surfers hang on and just wait patiently for their opportunity to strike and convert, and then on the other side of that, we've seen some people kind of fall apart when the opportunities, the rare opportunities, come their way. I think the way to release some of that pressure, Flick, is to get some numbers on the board in that first half of your heat in this overlapping format. And there is a real benefit to being in the first heat of a new round.
Yeah, I mean, straight away you have priority.
Double priority.
Double priority, which is great. Otherwise, if you don't get opened up in that first half of your heat, you're literally surfing a 22-minute heat. Yes, you have priority, but you have surfing a 22-minute heat, sorry. So the pressure's on, but yeah, these guys have the luxury of surfing a double priority heat, and Felipe already going to town with that 817.
And Toledo, he was cool in his post-heat interview. You know, throughout his run at Bells, he was getting pretty frustrated with his scores, and he had every right to be super frustrated after the opening round, not getting into the excellent range. When I reflect on his performance in the opening round, you know, if you forget the numbers and you look at what is considered an excellent ride, it's 8 points and above. And Felipe was doing excellent surfing, yet he didn't break into that range. But on his first wave here, 8.17. And in the replay, you spoke to it, Flick. He took that opening carve so high on the wall of the wave. He would have pushed the fins through. He almost got uncoiled completely and extended. And it almost looked awkward for a moment, but he had the speed and he didn't lose the edge. He didn't bog. He ripped it right through that first move. And
that is a hallmark of his surfing. His body was nearly elongated, like it was so stretched out and looked like it was going in two different directions. But he was doing it in one flowing motion, and that set that brilliant lightning second turn up.
Like a snake in full strike.
Yeah.
But yeah, he comboed that wave up so beautifully. You know, the second turn, again, Toledo, he just always has his foot flat to the floor. He kicked hard on the tail, and the tail actually popped as a result of, you know, the power that he put into that move. But he also got a tidy finish on it. Excellent surfing, 8.17. The score matched it. And, yeah, Jordy's kind of on the back foot after the opening exchange here.
Jordy Smith is under the pump already. We've seen he's really surfed in two halves. He's already under the pump. He's got priority. This next wave for Jordy Smith is critical.
It's going to be Toledo, though, looking to back up the 817 up into this first section. Clean swooper again to get started. Fading back to the very trough of this wave to set up a bit more of a vertical line through the inside. This wave is, you know, really tricky to juice points out of with all that foam on the face. But for the 27-year-old, he makes pretty good work of it and gets another solid finish. It's not going to match the 817, but it'll extend the lead and put up a pretty reasonable requirement here for Jordy Smith now. 33 minutes to go as he climbs on the back of the Red Bull ski there.
And, great job at getting on the back of that ski there. Perfectly timed with that wave.
Oh, it's just a very clean drill for the competitors these days in getting back to that takeoff zone. Let's have a look at the replay here, Bugs.
Yeah, interesting. Smaller wave here by Felipe. kind of goes to work on it early. The wave really gets fat here, but he goes straight for the lip, and that's what he can do. So, and then he gets a bit of variety. And then from here on in, I really don't see any more points in this for him. Now this is like, okay, in the 70s, you might have got a couple of points for this one. But
well, just on 32.5 minutes to go as Toledo gets back to the takeoff zone. Stace, what an incredible finish to that last heat for Carolyn Marks.
Yeah, indeed, Ron. Caroline, flashback to that sunset final there.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely was thinking about that. I said that to Luke as soon as I got on the stairs. I was like, I didn't want it to happen what happened at Sunset, like start off with such a good score and then kind of sit there. And I knew an 8.6 was great. I knew that was a really big score, but I knew having a 4 as a backup wasn't going to do it against Brisa, such a strong, amazing surfer, and I have so much respect for her, and the waves are really good, so I knew that wasn't going to be enough, and I definitely didn't want to leave it till that long to go, but yeah, get the heart racing, I guess.
I think the heart rate can go down a little bit now. I am pleased to announce you have officially made the cut.
Sweet, yeah, it's that's awesome. I honestly, yesterday I was like, whoa, like I'm still, I don't know, there was people getting confirmed, and then like a lot of people that did really good this year still weren't confirmed, so I was like, whoa, it's kind of crazy, but I didn't do the first half of the season last year. I took a bit of time off, so I never really experienced the cut, and it's yeah, it's really gnarly, it's really emotional, and you know, even like having Brisa, like I want her to be on all year, but I also want to be in the top 5 at the end of the year, so it's like a tricky one, but yeah, I'm super relieved to hear that and stoked, and yeah, that's great news.
Well done, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. She is beaming, and for good reason. Starting to really build now and locking up her place on the CT. Out there in the lineup, though, we're waiting for scores to drop for Toledo's second ride.
Yeah, no, I've got a 5.33 for some reason in my head. I don't know why, but I don't think it's going to be even at that 6-point range for, well, it's not, 5.93. And it was just under Jordy's, and it was thereabouts, but it goes to show the contrast. Jordy with a bigger wave, just 2 moves. Toledo, 3 different kind of moves on a medium-sized waves, nothing too outrageous, but I did think it was a purposeful thing. He wanted to get something like that 6 to really put Jordy under the pump.
He's up again. He managed to get priority from Jordy Smith. And he's tapped into this one, just a little funky this ride, but Kaipo was watching things unfold. How did that happen, Kipes?
Yeah, so Jordy took off under the lip a little bit too deep on his wave, had to straighten out, jumped off the back of his board. Felipe Toledo dropped off by the Red Bull jet ski, was able to hop off, sprint paddle back to the takeoff zone and regain priority. So it was a priority error for Jordy Smith. However, I don't think Felipe Toledo executed on that. So priority back to Jordy. No harm, no foul for the big South African at the moment. And he's got 29 minutes for a comeback, and looks like he needs a 7.6 in order to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, the wave didn't pan out for Toledo, and it's a good thing for Jordy because he got off to an incredible start on that one.
It was a lucky break for Jordy because I do believe that Felipe's whole strategy there was maybe to get a 7 and really put Jordy under the pump where he needed like a 9.
That was a radical first turn. He really threw himself into it.
Yeah, I love the look of that first turn. I mean, yeah, it would have been pretty scary for Jordy if there was a second section after that where he could have really opened up. It sort of John-like, that turn, the way he laid into it, both arms back at one point, and yeah, it was beautiful to watch, just displacing so much water.
I think there'll be some serious credit for the individual turn because it was performed at such a ridiculous speed, and he's actually improved his 2-wave tally, a 6.03. So Jordy, he's after an excellent score, an 8.2. Still got plenty of time though, 28.5 minutes to go. We saw Gabriel Medina gearing up to take on Leonardo Fioravanti. They're going to be hitting the lineup shortly. But let's have a look at the split screen here. The 8.17 for Toledo and the 6-point ride for Jordy.
Yeah, well, you can see Jordy's wave. Jordy's is a much bigger wave, but Toledo, even from that first turn, a more critical turns, tighter in the pocket. As we see both of them come around for their second turns, it's really Toledo. This is where he makes up the ground. Here's where the 2-point difference is. Jordy has to kind of do a little bit of a check turn here and set up. See, Jordy halfway up the face, he's looking down the line. Toledo absolutely just cutting loose on that searing turn, just cutting the wave in half. And Jordy finishes beautifully. And of course, Toledo, you know, his third finishing move, not as dynamic as Jordy's, but he's already done the work.
Just the combo and the variety that he displayed. And the first turn for Felipe, just a lot more risk involved, taking it that high on the face.
I think the reason why there was so much more risk involved, though, is it was wave selection. I mean, Jordy's wave, yes, it was bigger. However, it tapered off more. Felipe's was that medium-sized wave to smaller-sized wave, and it allowed it to have much more of a bowl, which is why he could go so high on the first turn and then straight up into that gouging layback hack, whereas Jordy's wave just sort of tapered off. So, and he did get that last turn, but yeah, it was just a difference in wave selection that enabled Felipe to get that 817.
And you know, Ronnie, I've always thought that with Toledo, I thought he's always been in this kind of luxurious position where he hasn't had to rely on the biggest sets in any heat.
Yeah, amazing. And let's see just how high he can push his numbers in this heat. There's still so much time, 26.5 minutes to go. You know Jordy Smith has more to give as well. So it's going to be an exciting finish to this first heat of the round of 16 with a quarterfinal spot up for grabs.
Gabriel is the guy to beat. He's definitely looking really focused on winning this event. You can see he's really confident, you know, considering his results. But he's still human and beatable.
I really want to be in the top 5. But the other guys, they have like a few events, head start. Together, I have to get in the final here.
Season 2 of Make or Break streaming now on Apple TV Plus, and we've got Gabriel Medina, one of the stars of that series, making his way down now. He's going to be taking on Leonardo Fioravanti. That exchange not too far away from hitting your screens, but right now in the lineup we're enjoying watching Felipe Toledo up against Jordy Smith, and the Brazilian is posting some pretty solid scores. He's done some dynamic turns already, and we expect him to drop this 6.03 at some point. So Jordy's going to have to up the ante a little bit here, Bugs.
Oh, well, you know, that 817 has just really put this pressure on Jordy Smith. I do feel that, you know, for Jordy, he kind of nearly may as well just sit out, way out and wait for those bombs and not have to really paddle out for them. You know, I'd like to see him on that wave already. I just think that's his best chance. He's duck diving that one. Here's Toledo on the corner of it having a look. But just as this set goes through, this next wave flick, it looks like it's sort of lining up too much. There's no A-frame in that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It looks like this one, no one's probably going to go it. Bit too much wall and moving through to the inside.
But just, Ronnie, I want to touch on something, you know, and I know this from being, you know, a competitor. Medina, this next heat, it really is a make or break heat for him, because it's his 5th event of the year. He's had 4 ninths. He's been in the round of 16 all 5 times. He has not actually progressed past it, and it you know, each different season as a competitor, and you know this flick, like you get these, you'll get a stumbling block, an obstacle point where it's a threshold that you, if you're ever going to mess up it's in that round. I went through a stage where in the round of 16 I kind of got locked into it for a while, and you need to change it up and break through it. And I just saw Medina there with Kingy. He just seemed a little bit looser, and he was smiling, and maybe he's taking a different approach.
Yeah, we've sensed that, that competitive fire is, he's still a very dangerous surfer who can win at any time, but that competitive fire and intensity that he had in his world title pushes has sort of definitely died down just a little bit, and it might just take a finals finish or a win to reignite it properly and get him back to that top end. But he's still coasting along pretty nicely at this stage. I mean, he's had strong performances, not event-winning performances for some time, but yeah, obviously skipping a lot of the tour last season. He still collected a couple of big semi-final results.
I'll make an early prediction too. I do feel if Medina breaks through this, he could well be on the way to the final.
Yeah, it's a really tough heat against someone who's had some success over him in head-to-head heats in the past. Leonardo Fioravanti representing Italy up against Gabriel Medina in the heat that's just gotten underway out there in the lineup now. So Felipe Toledo, Jordy Smith, they'll have priority over these two surfers, so they'll be able to pick the best waves out of this next 22 minutes. And Jordy's out there with that P next to his name, just waiting for his opportunity to really drop a solid score here. He doesn't want that 6 in his scoreline come the end of this heat. He needs a couple of big numbers, you'd think.
Yeah, I think look, an 8.20, it's a big hefty score. He's got 21 minutes left. He either tries to sit there and get this 8, or he has to replace his 6, or he has to have 2 waves and yeah, sort of start from scratch again.
Bit of movement here. Looks like Medina having a bit of a look.
The other part about the mindset here is that Toledo has really put Jordy into a mindset where he's forced into only getting the bombs. That 6.03 for Toledo, even though he backed up, he had the 5.93, then just upped the ante just a little bit. It makes the Jordy think only bombs, and that changes it up again.
Yeah, he can invest a lot into this next ride, Jordy, as far as his wave selection goes, but he needs 2 rides. I almost guarantee you Felipe Toledo's, well, not almost, I do. I guarantee that he's going to drop the 6.03 at some point and replace it with something greater. So Jordy needs to really dig into this one. Let's see what the South African can do. Been an incredibly consistent performer on the CT. Has big moves, but he's unable to finish this one off. It was a very tricky end section. He actually did really well just to project out onto the flats and kind of get away from that whitewater that was coming together, but wasn't quite able to stick it.
Yeah, I feel like if he would have made that last turn, it was so critical. Look, it would have been looking really nice, but yeah, unfortunately, he just couldn't quite ride out in front of that foam ball.
I kind of also feel with Jordy that he was kind of at one point in that ride going, well, this is a carbon copy of my first wave. I got that first big turn and it went a bit sleepy in the middle, a bit fat. And he said he had to just extend that final turn and really go for something special.
Yeah, interesting to note too, Toledo, he's really started racking up the championship tour victories. And he's only 2 event wins away from joining elite company, the 10 most winning surfers ever seen on the CT. Martin Potter sitting in that 10th position as one of the most winning CT surfers of all time with 15 victories. Medina's already up there in 16th spot. And you've got to remember that he's pretty much had a year off. So you know that Medina and Toledo are going to keep adding to that tally over time. And Jordy's just trying to reclaim that winning feeling. Had his last victory back in 2016. And here's a replay of that last ride. So close to getting the completion at the end there.
Yeah, and again, like that first turn, a big swooping turn out of the roof of the wave. And again, he comes around the second part, and this middle part really not offering much. and he would have felt the pressure. He would have gone, I've got to extend this way above the lip line, but there's the converging foam balls flick.
Yeah, I mean, he did do really well to get out in front and kind of get to the section a bit quicker. I noticed that he touched his rail too, just to give himself a little bit more stability. But yeah, look, he's not going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, he might have grazed his forearm on the bottom too, Ronnie.
Yeah, he was checking out his elbow. But yeah, just again, just comparing the carving game. I mean, Jordy knifing through the water so beautifully. But Toledo, he's just got the chainsaw out. He's just ripping through those calves. There's so much torque in those top turns for Felipe. And while it's super smooth for Jordy, feels like he's got to kind of dirty it up to mix in a couple of big scores against the Brazilian. Here goes Toledo now, trying to get rid of this 6.03. Bit of foam on the face, just glides through the first turn. Now looks to add some risk to the program, but doesn't ride out of that one, loses contact. So, you know what, Felipe's kind of got the edge at the moment. He keeps offering Jordy opportunities, and he's got to be careful here because Jordy will convert at some point.
Yeah, and just a little mention of that next heat in the water. Medina has got priority now because Leo, he got enveloped by this big white water, but they deemed it a takeoff. So somewhere in that white water, he tried to get up.
So a couple of inconsequential scores on the last exchange for Toledo and Smith. A 4 for Jordy, even though it goes into his top 2. He'll throw it away. And Felipe Toledo is going to just have a throwaway score too.
And the only saving grace there is that Jordy Smith retains priority. And his is takeoff, and yeah, he does go for it. He stands up, Leo. He just got that lip just looped over the top of him and took him down.
Well, let's turn the clock back to 2021 when Jordy Smith and Felipe Toledo met in the final here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And Toledo, he was on in this event. And Jordy Smith, he had some great scores as well on his way through to the final, but he just couldn't get the edge on the Brazilian.
Well, Jordy, throughout that tournament, he looked like the man to win this year, this particular year at Margaret River, but Toledo waited for the final for a peak performance, and this was incredible Toledo surfing.
Yeah, those calves are so beautiful to watch, but I reckon, you know, you can see an improvement on his calves from then to now. I feel like he's worked on that technique a bit better. I mean, they looked good then, but they're looking even better now. I feel like he's just hitting those turns with so much more power and also aggression. You can see the fight and you can see how much he wants it.
Yeah, Felipe has a real habit of turning the volume right up when he gets to the final heat of a surf contest. 17.4 was his heat score total in that final, up against Jordy's 14.23.
One thing about both those guys is that when they're on and when they're looking for the win, you can see them coming from way deep back in the tournament, and they're like this unstoppable force all the way to the final, and then it's a heavyweight showdown.
Had a chat with Jordy yesterday. I mean, he's settled into veteran status quite nicely. Seems really relaxed. He's enjoying life. Obviously, he's got a young son, Ziggy, back home, probably watching things unfold with his wife, Lyndall. But I'd love to see Jordy get back to that point where he's celebrating his rides, giving you some of that showmanship, those big claims. You know, when he's really entertaining the crowd is when he's at his best, and it seems to almost put more fuel on the fire for him in chasing down event wins, and we just haven't really sort of seen that from him. That's why there's been some conversation in the booth lately about, you know, where Jordy's at in his career. I mean, he hasn't been in the Rip Curl Final 5 picture before. He's a surfer that's always been in that title conversation, but the past couple of seasons he's drifted out of it.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's kind of like cheeky. It's not, you know, you wouldn't say it borders on arrogance, but like when he was like ringing the bell and you know, the celebrations at Jordy style were just so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching him go on to win the event in Brazil, and he had a different claim for every ride that he finished. super funny to watch. And, you know, I think for Jordy, it was almost a laugh. He doesn't take it all too seriously, but you just missed that version of him.
Well, it would only take a spark, and that spark might be like a 10-foot wave at Margaret River, and suddenly he overcomes Felipe Toledo. That would be the spark.
Yeah, I think too what happens when you get veteran competitors, Felicity, and you start looking at where they finished and start actually digging through the evidence, you can see too that there's years with niggling injuries. Jordy's had to overcome a few of those that actually held him back from competing in the Tokyo Olympics. So, you know, he might just be surfing his way back into true Jordy Smith form, but he's going to need something big now. Felipe Toledo warming up on this one, trying to better a 6.03 section, standing up on the inside. Again, I mean, just an attacking turn on a section that probably didn't need it, but this guy just refuses to surf safe. So just putting a little bit extra into that finishing turn, losing his back foot and going down.
Well, I think he also thinks that if he can get himself like a 7-point ride, it's nearly a put away, because Jordy will need a 9-2 then.
The end section on that ride too didn't really cooperate with him. You know that he's got that big rotation he can call on, but that wave just not ramping up.
It almost looked like he was in two minds, like, hang on a sec, am I getting ready to go for an air here, or am I just going to finish this strong? But we have someone looking out the back. Yeah.
And it is Jordy. So he can still turn it with a single ride at this stage. Still waiting on Felipe's last score to come through, but look at the big hammer that Jordy's dropped there. There's a big thud as he unloaded all that power on the end section, and here goes Gabriel Medina. Speaking of thuds, and he's just the master at executing those, you know, those tricky late hits. Somehow rides the lip, and it didn't even look like his board was on top of it.
He kind of, I don't even know, it's like he hit the lip to go for a lip line, but was sort of underneath it as he did it. I don't know, it was pretty impressive.
Well, that's a great exchange there for surfers in two different heats, but Jordy Smith, in my mind, has got himself back into this heat, even though Toledo maybe has just upped the ante a little bit more, maybe not. Thereabouts. He hasn't been able to get that put away wave, but Jordy Smith, it's a two-waver. You know, this is worthy of a celebration.
Isn't it, what? Look, a bit more in it, that first turn, which is what he kind of missed on the opening exchange, but the finish this time is huge. And it was almost in his favour, Bugs, that he didn't have too much time to think about what he was going to do between turns. It made it a really seamless combo.
Oh, God, that first turn's so scintillating. Look at this. He's hanging in by his toes here. Classic Jordy layback. And his back foot just hanging on. Wow, this is just something else. Great recovery, and it makes it look easy.
Yeah, just a real defiant look on his face as well, as we see a replay of Gabriel Medina. Kaipo watching on. This guy is just the miracle man when it comes to tricky end sections, Kipes.
Yeah, it's just a ferocious approach, right, from Gabe Medina. He's the apex predator when it comes to just surfing and turns. So much speed off the bottom, attacking the lip, no hesitation whatsoever. It's so impressive to see what Gabe Medina does on his backhand, especially those backhand snaps from this water level, Ron.
Oh, it's amazing. Just the surgeon-like placement of that second maneuver on that lip was incredible, but also incredible pinpoint timing on that vertical hit, and a lot of power unloaded in that turn. Interesting score dropping there for Toledo. It didn't help him up his scoreline. So Jordy Smith after an 8.2, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here in the booth. It got him up out of his chair, that combination.
Oh, yeah, that was something else. It's going to be right there, you know, bordering on the excellent range for sure.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to fall short for Jordy. 7.77. So he still needs a number, but he's chipped away at the requirement. But he's after a 6.44 now with just under 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he was going to get there and take the lead, but, you know, this could be lucky sevens for Jordy because he's got himself back in the heat.
Yeah, I felt like it was right there. If it did get there. I think it was only just going to get there, but I loved the combination. I loved that he put a bit more into that first move, but you know, that was a classic Jordy Smith turn, that second manoeuvre. It was one of the better finishes we've seen in the event.
It really was, and you know, Ronnie, one of the judges was right there with you. He put him above that 8-2 mark.
Yeah, so that one, unfortunately, that score out of the 5 numbers logged by the panel, the highest and the lowest, they get dropped, and then the 3 within that range, they are averaged out for a 7.77 for Jordy Smith. Got an international panel of judges from the different WSL regions picking apart the approach from the best athletes in the world, the best surfers in the world. Jordy there, just a nice slice. Again, I think when you're considering first turn options, Felipe maybe still out in front with his big slice on his opening ride.
Yeah, but I really liked this wave of Jordy's. He was just surfing at a different sort of tempo, and I also think it was the wave selection too that allowed him to do it. That wave had a lot more of a bowl. The other waves we've seen Jordy on, they just haven't been so steep, so he's had to go to those kind of bigger, more drawn-out, slower carves, whereas this one allowed him to get a little bit more technical in the lip, and yeah, 2 variations of the layback on that, and I really liked it.
Yeah, not as much room to move and had to squeak those turns in quickly, so it kind of stepped his pace up a little bit, which I think really worked in his favour. He's got a good chance now of turning this heat around and upsetting the current world number 3. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. It started with a bang, both surfers putting up good scores.
Yeah, this here's the way. This turn right here is where it has separated this heat so far. And the world champion in all his glory opening up with an 8.17. Here's his backup now. This is just a 6.03 for a one searing turn. If he got a bit more on this one, Roddy, he probably would have put him away. But he just left the door open. And Jordy Smith, well, he starts out with a 6-pointer straight up. And this is the 7.77.
It's like something out of a nightmare, having the 6'3" Jordy Smith chase you around the lineup here at Main Break Margaret River. Here he goes now. Whoa, putting everything on the line, but unable to climb back on top of his board. Still got time.
Wow, he had the full attention of Toledo. Yeah, he's gone for a look. It's a medium-sized wave. And this is an all-time Jordy layback. He brings his back foot's off the board and it's reclaimed the board. So his feet are on the board and now he's just got to do the all-time recovery in the whitewater, using the whitewater bounce to get him back up, but he just missed it.
That was like me trying to get up this morning to get down the event. Yeah, Jordy's in a position that really could bring his best surfing to the fore. I don't think we see him in this kind of attack mode often enough, and we'll see if he can actually stick one of those moves. But here goes Medina at the moment, was sizing up something big, but just couldn't get to the section in time. So he heads back out, still 26.5 minutes to go in his heat with Leonardo Fioravanti, who's been quiet in this one so far, opting to use his priority and get into a quality wave. And quite often, you know, a savvy competitor like Leo will recognise their best chance at overcoming a talent like Medina is getting on the 2 best waves in that heat. And that's clearly the focus for him at this stage. So he's hanging on that priority and really looking to make Medina pay for handing it his way in the early stages.
And Ronnie, you know, okay, look, there's coach's corner and a lot of these guys got management and coaches on the beach, but sometimes, you know, you've got to make those decisions on the run in the water by yourself as a competitor, because, I mean, you know, plan A, you know, then you go, where do you go then? Back to plan A? Or is there a plan B? I mean, sometimes you just got to improvise and make your own calls when you're in the lineup when the plan doesn't go according to order.
Yeah, well, Medina's a tough one to plan against too, because while you're out there with priority, you don't want to give him reps, because he's a guy that, you know, if he throws enough at the wall, something's going to stick eventually. And here he is at the moment. This is a medium-sized wave, but this is a guy that hasn't had great results here, but has always, I think, looked really dangerous for a big finish in this contest. He's got the power to throw into the end sections. He's really good at riding out of tricky moves, especially when you consider what unfolds here at the end of this ride.
Oh, yeah, and I completely agree with what you said, you know, like, even though Leo's sitting out the back with priority, Gabby is the kind of surfer that, you know, he's looking around on the inside, and perfect example. I mean, he can still make it happen on these smaller ones. He got this under priority, I mean, and in the non-priority heat, so it's that's nothing to be scoffed at. He surfed this so well, and just consolidating on that 7.33.
I think, Bugs, you know, typically this is an event that Medina hasn't favoured when he considers the contests on the CT schedule, but he's looking really engaged in that battle at the moment. When he gets to his feet, he looks super lively.
He sure does. And here we go. Here's Leo, though, on his first wave.
Making his move. He's going to glide through a big rail turn.
Yeah, a bit of a skittery first turn. I mean, he waited a long time, nearly half the heat for a wave. That whole set was super deep flick, and it's one of those ones that just didn't even taper. They've just nothing, no substance to them whatsoever. Jordy took one. I think that might have been, well, not really a mistake. He didn't have priority, but it didn't help his cause. And then Leo, that is a mistake, it seems like.
Yeah, I think, look, every set that comes through at main break, it does hit the reef in a slightly different position. That set there, we saw it hit at a really deep position, but you've got to look at what the wall is doing, like, down the line, and that wall there just had a big taper. But a lot of the sets we've seen this morning in the last sort of hour are actually tapering off.
Yeah, Leo managed to get priority back, though, so nothing lost there. As we see Jordy on the attack, he makes this one. Great first turn. This wave's breaking in two, though, and Jordy's going to get swamped on the end section by that white water, trying his best to hang on, but, you know, with no speed, it's a near impossible task to ride out of those rapids.
Well, I'll tell you what, a 6.44 was there on the offing on that wave, as particularly after that first manoeuvre. That last part was just, it was a tricky, the wave broke in two halves. And this first move here is so Jordy, it's amazing. Yeah, incredible layback at speed. And see, he has to go onto the back half of this wave. Kind of nearly forced to go up early.
You cannot beat surfers like Italo, Felipe, Medina, John Florence if you're not throwing moves like this. And it's great to see Jordy make this one stick. Such a bummer for him that he didn't get the opportunity to throw a finishing turn on this wave.
You know, most of the time when you go up early and go for the layback, it works in your favour. He kind of just got caught up the top there and then came down with the convergence.
And that's going to be his last shot at it. I mean, he had some real moments in this heat. He's got a score on the way. That was a dynamic turn.
God, it was an incredible turn. Was it a 6.5 point turn, though?
Yeah, we're going to wait and see. You got to think back to Felipe's 6.03.
Yeah.
That was a single turn, an amazing turn. There's going to be some credit here for Jordy. I mean, if he finishes off that ride, I think he's definitely there, but this is going to be close.
Well, you know, but when you come to that point, do you get pinged for that finish?
I don't think they detract points, but you know, it's close. I mean, we're watching the scores come in. I think the judges are looking back at Felipe's 6.03. No question, Jordy's executed the most high-risk move of this heat. The number has come through, though, and one judge said yes, but the rest of the panel saying no, and the average has come through. Not enough for Jordy Smith, and Felipe Toledo only just survives that heat.
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff here in the round of 16. We've got a Bonsai Brew Break coming your way, but you can look forward to some more big heats with the current world #1 out there in the lineup next.
Colapinto pulling in, big section, absolutely blasted out.
Ethan Ewing, he's joined his mother's name on the legendary Bell Staircase. Felipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach. Jack Robinson, officially your Billabong Pro Pipe champ.
Joao Chianka is Rip Curl Pro Portugal champion.
Well, that's what the current final five is looking like. What an unbelievable lineup. And what a turnaround for Joao Chianka, who's out there in the lineup now, wearing that yellow jersey. This time last year, he was in tears. He missed the cut, and he was back on the Challenger Series. But he's certainly turned things around, breaking through for his first CT victory over in Portugal, and yeah, putting together a stunning campaign in 2023. He's going to have his hands full though. Callum Robson is so solid, as we see Gabriel Medina now moving into the second half of his heat with Leonardo Fioravanti. Has already established a couple of decent scores here, Bugs. Medina looking very on.
Yeah, he's one to apply the pressure as well as we go into the second half. Leo not getting a keeper in that first stanza, as we see now. Leo on another wave though during the break. He's got himself into this heat now, Ronnie.
Yeah, the Italian, a really confident surfer, and much like Joao Chianka, missed the cut last season. Spirited campaign on the Challenger Series, and now sitting well above that cut line, pushing towards the top 10 with a big result here. But have a look at Medina on the replay, and just the ability to pop back up on his feet. He's so strong.
So strong, and it's like watching a gymnast.
Yeah, I just loved how much the fins, all three fins would have been seen through the back of that wave, then straight up into this second turn. And once again, releasing the fins. But this is the bit we're talking about. I mean, he literally falls all the way back, pretty much horizontal. And then for somehow, with some sort of acrobatic ability, ends up back straight vertical. How does he do it?
A lot of limbo when he's not surfing CT events. Loves the dance floor. But yeah, he is like a gymnast. He's so elastic. And, you know, he's not that sort of rangy, lanky Grom that joined the CT ranks as a teenager and just started winning events straight away, Bugs. He's a solid unit. Probably one of the heavier set surfers on the CT.
Well, he's a solid unit who started winning events straight away.
Just an absolute freak, and searching for his first quarterfinal appearance this season, Gabriel Medina. And yeah, he's going to bank a reasonable score for that one, you'd think. But surviving an incredibly close heat in that opening heat of the round of 16 was Felipe Toledo, last year's world champ, and he's caught up with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Felipe, mix up in the angles of your turns there, and an excellent score. Must feel good.
Yeah, this one felt really good against Jordy again. Big guy, good surfer. Made the final together here the other year, so I knew it was going to be hard, you know. So I needed to open up that heat with a good score, and yeah, that's what I did. The strategy was to back it up right away. I got a 6.03, and then I was trying to batter that 6 points, and I just kind of like made some mistakes, and at the end I let that one wave go. But the shape of the wave didn't look that good, but he was, you know, Jordy's so good that he was able to lay down that first carve that was so big, and then for my happiness, he fell in the end. But yeah, a few mistakes, but yeah, no regrets. Felt good, and can't wait for the next round.
When you kick out of the 6.03, do you think that's job well done, or were you hoping for a bit more in that backup score?
Yeah, a win is a win, man. It doesn't matter if it's like 2 3s or 2 8s. You know, we definitely don't want to leave any doors open for all the surfers here. They're all so good. Everyone's so talented that, you know, it's always really scary. So yeah, I definitely prefer to have 2 9s, 2 8s, and not leave the door open for anybody.
Maybe in the next one. Thanks for your time, Felipe.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, I think that was such a close heat. Maybe even a little bit closer than what the scores suggest. There was, you know, less than a point between the two competitors. But I think if you're a Jordy Smith fan, you're probably feeling a little salty right now. If you're a Felipe Toledo fan, you can see where he found the edge. But I think just from where we're sitting, my sort of idea of where the judges went with it was the speed and the absolute just razor sharp rail turn from Felipe on his opening ride was kind of the benchmark. Jordy could have, you know, really turned that heat quite easily if he rode out of his final turn.
Yeah, I think, yeah, the difference was just like the slight different style in surfing, and Felipe just came out of the gates like just with attack mode on, and I think it was just noticeable. Just a fantastic battle. You know, both surfers kind of struggling to find that really solid backup score or second score. But out there in the lineup now, you know, everyone's who's alive in the event has made the cut, so the pressure in that respect is off. Now these surfers can really settle into their performances, go after the event win here at this, you know, dream location, Margaret River. They, you know, definitely want to crack those quarterfinals. Those surfers who've just survived the cut, they want to start making their move towards the top end of the ranks and setting their sights on the final 5 picture.
Well, Medina, that 7.23, you know, I was wondering where the judges would go, particularly on that where he kind of completely fell off at the base of the wave. But the recovery was just in time to get the fully franked 7.23. Meanwhile, Leo got himself into the heat. He had to. The 7.1. He couldn't have allowed Medina to get 2 keepers to his none.
It's funny, Bugs, you can speak to this, just, you know, how quickly the tour moves, and you take some time out and you take a break, and your place at the top end of the rankings, you know, you can struggle to get it back. And when you look at Medina and who's overcome him and stopped him moving into the quarters this year, it's been those surfers that are holding positions at the top end who've really built some confidence. Jack Robbo at Pipe, Griffin got him a couple of times, Sunset in Portugal, and then Ethan Ewing beat him at Bells.
Oh, that's right, Ronnie. It really is a matter of, like, when you're in that top 5, you've really got to maintain your spot. I remember a long time ago, I had a sponsor, and he was into racehorses, and he said, I think it's time for you to have a spell, Bugs. And I went, no, you can't go to the paddock in this sport. You've got to stay on top. If you have a year, you know, you go 6 months off, you've lost your spot. It just doesn't work like that in surfing and tennis. No way. You got to keep going.
Well, Medina taking a fall there, a really committed effort. But yeah, we're seeing a couple of the multiple world champs outside that final 5 picture at the moment. John Florence as well, searching for a big finish to get back toward that top end, Felicity.
Yeah, he is, and he is looking absolutely on fire. I think now, since yesterday, is it 43 excellent scores out here or 42? Either way, it's a massive number, and he is looking on fire every heat. It's just, yep, I keep saying it. It's the romance that I just can't look away. JJF and main break, it is a sight to see.
Yeah. The bedroom door's open. And we look forward to watching it unfold once again. But out there at the moment, Joao Chianka wearing that leader's jersey, looking so sharp, and we know equipment always a big talking point here at this venue. Richie Lovett has found Joao's backup board and has some insights on what he's riding. He's up at the moment. Well, let's see what he can do with this one. Couple of big swoops, so much torque in this guy's approach. Kind of reminds me of a former winner here, Sebastian Zeech, just the way he rips his body through these turns. So lively. And Rich, take us through it. What's he riding?
Well, Ron, you know I'm a complete hardware and surfboard geek, and I'm really interested in what the #1 rated surfer in the world is actually riding right now. And here it is. Here's a 6.2 version of what Joao's riding, and this is his favourite Sunset board that the Channel Islands crew and Brit Merrick have been working on. So he's on a 6.0 out there. This is the 6.2, but this is an exact board that the 6.0 was modelled off. And if we get Carl to zoom in here, you can see every 3 inches down the stringer of this board, there's a number, a little pencil number here, and that's where they've scanned this board and taken rocker measurements at every 3 inches and really tried to replicate the magic that's in this board. So when we talk about rocker, we're talking about the curve of the bottom. When we're talking about concave, it's the scoop out on the bottom there. single concave, very narrow rounded pintail. He's paired it with the CI or the Almeric fins in a large. Another little tidbit I got for you as well. Gabriel Medina is the only surfer in the entire field who rides an extra large fin. Everyone else is on larges for the most part, a couple of mediums. But this narrow tail, super important. We see it over and over again out here at Margaret River Main Break. And what does that do? It allows you to just sink the edge, the rail, the tail of the board into the face of the wave a bit easier, gives you more control back there. And that's why we're seeing so many of these shapes out here today.
Love it, Rich. Unbelievable the detail that they've gone to there with the, you know, the scanning of that rocker and just trying to replicate it.
I'm amazed because, I mean, you know, in this day, actually back in the day, I mean, I'll get back to that point after this, but that is so interesting, Ronnie.
Here we go. Leonardo Fioravanti needs to start making his move against Medina. Had a 7.1 on his previous wave. This one's shaping up beautifully for him. And the Italian just pushing a little too hard there. The fins busted free off the lip. And Leo lost his back foot.
Oh, wow. Okay, change of board. So this is really going to put him under the pump now because there's only 8 minutes left. He's down a wave. This is a dramatic moment in this heat.
Also, the interesting thing to note, we know Leo waited for a long time with his priority at the start of this heat flick. Eventually, he made it count. He dropped to 7.1. Meanwhile, though, Medina was just on a score-building mission. He had a lot of reps, a lot of throwaway numbers there, but he's got the two best numbers of the heat.
Yeah, and look, Leo's out there, he's got that 7.10, but now with this board, looks like he's going in for a board change with only 7.5 minutes left on the in time. I mean, if you can do a quick change here, it'll be good, but out the back, we've got action.
Chianka goes down hard and maybe even came into contact with his board there.
Yeah, well, look, just back to the Leo thing. We'll see how Chianka's going. He seems okay. He's not even checking his board. Well, we saw Carissa Moore pull this off yesterday. She only, she was down. She was still behind. She had one good wave at this point. She changed boards. There was a lot of drama there because of the glare. But she was still able to get out there and get another wave. So there is time. That's the beauty about the jet ski assist. He has time. Back in the day, you were done.
Yeah, I mean, just out of experience, I know that paddle out takes at least 5 minutes. So super grateful for Water Patrol getting the boys straight back out there. But yeah, interesting to see what happened there. I mean, he kind of landed awkwardly on his board, but maybe we'll get to see what happened to Leo's board.
And this one, it just Mr. Attack mode. Yeah, well, that thing looks just... That's just damaged.
Yeah, let's check in with Richie Lovett. He's found Leo's board down there.
Yeah, I have, Ron, and it's not looking that good at the moment. Unfortunately, it's a textbook crease right in front of the fins here. So that's that leverage point. If I flip the board over, you'll see the deck pad, but the surfers are putting their foot here and then the front foot up here, and this is that point right in between there, and there's so much torque and pressure going on right at this point here. But this one, I can actually stick my nail through that. That's broken the fiberglass surface. I can see there it's disrupted the stringer as well, fully compromised. So this board's completely done. Christian Bradley, though, great shape. And again, there's that rounded pintail. So, you know, Leo in and out, didn't lose too much time. Critical moment in this heat as well.
Yeah, and Medina hasn't been able to add to his scoreline either. But here we go. We've got Callum Robson up. He's serving against Joao Chianka. And Chianka, he's starting to look like he's switching on. He just took a heavy beating on his last ride. Now, this wave's standing up beautifully. Nice vertical approach there. He's going to finish this one off. Will probably be the best wave of the heat so far. And Leo's back out there, and Medina only now just making his move. And this wave not looking too great. Medina just an average turn to kick things off. The second move just okay. So this one not really panning out too beautifully. He cleans it up nicely with the end section hit, but it's not going to go into his top two.
No, it won't go into his top two. Interesting there. You know, you've got to love that pit stop there, because when you think about it, you know, in Formula One, they don't start counting the seconds until they come into the blocks, right? So you take the time that Leo actually hit the drawers, the land, changed over. It would have been measured in seconds.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. Asking for a time call. And Leo, and he didn't lose anything because Medina's taken this ride. The feeling is it's not going to factor in. You know, just the first turn, it just wasn't typical Medina. Now let's have a look what Callum Robson was able to do. Nice swoop to get started there.
Yeah, beautiful first turn, straight through the lip on the second one, but he just comes unstuck there. And then out the back, Joao Chianka, and swooping into this first carve here, and that looks more like it. Kind of gets a little bit hung up on that second turn there. And you can kind of see it in his body language, but yeah, Gabriel Medina getting to work on this wave, but he kind of just like is muscling his way through it. I mean, it's a bit of a smaller wave. I'm not sure if it's going to better both of his sevens that he already has, but just a well-surfed wave for what it was.
Yeah, I think, and the majority of the points coming on the finishing move. There wasn't a whole lot in the first two turns. Just a 5.5 doesn't really factor in for him. So Leonardo's got his opportunity here. I mean, with 3 minutes to go in priority and only chasing a 7.46 against Medina, you're going to take that situation any day of the week. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, Medina got things going really early in the heat, banking his best ride of 7.33.
Yeah, his very first wave was his best so far, 7.33 for that gymnastic style finishing turn. Unthinkably unmakeable for anyone else. Leo, a 7.1 here. This got him back in the heat. This was at about the halfway mark of the 44 minutes allocated. He needed this. And this Medina here, this recovery here is unbelievable. It looks like he's got it together here. He completely falls back off his board, uses the whitewater bounce to get back on, plus that core strength.
Well, here we go. Callum Robson playing catch up now. Chianka's got a couple of 5-point rides, but no one really has delivered the devastating hit just yet to turn in that excellent score. Nice cut back into the bowl here from Callum. Needs to finish this one off. So much going on there. And he was wrestling that whitewater for the finish, riding sideways in the foam, and just couldn't quite stick it. And he's frustrated. You could see there. He's getting it out of his system.
Kind of remind me of dodgem cars, just getting banged from a dodgem car. Whee!
Kind of reminded me of when you see a kid going up an escalator the wrong way.
Well, that was a real shame from Callum, but a nice carve there, drawing it back into the bowl. You can see what he's thinking there. He rides that lip. He even makes an adjustment halfway through the turn to try and find that landing.
You know, it's amazing right here. It's like here's a converging whitewater. it drags him back whether he likes it or not. He's going backwards, and then the forward motion just swallows him.
Pretty unfortunate because those first two turns before that and the third turn, they were all shaping up to be really good. And yeah, he's going to be a bit annoyed with himself not making that last turn because it might have been the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there's only a couple of pocket fives for Joao. That's nothing in this heat.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining, though, for Leo to turn this one around against Medina. He loves a strong finish. It's within him. He's got that priority. Needs a 7.46.
I don't see anything coming, Ronnie. And again. No, yeah. It's a shaking. Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, Medina's going to even up the head-to-head history between these two competitors here. Leo had it 1-zip, and Medina's going to level. And yeah, Medina into the quarterfinals for the first time this season.
He's broken through that ceiling. The obstacle has been overcome.
Yeah, on the strength of a really strong opening ride here. But this is a close tussle unfolding between Chianka and Callum Robson here in heat number 3. Still 22 minutes to enjoy watching that battle unfold. And then one of my favourite heats on paper is about to hit the lineup too. Conor O'Leary will be up against Dora in the next heat. Two of the form goofy footers in the draw, and we'll see what they can bring to the party. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, so stick around. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Richie Lovett for the call. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro will continue right after this.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. I've been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
The wider southwest region encompassing Margaret River is one of 36 magical biodiversity hotspots in the world, where nearly 80% of the plant species are found nowhere else on the planet. How about this one? Round of 16, heat number 4, kicking off with Conor O'Leary and Joao Dora, two of the best goofy foots on the planet, going head-to-head for a spot in the quarterfinals. And speaking of the quarters, they're stacking up quite heavily already. We are going to have Gabriel, Medina, and Felipe Toledo. That's been a title match in the past for the World Title Cup, now dedicated to Duke Hanamoku. Already in quarterfinal number 1. Joe Tapel with longtime tour standout Richie Lovett, who won events like Haleiwa, Lower Trestles. I was there for that one, Rich. Congrats. So much to talk about with you when it comes to pro surfing as we dive in with world number 1, Joao Chianka. Nice snap, a lot of great energy as he punches out the lip. 2 turns out of the way. He's always looking to identify a solid pocket, loves throwing it straight up vertical. Solid execution from world number 1.
Yeah, looking good, isn't he? And that's become his real trademark, hasn't it? Just that real aggressive style. But River. Yeah, he's looking fantastic. So Joao, he's steadily building in this heat. Pocket 5s at the moment, but you got to think that maybe that's not going to be enough.
Callum Robson holds priority in the priority heat, so Joao and Conor just getting started. We'll get into Griffin Colapinto and Liam O'Brien. So a lot of youth on the back end of the draw. Back to Chianka's wave.
Yeah, he just explodes off the lip. The opening maneuver and the second straight back up there. A couple of lumps and bumps to navigate through until he gets to that final section, the all-important finish. And those rock ledges, they're starting to become a little bit more exposed as the tide drops over here in the west, but beautiful conditions.
Joao Dora and Conor O'Leary in the non-priority heat. Conor slides out on his opening wave. And Joao already has a 4.83, so a quick mistake there for the big man. But plenty of time to recover. Now numbers in for Chianka's last, his best, in fact. A big vertical start on 2 sections and a finish. as he throws down a 6.33 and catching up to Conor O'Leary, recovering from another stumble. And he's just trying to get all those little fumbles out of the way. 2 little awkward falls from Conor to kick off this heat against Yago Dora.
Yeah, just get rid of all those little weird glitches and feelings, because he's got about 38 minutes to put an insane heat together, and geez, he's been doing some incredible surfing. For me, definitely one of the top 3 goofy footers who are in form here at the moment. The other one is in the heat with him, Yago Dora, and of course the man himself, Gabriel Medina. Hard to go past him as one of the big goofy foot threats out here.
Speaking of Gabriel Medina, maybe one of the best goofy foots of all time is hanging out with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Gabriel, first time getting through that round this year. Well done.
Thank you. It feels good.
And a bit of a sketchy performance, few bobbles, but you're a rubber man.
Yeah, I mean, looks nice. The day is nice again, and the waves are beautiful. But yeah, there's a few bumps. You know, I think people has been falling off in these bumps, and yeah. But I'm happy with my waves. Felt like I could, yeah, maybe not falling in these bumps. You know, I wasn't waiting for that, and but it's something to pay attention in the next heat, and yeah, it feels good to get a few waves, really. Yeah, it's just a nice day again.
Another cracker day. You brought your trainer out here. What kind of training are you doing on the lay days?
Yeah, I brought my 2 good friends from home. I grew up with them, and my trainer, and I mean, it's just good to have a routine when you have somebody like that, you know, like that pushes you, like, oh, come on, let's do something, you know. And yeah, you just keep surfing, training. I think I feel really confident for this event. Because I've been putting time on working and heats, you know, that I lost last year. In the beginning of the year, I struggled a little bit, but now I feel I'm back again, you know, like just the rhythm of heats and stuff. So it's good to feel like that.
You'll be up against Felipe in the next heat. Going to keep working on that heat strategy?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good heat. I always have good hits against Felipe, and it's gonna be another one, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, the best wins.
Do you know your record? Do you keep tabs?
No, I don't pay attention. Because if you let that thing go in your mind, you can get you. So I don't mind.
4-3. Well done, Gabriel.
And now he knows. Well done, Stace, sneaking that in there. Gabriel Medina looks comfortable. In fact, his first quarterfinal appearance of this season, so he is heating up. Those two have had some great memories in the ocean together. Gabriel versus Felipe, the title match that we had at the first edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and they've got a great friendship as well. Medina then kind of jumped in Felipe's corner when he took a hiatus from the tour last season, and was really proud that Toledo took the big cup at the end of the year. Let's get caught up with Chianka on this one, Rich.
Oh, just hammer time on that final section. It really stood up for him. You can see here, just leaning all the way into it. Quite a wide stance for Joao here. Nice wrapping turn, but this final section here, that's the money turn. Just messing with the lip, but able to really keep control. You can see all the pressure over the tail pad just to make sure he stays in control. This was Callum Robson. Really drawn out, long bottom turn, sort of mid-face. Then cuts back into the pocket, right up high, up under the lip. So a good 2-turn combination for Callum as well. And that will be his best score.
So Callum Robson doesn't mind being an underdog. That's how he qualified for the tour, a bit under the radar with his profile. Was taking different jobs, apprenticeships, was even working in the high-performance centers, and now he's getting all the treatment that he needs to represent Australia and himself on tour. So it almost felt like a career change when he took over the condensed Challenger season, then turned in a final at Bells Beach, runner-up to Toledo as we continue on. Yago Dora. Nice little slingshot wrap, smooth as off the bottom and off the top, but he will create some space on the inside here. Greases that little backhand float section and stays on his feet to kick out. Embraces all the great qualities of free surfer elements often gets compared to a modern-day Jerry Lopez from how comfortable he is in waves of consequences as well.
Yeah, he really is, and I love that he kind of comes from that free surfing background, and you can see that he has this go-for-it approach that maybe he had early on in his career. And he's been able to convert that into that competition format, and it's really on show here, and it's paying dividends. You know, he's starting to drop some really big results and fast becoming someone that you just do not want to get in your heat, because you know he's going to lay down some big numbers. Check the action here on the backside, staying nice and low and compressed, allowing that full extension as he goes through the turns. But outside, this was Conor O'Leary. And wow, this guy, man, he really impressed me. That wave just, unfortunately, just a little untidy through the middle, but he gets the final hit. So that this heat's starting to get exciting.
Really exciting. It's time for a Boost Mobile Stay Connected call with a very familiar face, longtime head judge, our scoring and rules expert, Richie Porta. Richie, thanks so much for being with us. Great day here at Margaret River. How's your day going?
Yeah, Joe, Rich. Yeah, well, my day's going pretty well. If I showed you what was outside the window, it's snappers, just the machine is firing again. So life's good all around Australia, right?
That's so great to hear, Rich. We saw Medina in the last heat. He got the victory, but he did talk about the bumps in the water. What was he really referencing there?
Yeah, and it was interesting because Gabby is really, really strong through all his turns. We just watched this wave because I've got a few points about that, so I'll let you guys call this.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, there's the carb. Wow, stretched out bottom turn. Nice attack mode to finish things off. Callum Robson from Evans Head really stretched out that right-hander beautifully off the bottom, and he'll be chasing down a 6.10. Back to the bump reference from Medina. Rich, what were you going to say there?
Yeah, I was saying Gabby's really, really one of the strongest surfers through the legs. He's a machine of a guy out in the surf. And for him to reference how bumpy it is, even though it looks pretty smooth on the TV, once you're out there, those little bumps. So we've seen in this heat, Callum's board is really, really smooth and holding the fantastic rail through all these turns. Joao is getting some good scores, but he's skittering through the turns because he's on the wrong board in my mind. So the judges really want to see the surfers that are holding their rail, and you can go and drive through those bumps to complete your turns rather than skittering through your turns. And for Gabby to reference it, the rest of the competitors for this afternoon should take note and maybe think, maybe I need a little bit, an inch bigger on my board. So you can see his boards, Jows, and that he's still getting the turns. Obviously, he's wearing the Alvo shirt. He's currently the best surfer in the world. But you really need the right board choice, and let's see how he goes on this one.
That's right. I think you're referencing the flow, maybe a little disruption there in Richie Porta's eyes. This one looks a bit more fluid, and maybe because the size difference on this wave, a bit smaller, really letting him rip this thing apart. Well surfed wave for Chianka, chasing a 7.4, and definitely looked a bit smoother on a smaller wave on that one, Richie.
And that is a point of difference, because the smaller ones are going to have a little bit cleaner faces, especially after a few waves of cleaned the line up through. But Margaret River is so powerful, you can afford an extra inch or a little bit more foam through the middle of your board. And these guys and girls have got a stack of boards ready to go. So it's a real take away or give some more with what board do you take? Do you take one that's a little bit thicker that'll allow you to drive through the turns, or a little bit smaller to snap it in the pocket by this one? And this is great surfing anyway.
As we go through the points,
it's all good. It's just a matter of how you deal with the bumps, and the best way to deal with it for me is just have that little bit thicker board, right?
Exactly. A great overall performance. How hard is it for Joao to really get in the excellent range on a smaller wave than what the sets that we have on offer today, Rich?
Yeah, well, in the criteria, there's nothing that talks about the size of the wave, but the turns, the bigger waves allow you, if they hit the reef properly, the judges are going to sit there and go, oh, that's a bigger turn on a bigger wave, and the score is going to reflect that. He's still ripping on a small wave, and there's nothing in that criteria that says the waves have to be a certain shape or form. It all depends what you do on them. So ripping, but if he does that on the big set waves, I see a little bit more on this score line as well.
Thank you so much for your time, Richie Porter. Can't wait to chat with you soon.
Have a great afternoon, fellas.
Richie Porter always joining us for a little update on the scale and all the rules that are involved in pro surfing. Longtime head judge. And we've got to see a great example of Chianka not being on one of the biggest waves of the day, but surfing it so incredibly well. He earned excellence, 8.33 for Chianka. And now Caltex needs a 7.34 to take the lead. And also saw last of Conor O'Leary surfing his way into rhythm in this matchup against Dora after a couple of stumbles.
Yeah, both really classic matchups, very, very close. And the Joao Chianka, Callum Robson matchup is just really coming down to the wire. But this is Conor O'Leary on the backhand, just attacking this wave. Gets caught a little behind there, but the form, it's still there. And you feel like once these guys get into the priority rotation, they're going to look for some bigger open face where they can open up these backhand turns. Man, this thing here, and Conor has just this maneuver on lockdown where he just pushes it to the limit and then takes it like a little bit further. Drifts the fins out. You can see here just leaning on this heel side rail. I believe he's on a 6.2 DHD DNA. I was checking out his board earlier. Conor looking just super strong. I love how low he gets. Nice and compressed, the end of each turn. Live action here with Iago.
Dora now setting up his first section, has to go around it, and now he might just go for a punt. How high to the sky can this man go on just an impulse? Doesn't need a huge runway. Can look like he's going to do a routine snap, ends up being a flyaway. So Dora and Conor, the Goofy Foot heat, has plenty of time. The priority heat is down to 4:30. Here's Callum Robson. There's that big bottom turn, lays into it on the open face. Seamless on his transition and crushes it off the top. Now chasing a finish. Lay back, blowtailing complete. As we're down to 4:19 to go, Kaipo Guerrero's in the water. Kaipo, so interesting. Can you compare the style difference between Chianka and Robson in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, so surfing, right? It's like dancing. Everyone has their own dance. Everyone has their own style of surfing. Callum Robson is that typical, just the fundamentals, if you would. Smooth rail game and holding his rail through the turns. Joao, on the other hand, is electric in his approach. Fast, quick, snappy, and there's no right way to do that, right? They're both interpreting their surfing in their own way. And, you know, there was a lot of board discussion. I just think that's a lot of stuff that we're seeing with Joao is that's his style of surfing. And it's earning him points right now as well. So, yeah, it's an interesting contrast. And then the other heat in the water, the Goofy Foot matchup, it's one of my favorites, Joe, in that beyond competition, anybody who surfs can take away some inspiration. Me as a Goofy Foot, you can look at both Conor and Iago and look at their body mechanics, their technique. And, you know, it can help your own surfing when you break things down and you study the world's best.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Kaipo, a great surfer, also an incredible dancer as well. But it's really cool to talk about style and everyone's unique approach. And that's what you love about the different personalities you have on tour. Sometimes you almost feel like you know somebody just by the way they ride a wave and their technique. Chianka's got a lot of energy. He's passionate, not afraid to throw a claim. You know exactly how he's feeling after a wave, and you kind of got the workhorse of Callum Robson. Head down, clean bottom turns, and just kind of stick it to business at the moment.
Is it a Waltz versus Rumba type setup there, mate? What are we talking here? But no, it's a really good analogy, actually, and you know, you put your own little bit of flair on each one of these waves, which is the dance floor.
That's right. Remember when Aki did Dancing with the Stars?
Yeah, that was classic.
Awesome. Here's the Harvey Norman recap. #1 in the world, Joao Chianka, looking so comfortable in yellow, tearing this one apart. This is his low score now of a 6.33.
Yeah, you can see, you know, what Richie Porter was talking about. It's a different line that Chianka takes on his waves. It's a more aggressive approach. He gets it done in a more fast and furious way. But one thing that's undeniable is the intensity and the power in each and every one of the turns. And that was just one of those beautiful mid-size waves that was so cupped out, he just went to town on it.
Now it's time for Dora to step into gear here. Nice little check off the lip. Quickly moving to his second snap, and looks like he's going to shut that one down. Yago Dora, U.S. Open champ, but still looking for his first championship tour victory. He's coming extremely close. He's made finals day at the Surf Ranch. Understands that wave system really well. Robson will be heading there for the first time to compete in his career. Down to 1:10 on the clock as we take another look at what happened here.
Wow, so Joao Chianka, we know that he's in the priority situation, just flares off the top on the first turn, right up into the pocket on the second, late on the third, and gets clipped.
So Chianka's previous wave was the 833, and still getting some work done on that last wave, so he might be improving on his low score, which could really just put this thing away over Robson. And ends up falling short of improvement, 6.13.
Just.
And now we're down to 30 seconds. You can see Colapinto, Liam O'Brien, the extra surfers in this lineup, waiting to get counted down. And Robson just can't find any space. Chianka, even without priority,
wow,
not giving him any room.
Nah, messing with him, really getting in his headspace. And, well, we might see Callum Robson take off on one more wave, Joe. I'm thinking whether if he had made that final turn on that 6.8, maybe he would be out in front, but he's going to get a chance.
Head down and got himself an opportunity. Needs a 7.34. Great start off the lip. Second effort, a reverse incomplete, and that's it for Robson's run here in West Oz. Looking forward to seeing him compete at the Surf Ranch event in Lemoore, California. And how about the intensity of the man in yellow?
Yeah, man, this guy is on some sort of roll at the moment, and really confident. Obviously, we touched on the equipment, super tuned in, working incredibly close there with Britt Merrick. And this is another one, another great performance from the current world #1.
Joao Chianka moves into the quarterfinals here at Margaret River as we anticipate another big heat starting with Colapinto and Liam O'Brien. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
If everyone does their bit, our dunes and our coastline will be in a way better shape.
To be able to give back to a place that's given me so much, it feels really special.
Well, this is everyone's coast, and it's obviously under a lot of pressure.
We're helping to look after Gas Bay by stabilising the dunes and regenerating habitat.
This is ground zero. We couldn't do it without collaboration. Do something really good on land, we see that positive just flow straight into the ocean.
We're all connected to the animate and inanimate world around us.
Without caring for country, the environment that we do benefit from now will diminish.
Seeing the passion that these kids have, our coastlines are going to be in way better shape.
They've probably planted more trees than anyone, and so rad.
Show us what you're doing to protect our One Ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post. New look, same mission. WSL One Ocean!
We're so happy to be scoring in this beautiful state in the great country of Australia. Western Australia has so much to offer. You can slow down and discover the stillness of an ancient cave. Did you know there's more than 150 limestone caves dotted along this region here at Margaret River? You can check out Jewel Cave, Mammoth Cave, Richie Lovett's favorite caves are made out of liquid in the ocean. As we check out Griffin Colapinto, Liam O'Brien, two cool cats going head-to-head.
Yeah, this is a great matchup. The two natural footers will be going toe-to-toe out here, and well, Griffin has been on an amazing, sizzling run of form through the Bells competition and then into Margaret River here. But it's, well, here he goes, Liam O'Brien, the Aussie.
Got to start there real quickly in the non-priority style of the heat. Remember that big whip took out Kelly yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's the turn that he was drawing on. Just working this one all the way through. So just getting rid of any first wave jitters. But that first turn, man, that thing sizzled off the top. He just did the most tightest wrap.
I think we're still just learning a lot about Liam O'Brien. Remember, had the terrible injury right before his debut on opening day at Pipe in 2022, which saw him sidelined. He did have that really cool call-up as a wild card to watch him up, where he turned in a semifinal, bringing some heat. But seeing him on a perfect wave like this in dreamy conditions, we're really seeing what he's made of. Yeah, we really are. And I feel like with each heat, Liam's getting more and more confident, and you know, he has been guilty in the past of falling often in some moments in heats, and you know, through turns just where you'd think he'd be sticking him, maybe just, you know, succumbing to the situation, falling off. But he seems to have tidied that up, and man, big heat yesterday against the greatest of all time. Just having to quieten all the noise around him and all the fanfare that was going on around Kelly, and just stuck to his games and stuck to just some solid surfing, and wasn't phased. It was great to see. Saw him with the early session this morning in the dark, so he was up early preparing before things got started this morning. And he just said how great the waves still are. He was really looking forward to it. And he's just sort of a cruiser, man. When he talked about a big heat like Kelly, anyone else would probably get run away with adrenaline and caught up in the moment. But he's seen his path real clear on what he wants to accomplish at the moment. Moving into position is O'Brien again. Starts off with that carve off the top and now throws another clean re-entry on the end section and steps off. Managed that little bump off the top really well. We need to change gears on that opening carve. Already has a 5.67. Great approach when you got a guy like Griffin Colapinto next to you.
Yeah, totally. And great observation, Joe, too. Just seeing how that little warble in the wave affected his line in that opening carve. So this one, second ride, won't go too high, I don't think. The judges will keep a fairly conservative score on this, but let's check it out. So you'll see here, sets the line through the carve, and just there, that lump sort of interrupted the rail line and popped the board out. And he absorbed, I guess, that interruption with his thighs through the knees. That's why it's always important to stay fairly crouched and compressed.
A lot of great action already this morning, the round of 16. Let's hear from our world number one with Stace Galbraith.
That's right, world number one, Joao Chianka. Sketchy start, but he came home strong.
Yeah, pretty sketchy start. I was feeling like a little bit nervous because Callum is such a dangerous competitor. Like, he's so driven and powerful on the rail surfing. So, yeah, but I was also feeling incredible today. I don't know why. I'm just like really enjoying everything of this place. So yeah, today waves woke up firing again, and my free surf session, my warm-up session was super clean and nice, and yeah, just feeling great.
Do you feel like that's an important part of your routine, a good warm-up surf?
No, I wouldn't be bummed if I got out there and didn't catch good waves. I just go there to like feel it out and like check on my board, and that's it. It's just keep it simple and like not think it too much or not overthink like about like things from outside. So yeah.
This is only your second time to Margaret River. You're looking really comfortable out here, Joao.
Yeah, I really love this place, you know, and it's becoming one of my favorite places in the world, I risk to say. And yeah, I just really love every single thing about this place, and the box is firing again, and that really that really keeps me hyped up, that like to keep surfing here and maybe like get a chance to go over there like with no duty like on this place.
How do you reckon you'd go on a heat out there? Probably a silly question.
What?
How do you think you'd go on a heat out there, mate?
I don't know. Just really like have to see.
I reckon you do all right. A quick word in Portuguese.
Obrigado família, obrigado amigos, obrigado a todo mundo que está acordado no Brasil. Mais uma bateria boa, meu primeiro high score do evento, então vamos lá.
Thanks, Joe. Well done.
Thank you so much, Stace. Love your work, my friend. Joao Chianka looking comfortable in yellow. Getting distracted by different waves up and down the coast. That's really normal coming to this region. Sometimes there's the odd one at the box when you're in the middle of a heat and you know your plans are for the rest of the afternoon. What a great barrel rider. Chianka obviously has a very famous older brother, Lucas Chianka, who is one of the best big wave surfers in the entire world and spends a lot of time at Nazaré. And he always pumps up his younger brother, reminds him that he can do the same thing he can do. And I think so, even though he's new to this yellow jersey, he's got the right people around him that are giving him all the confidence he needs to succeed.
Yeah, a lot to like about this fella, huh? In and out of the water, he's you know, he's just modest enough to you know, take it all in his stride and not get too caught up in this whole moment of being the #1 surfer in the world. He's just going, well, I'm just enjoying this, and he seems open to appreciating all the new places that he's going to, and great to see that he's connected with the landscape here in WA.
He's moved on to the quarterfinals as we're setting up some matchups. He'll take on the winner of the Goofy Foot battle that has priority, Conor O'Leary versus Joao Dora. It was really cool to hear Conor O'Leary speak in Japanese in his post-heat interview yesterday. His mom, a Japanese competitor that traveled around the world. Oftentimes when surfers from Japan come to Australia to compete, the O'Leary family houses them and helps them in between heats to make sure that they've got everything they need to succeed. So Conor made the decision to put the Japanese flag on one of his shoulders, the Australian flag on the other. He's proud of his culture and heritage. And at the moment, leading this heat over Joao Dora, a little bit of a lull, so it's time to really focus on the Bailey Ladders leaderboard and checking out what's happening in the final series for the women at the moment, as we're getting close to a potential finals day. Remember, Molly Picklam's world #1. She has the wild card from Gracetown. Bronte McCauley. Remember, McCauley's had back-to-back years where she's made the semifinals. Carissa Moore, Lakey Peterson. Remember, Peterson's trying to make sure she makes the cut. Big heat there for Lakey against the 5-time world champ. And then a world title heat with Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, and Sally Fitzgibbons. Caroline Marks in the 4th quarterfinals. We're still looking to seal the deal on the mid-season cut on the women's side. It was tough to see Brisa go down to Caroline Marks as she did not make the cut. And this is what Brisa had to say.
Here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Brisa Hennessy. Brisa, your thoughts on today?
Yeah, obviously it's a roller coaster of emotions. You know, it's crazy to think, you know, last year, I think I ended this event with the yellow jersey and, you know, falling off, I think I fell off tour, I'm pretty sure. But I think it just shows you, I was thinking about it last night, just how in a blink of an eye, life can change. And it can be beautiful, it can be wild, it can be absolutely traumatic, but nothing is set in stone, and change is the only thing that we can count on. And I'm fired up. I know that I need to go and heal, and I need to go see some doctors and stuff. So just, I know this is kind of meant to be, you know, I feel it in my heart.
You're an incredible role model for all athletes across the world, and we wish you all the best. Thanks, Brisa.
Special human being. We wish Brisa best of luck to get to 100% health-wise and also to fire up on the Challenger Series. Big congratulations to our surfers that did make the cut. Look at that new name that just got added moments ago. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Whoa. Had an emotional afternoon yesterday, an emotional morning, waiting to see what her year was going to look like, and she has officially made the cut. Also, Caroline Marks earlier today got the news that she will be surfing the entire season and also qualifying for the start of 2024. congratulations to all these athletes, and a few more names to add as the day unfolds. Quarterfinal set as we checked out the Bailey Ladders leaderboard for the women, and we'll set up the final series now for the men. 8:30 to go here. Conor O'Leary and Joao Dora, two great goofy foots. I mean, even though they stand with the right foot forward, how do you separate them, Rich?
Oh, it's really hard to actually separate these two guys. You know, they're both so solid and have a similar approach. This is a replay of Joao Dora here, and just slamming the lip. Nice second turn, takes to the air, and unfortunately complete disconnection from the board as he launched out of the lip. This is Liam O'Brien. Beautiful elongated carve down on a difficult section, but just the one turn. And well, this is Conor O'Leary. Perhaps Conor just gets a little bit lower, Joe, for me, and maybe goes to that vertical attack just a little bit more than Joao does, and Joao sort of tends to power off the backhand a little bit more and really carve through the top of the lip, where Conor likes to jam it high, kick the tail out, and really it's more of a Matty Wilco type tail slide on the backside. So really similar, but some subtle differences as well.
Cool to see the breakdown as we see the man from San Clemente throw down the carve, explosive, laid back, disconnected, and he's doing some somersaults underwater now. Griff trying to get started against O'Brien.
I instantly flashed to that turn that Curran did at J-Bay. Must have been 20 odd years ago now, where he did exactly the same turn and was able to shove the board back under his feet and keep going down the line. But it was close. Let's have a look. So Griff just pushes the tail out. You can see there was none of the fins were connected, and at this point basically just body surfing on his back, trying to muscle the board back under his feet, and once the nose went down, that was it, all gone.
He almost had that. Do you see a connection with Griff and Tom Curran?
Oh, there's some similarities for sure, definitely. You know, just the smoothness of the style, you know, the crouch on the bottom turn. There's definitely some similarities there. Curran maybe just leaned in that back leg a little bit more than Griff does. But man, what an inspirational guy to look up to.
Let's get some local insight with Felicity Palmatier on the Oakberry surf conditions. What are you seeing, Flick?
Yeah, I'm down here on the steps. I've had a look at the conditions, and I'm actually noticing a difference. Right now, what you can't see on the webcast really is that there's like a little bit of a wind kicking up from the north. So we've got a north-northwest wind at 5 knots. It's nice and sunny out. We've got 21 degrees and still seeing 6 to 8 foot faces, but I really think that wind is just starting to come into play a little bit. I was actually lucky enough to see Kaipo as he was coming up the stairs after being on the water, and he said, you know what, that wind, it only looks light from here, but it's actually playing a lot into the surfers when they're surfing on these waves. It actually is a lot bumpier than what it looks. So I'm not sure if this is a sign of things to come. I'm looking to the south here too, and I do see a little bit of weather, so it's touch and go to see how much longer we're going to get of this beautiful sunny day.
Thank you so much, Felicity Palmatier. She's been letting us know all week her local knowledge and insights, adding to the Oakberry surf conditions report. And she said, yeah, we'll probably have a great morning, and we'll see when the weather changes and how much work we can get done before the early afternoon.
Well, one thing's for sure, we can't deny that in front of us right now we've got extremely contestable and rippable conditions, so we will power on through. But Flick, she's been on it, so let's just hope that front stays away. You'll often see, Joe, a wind line coming from way off in the horizon. Let's hope that stays off for a little while longer yet.
Life as a surfer can be emotional. Always waiting to see what Mother Nature's going to throw your way. When you miss a good swell, for you as a lifelong athlete, surfer, it still stings, doesn't it, Rich?
Oh, it does. It absolutely does. And you can be torn. I mean, you know, knowing the Gold Coast is firing, but we're firing here too. So that's, you know, no need to have missing out feelings.
I don't think other sports can really relate to that, you know, that idea of like hoping that every day is the best day of your life in the ocean, hoping that you score. That never ends for this journey, especially on tour. I think that's just leading up to the topic of how much great surf we've had in this event. I'm calling the best conditions we've had all season, and so great to have that all line up to score, especially with the ever-looming mid-season cut. It's all wrapped on the men's side, so the guys in the draw now, they know that they're here all year and looking for a spot in the WSL Final 5. Conor, Iago still have 3:45. Let's see how this thing started. In the Harvey Norman recap, all goofy foot battle. Cronulla got things started quickly. He fell and then recovered and absolutely showed some power. See, even that little stumble, couldn't deny the authority of that first turn.
Nah, the first turn, that's the highlight moment of this heat so far. Just absolutely hammering that section. And, well, I thought this was really going to be a battle of 8s and 9s, Joe, but the Ocean just hasn't quite delivered the right canvas for these guys to really open up. But that's fine. As a surfer, you have to adjust and go, you know what? It's the same for my competitor. So it's you need to adjust your expectations. It's not always going to be 8-point rides. You know, you have to go, okay, what do I have to do to get through this heat? And at the moment, a couple of 6s is doing the job for Conor O'Leary. And well, 7.69 is what Iago's after. He's got 2.5 minutes with priority.
Gabriel Medina was a proud goofy foot that got dad world titles for the surfers that stand right foot forward, and Italo continued with that. As we see the Ocean jump up now, priority with Dora needing a score of a 7.69 to move into the quarterfinals. It's up to Dora on which one he wants. The man is so clutch. He sees clear, strong mental game, all supported by his father, who rips, Leandro Dora, who helped coach De Souza to that world title in 2015. Also Lucas Silveira to a world junior title. So Iago training for moments like this. When the clock's running out, you have priority and you need a score. It's going to be the non-priority heat. Liam O'Brien. And you can see by the look of the wave why this was a pass for Dora. Not much on it, and Liam gets out of there. This is more of what he's looking for. Iago deep off the bottom. How about that one? Hits that first section well. He's lost a lot of wave height, and so he needs something big. Trying to throw the air and just missed the ramp. Dora goes down, and now he's down to a minute 30. Next opportunity is setting up for Griffin in the non-priority heat. Love that smooth Curran-esque carve. More of a whip on the second effort. Driving into the end section and completely disappears. Conor potentially on his last wave of the matchup. Goes down the hack. Beautiful bottom turn. Crushes that next section. Great timing. And now a final move incomplete. That's just main break for you. Always challenging the final section. Smooth again from Liam O'Brien. Throwing down that arc and running towards a messy end section. He'll clean it up. So 35 seconds to go for the Goofy Foots. Remember, Iago kind of left searching for that punt section. He went down as he scrapped into position. We'll see if he can maybe turn in one more effort before we run out of time.
Yeah, looks like there might be one more little bump here. He scratched into it.
He got there. 15 seconds. Beautiful bottom turn under the lip hook. He goes down swinging.
His opponent was right there watching that maneuver go down. And we know that with one big, powerful hook like that, the judges can throw a big score. But I think this is, well, it's the end for Iago Dora.
And well done for Conor O'Leary into the quarterfinals here at Margaret River. 6.83 and a 6.03. And even had a couple of stumbles, so he'll have confidence knowing he's got a better one in him when he makes it into the final series. We lose Iago Dora here in the round of 16. Now Liam and Griffin will take priority in the Ocean, and we will be introducing Baron Mamiya versus Ryan Callanan when we come back. Exciting times in pro surfing. After this event, the entire tour heads to the middle of California to enjoy the Surf Ranch Pro. It's coming up over what is Memorial Day weekend in the United States, May 27th through the 28th. A chance now to scan that QR code and use code RANCH10 for 10% off now with tickets available. Remember, it's an exciting wave. It's a different type of pressure. It's really awe-inspiring to see that Kelly Slater was able to work with a team to create perfection on demand. Innovation in motion, and the fans get to be up close and personal to make it a real stadium-like atmosphere. It's for the core surfing fan, of course, but the sports enthusiast, a foodie, a music lover, there's going to be live concerts there as well. So check out the ticket options that are available. Really affordable general admission passes, ultra VIP passes as well. And you can also stay overnight if you want in an Airstream or a luxury camping setup from the NorCal specialists. Anywhere outpost, check out surfranchpro.com and try to get 10% off. Remember, Ranch10 at the checkout. Hope to see you there. Ryan Callan and Bear Mamiya going to be competing at that event. It's like no other feeling in the world. We talk about positioning, priority, mastering a lineup in the ocean. Well, that's all out the window, and these surfers that have been in the ocean their whole life are going to be tested to see if they can do it in a man-made environment.
Yeah, it's a different style of surfing, no doubt. It sort of takes the weatherman out in you, the waterman out. It really comes down to performing on a very, well, there's not too much difference between each wave. You know, that's the beauty of the pool, is that it's replicated over and over again, and then it's sort of more like a skateboard run, really, and you have to put your interpretation of your performance onto that platform. May the best man, woman win.
Exactly. I always reference this quote because I felt it was so significant, because it was from a world champ, a guy that's won at pipe and all around the world, Joel Parkinson, one of the greats. So that event came up late in his career, and he said he felt more nervous and more stress and pressure than he did during his pipe final.
Really?
When he won his world title. He said it was just a different sort of feeling. He'd never felt like that before. And then right away, you're like, okay, this is something new. This is changing the sport forever.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ocean is so rhythmic in terms of the way it comes through in sets, and, you know, you might paddle for one, but you might miss it, but then hang on a minute, there's a second and third wave that you can pick up. Surf Ranch, you get that opportunity. When that wave comes, you got to perform on that wave, and if you blow it, then you got to wait for your next turn. So,
and look where these guys are looking. They're way out to sea. They can easily just be in their natural environment in the ocean doing their thing. You have nowhere to hide when it comes to the Surf Ranch Pro. Looking forward to seeing all the different approaches. Liam O'Brien's going to have to work out the place in a short period of time. Exciting surfer that's experiencing a lot of these venues for the first time. Said he watched the midseason cut unfold on his television last year because he was coming back from injury. And he said he just couldn't believe the pressure from where he sat on the couch, but then felt it this year, and it was so much bigger than he imagined. But the smooth surfer got his way past the cut, got past Kelly Slater as well. That was an important heat for him. As we get things started with North Shore of Oahu local boy, Bear Mamiya. Throwing down some wrapping turns to get started against Ryan Callanan. Often called Backdoor Baron when he was just a little kid for how barreled he was getting at backdoor and pipeline. That seemed really attached to his reputation, but he showed the world that it's not just pipe and backdoor. Dominated Sunset Beach as a wild card to get his first CT win.
Yeah, that was an incredible display of surfing. You know, Barron just was surfing that event stress-free, pressure-free. You could see he was so opened up and so comfortable out in those big waves, and you can't help but think that maybe the sort of pressure of being a real part of the tour has weighed on him in moments, because I've got to say, Joe, like I feel like he's struggled to kind of get to that A1 form that we saw in his initial year on tour.
I agree, Rich. Yeah, he's been open about that too, learning a lot, even with board selection, traveling well in the CT. Colapinto picking up a wave with some size. How was that? Smooth vertical whip over the foam. End section meets it with authority. Rides out super clean, and there's the celebration for Griff, as he'll just get the lead change off Liam O'Brien.
That was the biggest end section we've seen in the competition so far. Griff took it on, and what a finish. So this is going to be a huge number. You've got to think. I've got a feeling that it's going to go to the excellent range. Can't wait to break this one down.
Loved how smooth he was on this one.
Totally, and he did something pretty unique, you know, came up from behind a foam climb, but really, look at this section standing up. Must have been a 12-foot wall in front of him. Tags it, and really in control as he got to the finish. You can see, look at that oncoming section, and from the aerial view, pounds it off the lip and projects out in front of it, staying away from all that dangerous whitewash behind him. And man, look how compressed he is. His knees were on his chest. Did so well to really ride out of it. Griff just letting some of the emotion fly.
Such a big hope for the Californians to have a world title threat for Griffin Colapinto. He broke the silence for absence of California CT wins when he won out in Portugal over Felipe Toledo. It's been a long time. It had been since Bobby Martinez was on tour. He's had a lot of finals with Felipe since. 3. He actually hasn't had anyone else as an opponent when it comes to a final at the CT level. Felipe got him back this year at Sunset. But Griffin in a great place in his life, learning a lot along the way. Journaling, working with Tommy Whitaker as a coach, but also calls him one of his best friends. 5.6 numbers in the excellent range for Griff. 8.17 in the lead over Liam O'Brien. Great rhythm of the ocean and picking up one of the better set waves we've seen.
Yeah, that was really cool. Griff just in attack mode, you can tell. Super confident in each one of his turns, and that final finishing maneuver, man, that was really high risk, and that's why it went up into the excellent range.
So looking at 13:10 on the clock, we just came through with a great goofy foot clash. Yago Dora ends up going down. A big shout out to a local boy named Flynn Hayter, doing a great job working with the Dream Team board caddies. And Yago, what a legend, passing on that jersey. Let's hear from the goofy foot that won. Conor O'Leary with stays.
Thanks, Joe. Real shame we had to lose one of you guys then, Conor. Both have been on fire. Well done.
I know Yago's one of my favourite goofy footers in the world, and I spent a lot of time watching him surf, and we have a lot of good times in free surfs together, and I feel like we both push each other. So yeah, it was a bummer to have him so early, but man, he's ripping.
Good times in free surfs, hunting left rip bowls?
Yeah, we're just hunting the lefts out here because it's too busy for the rights. Us goofy footers, we're always in the back of the line. So yeah, no, it's a goofy footer's curse. We always find a left off a right, and yeah, that's what we've been doing.
You're in a pretty good camp. Ryan Callanan's been looking electric. Must be good to feed off each other.
Yeah, it's been great. I've been traveling with Ryan since Portugal, and I feel like we're at a similar age and a similar part of our careers, and it's just great to feed off each other's energy. And another goofy footer, can't hang out with too many natural footers, or won't surf and won't be able to get pushed as hard. So yeah, it's been great.
Speaking of Portugal, you lost to Joao there. You'll match up against him here. What's it going to take to get one back on him?
Yeah, play ball. I need to get him back, eh? I think what the surfing I've been doing has been working, and seems like the judges are liking it. So yeah, just keep doing that, and bring one back on him.
Looking forward to watching it. Thanks, Conor.
Good man, Stace. Thanks so much. Conor O'Leary, his backhand is electric. Couple of bobbles, but you couldn't deny the power of that big vertical first turn he had on both of his keepers. And we'll get the rematch for Conor and Joao Chianka into the quarterfinals. Things stacking up quickly there. Remember, we've got a wild heat with some Brazilian World Championship titles. Gabe Medina, Felipe Toledo. Toledo, the reigning world champ. Medina's looking for a 4th world title this year to enter the legacy of Mark Richards, who's from Ryan Callanan's home turf, Meriwether Beach. Ryan hits that first section. He will rebalance himself for a second turn, attacks it, and he's just got to get out of there.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether the tiny little warble off that first turn, Joe, just set him about a half a second behind for the second hit. Just got it a little bit late, which put him off his rhythm. But, you know, Conor O'Leary just talking about the partnership, I guess, he's striking up here with fellow Aussie Ryan Callum. Back to that, here goes Barron.
Mamiya now, he looks super comfortable. Nice casual style, but not super smooth through that end section turn. Tried to force it a bit there, so still wide open in the non-priority heat.
He's a real front foot surfer, Barron Mamiya, and by that I mean, you know, a lot of his weight is over that front foot on the board, and that serves him well when he gets into those futuristic aerial style moves. But when you want to be doing these big, you know, front side face carves, it's more of a balanced approach, I think. And you could see there, he was almost, you know, maybe a bit too much weight over the front foot, and the tail of the board was drifting around a little bit in that turn.
So we'll see how he adjusts now. Score is going to be in the 3 range for Mamiya. So just building at the moment. Big heats to look forward to. Ethan Ewing has a matchup with Italo Ferreira. Heat 7 of the round of 16. As Italo's looking to really get into that WSL Final 5, and he's really counting on the local knowledge from Jay Davies.
Yeah, Jay, you know, grew up in these parts. He's surfed down here a million times and knows, really knows the waves to score high points on, and I feel like that's a lot of what he'll be telling him here. But here goes Liam O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien already coming off a great start in the pocket. There he is, knifing it again. Identifies the lip so well out here at main break. And now setting up an answer back is Colapinto. Nice wrap, coming down with the lip again. He shuts it down. So a great natural foot battle. USA versus Australia. Some similarities between the two with maneuver choice. Remember, Griffin's best score was on a big set way of a 2-turn combo. But there's something about the electricity from O'Brien's rail work, especially when he frames it up vertical in the lip.
Yeah, it's a different approach, these two, isn't it? Both natural footers, but Liam going to more of that whipping, fast energy style of turns, where Griff leaning more into the power carve, the more controlled face work. You know, Aussie versus USA athlete, Aussie versus USA shaper. Griffin Colapinto in the lost camp, Matt Biola shaper, and Liam O'Brien part of the DHD Darren Hanley crew.
So true. Great support crews as you see a rad little Red Bull Ski Water Patrol battle for priority. They keep it at a similar speed. They have that route around that big boat like you saw there to make sure there's no wake that's entering the lineup.
Oh, paddle battle.
And
here we go.
Battle off the sea. As you can see, them getting dropped off there. Griffin looks like he's almost going backwards with Liam's speed. But now he's getting a little momentum here.
Wow, this is pretty clutch and could be a defining moment here, because Liam O'Brien, he surfed the wave before Griff, and normally the judges or the priority judge can favour, you know, the surfer that rode the wave first. But this is super close. So let's see where this one falls.
So priority will go to Liam O'Brien.
There you go.
So they thought, fair enough, let's just keep the rotation going. But Griffin tried to earn it off him there. Great effort. Back to Liam's wave.
Yeah, stood up nicely this opening section here. See that whipping turn right up in the hook of the wave, and again just times that one perfectly. A little bit of foam and disruption to deal with, and Liam just in total control. So a little 2-stage bottom turn, had to set himself up for this one. And watch here, just extending, using all his height and the body. Now he compresses that back leg in to get nice and low. And this is Griff, a longer line on the bottom turn, more of a carving turn to open up, and then a really clutch snap as the lip came down on that final section. So Griff setting the toe side rail here, has to do a quick transition up into the lip, weightless right here, and coming down right at that split-second moment before the lip explodes behind him. And the fist clench. Whoopah.
Feeling good for Griffin Colapinto. So much excitement in his surfing. A 6.93 for that effort will help him hang on to his lead, but we just saw Liam O'Brien's best effort, 7.83, as Liam earned priority, had to really battle in that paddle effort against Griff to make sure he would have the next choice of the sets. Chasing a 7.28, now hitting the 5-minute mark. Great to see Liam still on fire after taking out the greatest of all time yesterday. Here comes Ryan Callanan. Nice clean little slingshot wrap. Nice arcing turn. Can he throw it up vertically? We'll see. He's still sticking to that down carve motion. Nice steady work on the back end, but didn't really get it to stand up vertically. With Ryan's win over Andino yesterday, he came in, he just wasn't really happy with the connectivity of his performance. He said he felt really nervous for some reason. He was trying to understand why. I mean, he just came off of Bell's final. Oh, so he catches his footing there.
It's a hard thing to do, you know, and most of the time these surfers make it look so easy, just jumping up on the ski. But you know, the sled, it's an uneven surface. You know, there's little hand railings and hooks everywhere, and the safest place to be right now is where he is, on the back of the Red Bull ski. But just getting up there, always treacherous. We've seen guys actually pop fins out of their board trying to get up on the ski, which is always pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it's true. It takes a lot of practice. A lot of the surfers on tour spend so much time with sleds and having skis in their backyard. But you can tell when a surfer grew up in a place where they didn't have all that work on water patrol safety and even managing their equipment on the pickups. We've seen some damage to boards over the years, but it's nice to sit back up on it, make sure you're not getting any buckles. If you have a slight buckle, it can really be emphasized on the ride back out to position. Ryan Callanan, 4.83 on his last. So trying to build some rhythm. It's something that is sometimes hard to force when you feel a little bit off, and try to just calm things down and really just let that motion do the talking.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just trying to get some rides under the priority heat here. Liam O'Brien.
Setting up at first turn. He needs a 7.28. Great bottom turn, attacking it again. See a few bumps on the face, but going through them well. Two sections colliding or taking out the Aussie on his final move, and it was an important one to try to turn this heat.
It sure was. 7.28. And my gut feeling is that he needed to land that final turn if he was to be a chance at banking that score. Liam will jump back on the ski. It's going to have to be a super tight turnaround for him to get another wave.
Down to 2:15 on the clock. Let's check out the Harvey Norman recap. Griffin versus Liam O'Brien. Colapinto took about a few waves until he finally got this one. Two-turn combination on a bomb. 8.17.
That was just a huge turn and undeniable, the intensity of that wave. But this has been a great matchup, man. These guys have been building their scores with each and every ride. And their final two rides have been their counting scores. And it's with surfing like this, you can see this fast whipping turn that Liam O'Brien's bringing to the table versus the more calculated carves of Griffin Colapinto. Just extends out of the lip. Little fist pump. That one felt good. And this is Liam O'Brien, I think, on his 7.83. Excuse me. This is the last ride. So this is an important one here. Just getting some tail release off that the second turn, but the final turn, Joe, doesn't stick it.
A very important finishing move, incomplete, turns into a 5.43. Not enough, and now Griffin in the driver's seat with the lead and priority and a minute to go. Wow, the battle living up to the expectations and the hype. Liam still hot from yesterday when he had Kelly Slater in the water next to him. Kelly was absolutely shredding as well. Got off to a great start, but Liam with his head down just found some big sections to throw that tail release off the top. A ton of variety, so Griffin definitely had his hands full. Winner of this heat moves on to the quarterfinals. And so far, it looks like Griffin could be there. Learning a lot in a short period of time, dealt with injuries early in his career. But he's accomplished a lot as well. Griffin getting a 10 on his rookie season at Kira, winning the Triple Crown so young. But it's all about leading up to a big world title effort. Griffin will make sure he gets the last wave of the matchup as we count this one out. 8-1-7, 6-9-3. He'll get pobbled off there, but no worries.
Isn't it amazing that pressure off and then just, you know, just doesn't make that final little ride in. But Liam O'Brien, great to see him lift his levels, lift his performance, and good signs for things to come.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Liam in California, and Griffin once again making the quarterfinals at the CT level. This man's going to be hard to beat. Exciting times with Italo Ferreira coming up next against the Bells champ Ethan Ewing. Waves are still firing, conditions still perfect here at Main Break. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
We're starting to get excited because Italo Ferreira yesterday dropped the turn of the event on us. Unbelievable commitment to that end section, riding out over dry rock. And he is springing back to life and looking every bit an event winner here at Main Break Margaret River. Really looking to elevate his position on the rankings. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and Felicity. Our eyeballs are still hanging out of our heads.
It was just a massive punt from Italo yesterday afternoon into the glare. And you can tell, look how stoked he is after that. He's been looking jovial, he's been having a good time, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, he's an easy guy to get behind when he's throwing surfing at you like that. Interesting to note, though, for Italo, you know, he's had a tough time getting into the excellent range this season. In Portugal, he had a 9. He's had 2 excellent scores in this event, but it's been a struggle for him. So there has been something missing from his act. But I think he found it yesterday, Bugs.
Yeah, he found it. He went into that top gear yesterday. I mean, he came into Margs with basically 2 9s and 2 17s. Not big results.
He's going to be up against Ethan Ewing, who's coming off the back of his 2nd championship tour win. But we are going to be focusing a little more heavily on what's unfolding here in, of course, heat number 6. Ryan Callanan up against Baron Mamiya, and Ryan Callanan holding a low-scoring lead at the moment. But this heat is still anyone's.
Well, Baron's just got himself into the heat. We've gone into the priority stanza. And Baron is a very slow start, low-scoring heat so far, but he's just made a move.
Yeah, Baron, the only surfer that was able to get themselves above that cut line too. I managed to catch up with him this morning. Super elated, and I think it'll take some pressure off his performances because he hasn't really looked himself through this event just yet. He's had some big individual turns, but hasn't really put together the big combos.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, I liked what I saw yesterday afternoon. Hopefully it is the confidence boost that he needs. And yeah, he's just gone up into the lead there. So I am really excited about this other heat too. I mean, Ethan and Italo, 2 seriously contrasting styles. But right now we're having a look at a replay, and it's Arkal on the backhand.
Yeah, so both the finalists from Bells are out there in the lineup at the moment. That was an unbelievable opening turn from Ryan. A real shame he couldn't find anything down the line. Baron Mamiya, great finish for him. Love his surfing. So on edge, so raw. Let's see what Ethan got done on his first ride.
Yeah, beautiful swooping turn out of the top and straight up into that next section. He really does look on fire. Just a 2-turn wave there, but nice wave to get started on.
Thinking about these two competitors, they've had a couple of clashes in the past. They've both gone Italo's way. They met in the Rip Curl WSL finals last season. Italo overcame Ethan there and also surfed a quarterfinal heat in El Salvador. And it was a high-scoring battle that they had there in the quarterfinals. 17.47 for Italo as a 2-wave total. Ethan not far behind on 16.1. So I think you can look forward to fireworks as we see a replay of Ryan Callanan here. Wow, what a committed effort that was.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the word for it.
Just loses it at the bottom, but an amazing attempt.
Yeah, like paddling a kayak over a waterfall. Unbelievable. Baron Mami is going to extend his lead here. 6.77 on that last ride. And Ryan Callanan's got to break out of this 4-point range to give himself a chance now. He's after 7.11 at this point in time. Still 16 minutes remaining there for the surfers in Heat 6. And we're yet to see those numbers come through for Ethan Ewing in the opening stages. But that was such a beautiful moment, Bugs. Ethan Ewing down there at Bells Beach breaking through for a victory.
Oh, that was it was the moment of the year. I mean, look, we all know the surf wasn't so great that day, but he overrode the story of Ethan Ewing. I mean, the Ethan Ryan final was amazing. Both those guys coming through adversity, and Ethan just on fire. And he's brought that form into, into the Margaret River Pro.
Yeah, it was a story that captured the hearts of the surf fans, but also I think even just sports fans could get behind that one.
Oh, I know. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, his mum has rung the bell and now Ethan has too so many years later. And yeah, it's just such a beautiful story, but up and riding, live action.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan did his best turn on that last ride. Hasn't really been able to find a good combination just yet. That's held him back in the scoreline.
It sure has. He hasn't broken through to the 5-point mark. We'll see how he goes on that one. But it's been an up and down kind of heat for Ryan. He hasn't really put a whole wave together.
And when you think back to what happened for him in the round of 32, he got through. He actually had an excellent score. But even in his post-heat interview, he didn't feel like he was surfing at his best. His timing's been a little bit off so far in this contest. Definitely let go of one beautiful turn in this heat already, but it's going to take combinations to overcome someone like Baron Mamiya.
Well, Baron had a really quiet, sleepy start to this heat. He didn't get anything going in the first half, but quick fire, 5.17 and 6.77. Ryan continues in that 4 range. He hasn't been able to break through. That, even though that is his second highest score, it makes no difference to the required rate. He needs a 7.11.
Yeah, he really just needs to find one of those waves that's going to open up and allow him to get, some of those crisp, clean backhand turns that we've been seeing him lay into already this event. And yeah, so far he's managed to find 2-turn waves, but yeah, just not quite the right wave with just enough bowl to really make those turns stand out.
Ronnie, an interesting score for Ethan Ewing's opening wave. Didn't get too many opportunities on that wave, but he's still got a 6.83.
They've just been loving his rail work, and one of the key features of his performances this year have been the added speed. It's been undeniable, and the judges have rewarded him well for it.
How scary is it, though, with Italo going, well, at any time out of the back pocket can come something wild.
Well, Ryan Callanan up once again here. Whipping turn out of the top to get started. Blast the second section. So a smaller wave, but one of his cleaner combinations in this heat so far.
You can tell it. I feel like he was kind of looking for more, and I don't know. That's just what I saw take away from his body language there. I mean, he's had a lot of 2-turn combos in this heat, and I mean, it was definitely one of the better ones. It was a lot more crisp, but yeah, I mean, here we go. We're having a look at a replay from this last wave now, and straight up into the lip on that first turn. Just impeccable timing, and backs it up with another one.
That was an incredible transition off the bottom, a real vertical drive into that section, Bugs.
Yeah, this is his best ride for sure. Two-turn combo. The first turn, this turn is unbelievable. 12 o'clock plus and he blasts out a lip there. And the transition, as you said, Ronnie, just immaculate.
Yeah, so a better combination. Much better timing on this ride. Going to be his best ride for sure. Maybe not a 7.11 though, but it could get close. Just on 12 minutes remaining here. Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto, turning things around in that last heat, Stace.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Griffin, you found your spot a bit further out on that mushroom boil. Walk us through it.
I kind of made that game plan with Tommy. Like, Liam has probably been like the top 3 most informed surfers this whole event, so I definitely knew I had to like give it my all against him, and he seemed to be kind of picking up those like medium-sized waves mostly, and like was really onto those. And my whole vibe's been kind of out the back jack, and yeah, so I just tuned into my own thing, and it ended up paying off.
Nervous sort of 20 minutes there at the start when things obviously weren't going to plan?
Yeah, for sure. It was hard with the overlapping heats because Conor and Iago were kind of sitting like really far in on the takeoff spot, and so I didn't really know whether to sit further out than them or further in, and they kept kind of like looking and then pulling back and then going, kicking out, and like all that, and it was like really tricky to like. It took a lot to not like let that annoy me, so I was just like had to stay in my vibe, and yeah, I was able to do that, and yeah, never try and let that stuff phase you, so it's good.
Yeah, it didn't look like it. Nice tempo on the waves once you found them.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess my board feels super good, and it's a big platform, so I feel really confident to hit those big end sections.
And you won against the rocks today. Well done, Griffin.
Oh yeah, one more thing.
One more thing.
I want to give a shout out to the 2% boys at home. They're all cheering me on, and all the crew from San Clemente. Love you guys. Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, Griff.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto finding his place out there in the lineup, turning things around, getting himself an excellent number once again. The big dogs are flaring. Those surfers sitting up here in that final 5 picture at the moment, moving on through to the quarterfinals. And Jack Robinson, no doubt, watching on and probably hoping they don't get too far ahead.
Yeah, 100%. It must be hard for Jack to sit at home and watch this because, I mean, these waves he just revels in. But here we're having a look at a replay of Barron's wave. And that was a nice 2-turn combo. And then out the back behind him was Italo on his backhand. Bit of a slower start to this wave, but you can tell he's looking for something here at the end. And another nice carving maneuver, and kind of gets to that end section a bit quicker just so he can ride out in front of that foam.
Well, Arkell, oh my gosh, he just went for it there. I mean, he got that 5-5. That was a straight up 5-5 the last wave. Not enough to really challenge Barron. And that'll be a throwaway, his last effort.
He's been busy out there. He's taking his hits. He's working for those numbers. Just getting swamped on a couple of those end sections.
Yeah, one good thing, sorry, you go. One good thing about that last wave, the 5-5 of Ryan's, is that it did make that requirement slightly less for him. So, oh, well, actually.
Momentarily. Yeah, Barron Mamia's just dropped a 6.33, so he's pushed the requirement back up into the 7s now for Ryan Callanan. He's trying to just connect with a wave that serves up a couple of sections.
Yeah.
And look, Barron just looking for the update there. Also wondering what's going on with priority, I believe.
It's a priority call for sure.
But meanwhile, in Heat 7, 6.83 for Ethan Ewing. We're yet to see Italo spark up, but you just know he will.
Well, he got a 5.07 on that effort, and as Flick said, that last section didn't really allow him to Italo it.
Yeah, good call. But nice close exchange there. Ethan getting a bit of an edge. But we got a lot of time to enjoy watching that heat unfold. 8 minutes to go. Barron Mamia already charging up above that cut line, but wants to go much further. At one point last year, he was wearing the yellow jersey after just an incredible run. But here is what unfolded with that priority decision before. And as you can see, you've got Barron coming in from the left-hand side. of your screen. And Ryan Callanan head down, motoring toward that takeoff zone too.
Yeah, it's like Ethan Ewan's the buoy, you know.
Interesting, Ryan actually stopped paddling to be like, hey, I'm in position. And you could see, like, almost saying, hey, I am on the takeoff zone here. Barron obviously not agreeing.
No, he's debating the situation. I mean, usually once that priority disc goes up.
Yeah, I think, Bugs, you know, you can probably speak to it. It's not like Ethan Ewing's going to sit out there out of position, though. As we see, Italo on the left. And landings don't get much more smooth than that. That was unbelievable. Just greased it and having a bit of fun. He is just tapping back into that magic kind of form that's seen him take CT wins, win a world title. And that was, you know, unexpected. I think, you know, we've seen a lot of work on the rights. If you can find a left and do something like that, it is super unpredictable.
Yeah, absolutely love seeing Goofies go left at main break. We rarely get to see it, and that was a beautiful air. I mean, just so smooth too. I mean, that landing was incredible, and I really feel what you're saying. He's tapping back into that spirit, that winning spirit. He feels light, fun. There's unpredictability there that I'm absolutely loving.
Oh, this is unbelievable. The left-hander, the classic left-hander at Margaret River. This is what it used to be in the 70s and 80s, Ronnie. The only difference is if you did this in the 70s and 80s, you'd be calling for the paramedics.
That was incredible. Just an unbelievable landing. You know, he was lucky too that he didn't land on the roof, and he got kind of halfway down that transition then. It just made it so smooth, seamless in riding out of the rotation. But Italo's got a score on the way here. And it feels like he does have to turn up the kind of progressive element of his surfing to match it with Ethan. If he gets into that rail turn battle with Ethan at the moment, he might find himself wanting, but that's going to be a good score as we see Barron Mamiya here trying to improve on a 6.33. This is under priority, remember. Nice combination. Again, this heater could come to life in these final 5 minutes. There isn't really a monster score to speak of. I mean, Barron's been solid with a couple of 6-point range numbers, but so capable of going excellent if he finds the right hunk of water to rip into.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed like a good speculator to take this one under priority, Ronnie. And, you know, he gets his first big sort of carve in. It's this finishing turn here, Flick. Pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, definitely all about that finishing turn. It was pretty critical, nice lip line. But here we go, we have someone looking out the back.
Yeah, it looks like Italo now. So staying busy, third ride, 6.77 for the frontside air rotation. Just gets a little restricted on that final hit there, just tackled by the whitewater a little bit.
Wow, that's a really interesting score, 6.77 as opposed to Ethan Ewing's 6.83. That's really where this heat stands at the moment.
And yeah, it could be a case of, you know, that's a great score, no doubt, but it might shift Italo's focus back to the right.
Yeah, well, look, this is what this heat was always going to be about. You know, the power game of Ethan Ewing against the unpredictability of Italo Ferreira, who can do anything. And he just did on a left-hander. We have now got something in the archives on a left-hander.
Yeah.
Something in the highlight reel for sure. Here's Italo's work on his third ride. Strong first turn.
Yeah, he gets a little bit hung up there on the second one, so look.
He
nice.
knows.
He knows it. Yeah, the body language is all over it. But yeah, definitely these two, Italo and Ethan, just such contrasting styles, and that's what we came here to see. And I mean, I'm sure though, after only getting a 6.77, I think he might shift focus back to the rights. I mean, that's where he got his massive 9 yesterday. So
Ethan Bugs, he's like a speedboat on a mooring. He just stays out there. He's so patient. That was the the formula for him at Bells. He rode basically half as many waves as anyone else in the field to good success. So his conversion rate on the waves that he took was really high. Yeah. But, you know, he just doesn't get flustered.
Well, I mean, he's taken a leaf out of the Matt Hoy book of just throwing the anchor out and stubbornly waiting for only the wave he wants and backing yourself.
Well, just 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining for Ryan Callanan to turn around this situation with Barron Mamere. He needs a 7.6 as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. It was a low-scoring, scrappy battle to kick things off, but Barron, in quick succession, put a few rides together.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we're having a look at Ryan on his backhand. He's had a few waves actually where we've seen this two-turn combo from him, so sharp. And we're having another look here at one of Barron's waves. I think this could be his 6.33, carving through the top there and waiting to set up this inside section. But this is where the money was, and so critical on that last turn there.
On the outside at the moment, live action. Callanan gets his opportunity on a good side set wave here. He's going to draw up into this section, throws everything at it, loses contact with his equipment. I think what we're seeing now is two surfers who've kind of scrapped their way through to this point in the competition without really showing us their best surfing. And at this stage of the game, they're still not finding it. Barron maybe just tapping into a little more form than Ryan, and it's given him the edge here.
Yeah, well, Barron, you know, had a pretty quiet first 22 minutes. Then he got that 6.77, 6.33 in quick succession. That really established Ryan, you know, by his standards, had a pretty scrappy heat.
I mean, the good news for Barron Mamere, if he survives here, is, you know, it doesn't matter how you get the victories in the earlier rounds. If you can find your form once you get to those finals, you know, you'll obviously have a chance at going on and getting yourself a huge result. So, you know, I just have high expectations of both these competitors based on the surfing that we've seen them do in competition before.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I've heard, I forget the post-heat interview who it was, but a lot of the guys have been saying, you know, like, Stace might ask him, you know, that was kind of a good heat, but do you feel like you had to give more? And they're saying, yeah, but, you know, a win's a win. And as long as you're taking something away from that and learning from it, it is a win. And it doesn't sort of matter how it gets there, as long as you put it all on the line on finals day when it really counts, because that's when it does count. That's when you are getting those big points.
Yeah, we heard it from Felipe Toledo. We heard it from Gabriel Medina. We heard it from Ryan Callanan. Ryan couldn't save himself in this one, though. Left chasing a 7.6. Barron Mamere gets the victory and continues his charge up the ratings from below the cut line. What an incredible event for him. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got another big clash about to hit the lineup with a semi-finalist from last year, Matty McGilvray, taking on a multiple event champ here in John Florence.
Margaret, the end of the earth. The tip of Australia where everything passes by. The ocean is big. You feel very small when you surf out there. I remember growing up, I would always ride my bike up to this one spot on top of the hill, and it would be a little tiny view of the box. And Margaret's is out to the left. I think one of the first times I ever surfed the box, it was a real pinnacle moment. You just get to see Mother Nature in raw beauty. It takes a lot to be calm in the chaos. You feel this aura, this energy. Mother Nature is always bringing something new, especially on the West Coast. And I think when I'm out of my comfort zone, that's also when I'm most alive.
Well, what a great piece there between Yeti and WSL collaborating. Jack Robinson talking about the energy of this place. We're missing his energy here this year, but we're still seeing inspired performances. We just saw Baron Mamiya continue his charge into the quarterfinals. We've got another big heat now, and it belongs to one of the greatest ever. John Florence is coming up against Matthew McGilvray. They've had some history here, but let's find out what's to come after the round of 16 for the men. We'll check in with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Jesse, a fantastic morning of surfing, and the waves are still pumping. What are we up to?
It is looking very good out there. So we're actually going to go into women's quarters. We're going to leave the men's quarters on hold as well, you know, just in case. This is it's legitimately pumping out there right now, so we want to keep running, and these are going to be regular heats, so 35 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Jesse. Looking forward to it.
Legit pumping. It's been fun to watch the world's best attack main break today. Ethan Ewing, he's looking to stay on pace with Italo here. He was back in second spot, only needed a 5.01. We just caught the end of that ride, Bugs. But Ethan, again, he's just got that high conversion rate at the moment. Stays on his feet to finish it off. Joining the lineup too, Matthew McGilvray and John Florence.
Yeah, I mean, look at the four surfers in the lineup right now. This is definitely party time at Margaret River, and Ethan waited 20 minutes to get his second ride. We'll see how that one pans out. As you said, we only saw the trailing last bit.
But the score looks good. 7.1 for this.
Ethan Ewing absolutely carving through that first section and lining it up. Just a transitional turn, but so beautiful and so fast to the finish there. And such technical surfing.
Yeah, Italo looking for an answer here.
Yeah, well, Italo, he's got this wave here. Just again, another wave looks like a little bit fat. Is he going to get the big finish? He's going to go for it.
Oh, just lost his footing.
Yeah, but I loved Ethan's wave. This was just beautiful surfing and so fast. Look at that. Just such a quick transition between those two turns there.
Yeah, Ethan getting himself in front after sort of sitting in second. But that was a quick two-wave sequence that he put together. 7.1, he's up the ante with that last ride, a bit more of a vertical approach. 7.23, Italo now after a 7.56.
Yeah, that was quick fire turnaround. 7.1 to a 7.23. That last effort there, just two big, powerful turns in a compressed space.
The combinations, clearly the judges are digging that because Italo has probably let go of the most high-risk move of this heat, yet it didn't give him the biggest score.
Yeah, I think it's the combination of manoeuvres, but then also the flow that you have between them. And Ethan Ewing's flow is second to none. I mean, I honestly think that he is one of the most beautiful surfers to watch on tour, and it's being rewarded. I mean, it was such a quick turnaround for those two waves, but he's earned himself 2 7s.
Yeah, I mean, this heat's a real statement because when you look at the equilibrium, I mean, it's athletes. We'll see who gets a wave here, but yeah, there will be a takeoff.
Oh, it's going to be John Florence. He's made a habit of collecting excellent heat scores when he's here at Main Break Margaret River. He throws everything into that first section, knowing he's on a smaller ride, knowing he's got to push hard if he wants to turn in a decent score here. Had a busy start to this heat, but that'll be his best ride yet. He had a 3.5, also just a throwaway number, and wants to stay busy in the opening stages of this heat.
Yeah, he took a smaller wave. He's just got the ability to turn the small wave into a you know, at least a medium-sized score. As I was saying before, when you look at the equilibrium, athletes push the envelope and they push the equilibrium each way. And I felt that the Brazilians, particularly Medina and Italo, got that equilibrium going well towards the air game for quite a while. It's been really Ethan that's kind of brought that equilibrium back with the carving game. And here's the battle right here.
Yeah, it was kind of level pegging there for a while, wasn't it? You had a crossover of generations with Joel Parkinson and Mick Fanning still pretty dominant, and then guys like Italo Felipe and Gabriel Medina bringing just a whole different level of speed and commitment to those progressive turns to the party. It sort of flipped the criteria towards that innovative approach. And for a period of time there, if you were doing, you know, rail surfing, you had to be doing it at an extremely high level to overcome these surfers. In fact, the people weren't overcoming them. But Ethan Ewing and John Florence, I think the strength of their rail work can overcome some of those progressive, innovative turns. And we've seen a bit of a trend back towards those more traditional lines in the last sort of 6 months.
So, I mean, nothing's changed. The criteria is still the same. Everything's the same, but it's the athletes themselves. As this wave here, it's a 4.83 for John. He, you know, a bit innovative there, but starts out getting the board well at the back of the wave. His front foot comes off. Both feet come off. So an innovative there, Flick. An innovative move there, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, 4.83. I mean, it was a pretty amazing first turn. But then I guess it was a bit of a smaller wave and straight into a cutty here. He does get a little bit of a finish through to the inside and just kind of milks it for all it's worth. But, I mean, that was a, yeah, 4.83. I mean, I'd be pretty impressed with myself if I did that for my first turn.
Oh, yeah. That's a board rider's 8.5 every day of the week.
Yeah.
But here we go, Matthew McGilvray. He's going to have his hands full, but, you know, Matty McGilvray at this location, he's right up there as far as the, you know, when you're considering contenders. He's made the semi-finals 2 years in a row.
Oh, this has been a very happy hunting ground for Matthew McGilvray. You know, it suits his power. And that wave there, kind of a smaller wave, but, you know, he's had a really slow start to this heat. Still very early days, you know, a lot of time on the clock.
Well, Matty, he's making his way onto the back of the Red Bull ski there. Let's quickly check in with the winner of the last heat, Barron Mamiya with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Barron, you're the only surfer to jump above the cut line, and now you're into the quarterfinals. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I'm finally starting to kind of get my rhythm here. I think the first 4 events I've only been surfing at like probably 40% of what I know I can surf at, and I don't know exactly really what's going on, but I'm starting to find my rhythm, which is nice, you know. It's definitely like tough leaving Hawaii with 2:17s. You know, those are 2 events that I know I should be doing really well at, and to leave there with 2:17s was kind of a little bit of a bummer, obviously, but you know, I'm finally starting to get my rhythm, and obviously the pressure's off of the cut since I made it, and yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the year and to see what happens.
How have you found the 2 years competing? Obviously last year, a much different story to this year being a full-time member. Different levels of pressure?
Yeah, you know, coming into last year, like, I wasn't even supposed to be on tour. I just, like, somehow won Sunset, and I had a 9th at Pipe, so it was kind of just like, all right, you're on tour. Like, it was almost like a free go around, and just to see like where I'm at with everyone, and I thought I had some really good heats, you know, last year. I think the back half I kind of just, you know, had started having shockers mentally, but you know, this year it's totally different. You know, I'm on tour, so it's I definitely gotta, you know, like, obviously there's a lot more pressure coming into the beginning of the year, but you know, I took a lot of things for granted last year, like the cut and like already being on tour, like already pre-qualifying so early and stuff like that. And like, you know, I just am super grateful for the position I'm in, and every heat win is just, I'm so stoked. And yeah, you know, just keep going, and this event is sick.
Match up with Griffin next. What do you make of it?
Yeah, Griffin obviously is surfing really good. So I think I got to step my game up here. I think I'm just kind of surfing at like 60-70% of what I can do, and you know, I know Griffin's going to bring his A game, so I got to bring mine too.
We're looking forward to it. It's a super matchup. Well done, Barron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Barron Mamiya through to the quarterfinals. Sometimes it sounds like we're being overcritical of these surfers, so it's nice when they recognise that they're only, you know, surfing at maybe 60% of their potential. And, you know, you've seen the free surfing clips of Barron. You saw what he did at Sunset last year, Bugs. He might be at 50% at the moment. He's a guy with so much potential. As we see Ethan Ewing here, really looking freed up at the moment, trying to better a 7.1. He's found a good wave, razor sharp, mistake-free surfing so far. And he'll continue that right through to the inside. Floats over the white water and gets the completion. I mean, those 7-point rides for Ethan, Bugs, they seem to come pretty easy.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, that was I think that was his strongest ride. Italo, he got that 6.53. It didn't help him out really. He still needs a 7.56. I've got a feeling he's going to need more.
Just a lot of appreciation from surf fans for this guy's approach, and that is a wholeheartedly committed opening manoeuvre.
It sure is, and then he keeps going. This wave just lines up beautifully for him. These are strong moves, and right here he's just using that to get the jet ski in. This first turn, Ronnie, just incredible carve, brings the board right back around, back arm in, it pivots straight onto the inside edge, and here's John. Oh, one big move. The patented John layback slam.
Such a good version of that trademark hack too. That is unbelievable. You know, to me, that turn, it has as much risk and as much progression in it as the rotation we saw from Italo on the left, but it also had power, and it was on the more heavy right-hand section of main break. I wouldn't be surprised if he turns in a better score than what we saw for Italo with the 6.77.
Yeah, he just like dug the whole nose into the water and yeah, recovered. It was beautiful.
But Bugs, Ethan Ewing's going to drop an excellent score. I mean, we said those sevens kind of came a little early. That meant there was, you know, only one way to go in the scale. And he's going to go further out in front as we see John up again.
Yeah, well, this is a classic. An 8.07 for Ethan. There's John still waiting, I think, for 2 scores to come in for John. But, you know, when you think about it, it's Ethan and John at this location, and Matthew McGillivray have just relied on their carve game completely, and it has paid huge dividends.
Yeah, I'd say John and Matty have been a little bit more willing to go to the air if they need that turn on that final section. Ethan just hasn't had to rely on anything more than just razor sharp rail work, and he does push it to the point of busting those fins free as we get another look at John's last ride.
Yeah, that was my favourite layback actually of this heat. That first turn, the amount of water displaced here, I mean, we're getting another look at it, just comes into it with so much speed and both arms back and continues that speed throughout the whole way of the turn. You'll watch both arms come back here and he just absolutely lays into this section. You can tell that there's not much ahead coming, so he can really wrench it around and just so powerful.
Yeah, John could have a children's book, 32 versions of the same manoeuvre.
Oh, Bugs, yeah, he does mix it up beautifully. He's got so many options on the front side, as we see Matty McGillivray just throwing everything at it. So John Florence has banked his score for that one big individual layback jam. It was a 6.33, so it didn't get above Italo's air. And it might just be because we've seen a lot of layback frontside hits from a lot of the different competitors throughout the event. Italo heading left, that's already something kind of new and a really smooth landing. But I personally love the power that John put into that turn.
Oh, so do I. I mean, the thing that's really actually surprising me about Matthew, I would have thought that he went out here, his strength is getting those big bombs, and you know, he's made the semi-finals a few times, and based on that, against John Florence, I don't think he can match him on the small to medium-sized waves.
No one attacks the deathly sections here at main break like Matty McGillivray. He'll throw himself up into sections that people don't want anything to do with, and he's a fit, strapping man, and he'll more often than not hold on to the finish on those tricky sections. But we are kind of comparing scores between 2 different heats, and for John Florence, he's not even worried about what Italo's scoring. He's thrilled that he got a 6.33 for one turn.
Well, I think that's the previous wave. I think we're still waiting for Felicity's wave.
Yeah,
yeah, my wave. Thank you.
The big frontside carve. Yeah, the romance is well and truly alive.
It is.
But, you know, we are expecting John to get into the excellent range. I think he had 38 excellent wave scores coming into the event this year, which is, you know, way over double what any other competitor's been able to produce at this location, but he's already added 4 more excellent numbers to that tally. And we're getting close to adding another one here, but John Florence is pulling away from Matty McGilvray a little bit, but in the heat with Ethan Ewing and Italo, there's been some pressure applied by the Australian. An 8.07 on his last ride. Italo has work to do after an 8.53 as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap to see just how Ethan established this lead. When you look at his throwaway scores, he has been looking very solid as well. So, you know, he's on a magic little roll here and building really nicely. Each of his waves has been better than the previous.
Yeah, well, this is the real danger zone now because Italo absolutely knows what he's got to do.
And there's something standing up here, and it looks like Matty McGilvray might be trying to get himself in a position for this one. At this stage, Matty just wants to land a blow. He wants to get a good score on the board. Drives up into the first section. Kicks on that tail. You can tell he's pushing hard. He's well aware that if he's going to overcome John, he's going to have to really put it on edge and risk some tricky sections.
Yeah, well, you look at that last wave, 7-5 for John on one manoeuvre. That is so powerful. What a statement. Matthew, he's going to have to chip away at that. You know, he needs a 6-point ride to get into this heat.
Well, let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap for heat number 7. Italo got things started in the early stages on a left-hander.
Yeah, massive punt through the roof there and travelled some ground too, and he got rewarded for it. He got a 6.77, and but it's been all about Ethan Ewing, who's just been building with every wave that he's caught in this heat. And it's been a real contrast of styles between these two surfers. Italo being more progressive, Ethan being more of that traditional sort of style. But how was that turn?
Yeah, he throws everything. There's a lot of variety in this ride too, Felicity.
Yeah, absolutely loved it. He finishes strong too, and yeah, I just love the traditional style of surfing and love the flow between all of his turns.
Yeah, I think anyone who's been a fan, a committed fan over the last few years is probably going, maybe these guys should be a little closer in the score lines. But we mentioned it and we talked about Ethan's ability to potentially turn the criteria back into that speed, power, flow. That element as far as combinations of big rail turns go, he's been mistake-free for a couple of events now.
He sure has. He's building a campaign. Now, Italo Ferreira, his compatriot, Gabriel Medina, another world champion, has broken through the ceiling into the quarterfinals. Italo's got less than 2 minutes to join him because he hasn't got there so far this season.
What an amazing matchup, though, too, just comparing the two styles. You know, if you think of these surfers like artists, you've got Ethan just flexing his expressionism out there, and really you see his feelings and ideas on the wave. You don't really get it from him when he's talking. It's all said in his surfing. And then you've got Italo, who's like a graffiti artist, just vandalising the end section of both the right and the left here. He owns the two best airs of the contest, and going two different directions. So well rounded, but it was always going to be a difficult task. It was going to take the combination of Italo's progressive approach and some big, powerful hits as well to post excellent scores.
Yeah, I mean, Italo, he was riding a wave when they announced his scores, so we didn't get his reaction to his previous ride, whether he thought that left-hand boost was worthy of an excellent score. You know, and I'm sure in his mind it did, but in the wash-up of things, he would still be behind.
He just had such a magic couple of years there in the lead up to the pandemic, kind of almost throwing some seaweed in his leg rope, if you will. 2019, he won 3 events on his way to the world title. I mean, to go into a title showdown and get a victory over Gabriel Medina at Pipe was incredible. And then obviously went to the Tokyo Olympics and got himself a gold medal. It was just a magic run. But then he's come back after the Olympic medal and just kind of struggled to get back to those lofty heights. He hasn't had a CT win since 2021, but this has been, I think, a turning point performance from him.
Yeah, I'll go along with that for sure. I mean, you know, he's got his mojo back, and Italo will be dangerous as we come into the next phase of the tour.
Ethan Ewing, though, continues his powerful run, looking very sharp. The winner at the last stop on the championship tour moves into the quarterfinals. We'll take a quick break here. We've got a Bonsai Brew break. We can look forward to more of John Florence and Matthew McGilvray right after this.
We were lucky enough this year to present what we think is a great idea, commonly known as the Margaret River Thriller.
Should we see some big off the tops, you know, trademark of you, Mark? Mark? Yeah, g'day, I hope so. Mark Richards, that's a huge one. It takes an incredible amount of courage to take on the line that way. I was told under for so long, I popped up, I yelled to the guy down there, help! It was 15'2", and I didn't like it. Me and Mark Richards got clipped up by a pretty big set. I got a leg rope pull through and he lost his board.
With swimming competition, I think I would have done really well.
A round of applause for Mark Offaloo.
1989 has seen the women's surfers integrated on the World Tour. Wendy Botha, to date, she's won 7 of the 9 events on the pro calendar.
That's probably the best contest surf I've ever had.
Nat Young, again king of the Malibu, as the longboard returns to Margaret River. Reliving the past for many of us, for others an education in hanging 10 and hanging 5. The upsets continue with all but 3 of the top 16 out, among them Martin Potter, knocked out by the brilliant Nicky Wood.
It came down to the last wave, really, and it happened to be me.
So it always feels bad when you get knocked out. I mean, unless you win, you're never happy.
Unhappy Martin Potter might have been, but the crowd had plenty to anticipate with Tom Carroll and Dave McCauley still there.
I reckon that my Potter's going to win the contest. I think Dave will rise to the occasion.
Dave McCauley, the local hero, showing scintillating form, and Tom Carroll back to his very best that won him 2 world titles. The fans knew it. Dave McCauley's wife Lorraine and his family knew it. The Body Glove Masters champion, they challenged Martin Potter for the world crown in the year the World Professional Surfing Tour returned to Margaret River in WA.
Unbelievable vision there, courtesy of Surfing WA, and thank you so much. What a treat. This contest, Bugs, it's been a championship tour stop since '85. It's been a qualifying series event at different stages, but in this last decade, it's been fantastic to have it back there on the schedule. It always delivers.
Oh, it's such a dream tour location, but that was, gosh, there's just too much to unpack there.
Some incredible style too. I love some of the retro jackets.
So did I. The retro sunnies, the retro wetsuits. Although I have seen a few people with some seriously good-looking sunnies on. Griff was one of them today.
Most definitely, yeah. But interesting to note, not a lot of right-handers in that vision, Bugs.
No right-handers. I mean, no. That's the thing. It was all lefts. It was left for 30 years. What happened? It went right.
Yeah, it's unbelievable now. They want to see these surfers on the attack, hitting these critical sections. That's what John Florence has been doing during the break. He had this one. And what do you reckon? Do you reckon he's going to get into the excellent range at some point here, Felicity?
Yeah, it's inevitable. I mean, far out. I mean, look at this turn. Look at the power and the style. Just the way he brings it back around and he turns on, really pivots on that back arm. And here you go. We get to see another variation of that layback hack.
Man, he went into that turn in first class. He was just completely flat and upside down, inverted. And here we go. The Dolphins getting in on the show. And let's see if they join Matty McGilvray on this ride. He's going to rip into this first section. Nice big swoop. has a lot of ground to make up here. John Florence on fire. A 9.43 on John's last ride. And have a look at this, Bugs. Talk us through the replay.
Oh, well, it's man on man. It's dolphin on dolphin. Who's got priority? But that is a sight to behold. We just love it when the Dolphins come by to say hello. And, Matty, that's always a blessed wave.
Yeah, incredible. We had that great moment earlier in the event where Michael Rodriguez shared a ride with a dolphin jumping out of the back. And in the past, we've seen Connor Coffin getting barreled at the box with the dolphins in the wall of the wave. Matty McGilvray. I mean, it'll be a moment to remember, but he's actually, at this point with 16 minutes to go, really thinking about how he's going to get himself out of trouble here. He needs a two-wave total of 16.93. And again, John Florence hasn't surfed a heat here this year without going 16 points plus.
Well, when we went for a little meander down memory lane, John Florence was back in the future with a 9.43.
Yeah, amazing. 9.43 too. You know what? It's been fantastic to see Tyler Wright getting back to that sort of place physically where she's at 100% and doing some just brilliant surfing. John Florence, love seeing him get back to that same space. It takes a lot of work too, Felicity.
Yeah, it's a lot of time, and a lot of time to learn to trust in your knees again, your ankles again, or even just to feel good in your own body. You know, you can't just come back from injury and expect to be at 100%. I mean, even if you do get the okay with your doctors, you know, it's still in the back of your mind. And, you know, sometimes these comebacks can take years, and that's what we've seen. I mean, we've heard Tyler talk about it, and we're seeing sort of a similar thing with John. Like, you know, this has been a long time coming for them, and I'm excited to see both of them back sort of to where they belong and doing the surfing that we love to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, so true. I mean, if you could get a message to Matthew McGillivray right now, it would be something like, you know, go to the second reef and wait for the bomb of the day, because he's comboed.
Yeah, he needs a two-wave total of 16.93. There must be some deja vu there. These two met here in the semi-finals last year, and John Florence surfed up a heat score total of 18.9. So, you know, Matty McGilvray's probably still thinking he's a better chance than he was this time last year. 14.5 minutes to go here. And John's out there with priority. A really good chance at dumping this 7.5. Let's check in with Ethan Ewing. He's just moved on into the quarterfinals, and Stace, another mistake-free performance.
Indeed, Ron. Eth Doggy looking sharp.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun heat. The last few heats I haven't had gotten too many waves, so it felt good to ride a few more waves and kind of get into a bit more of a rhythm. So.
Must be nice to surf against Italo, completely different style of surfing, how he approaches heats, everything. Does that make things clearer for you?
Yeah, I think so. I always kind of stick to my strengths, but you kind of can't really focus on what he's going to do. He's a weapon, and he went left and did a huge air apparently. So yeah, I can't control what he does, but yeah, I was just trying to focus on getting a good waves and try and get a good rhythm going.
It's been a pretty big day. Your quarters are on hold. How do you recover?
Get out of the sun. This West Oz sun's lethal, so yeah, just rehydrate and find some shade somewhere.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. So Ethan has moved into quarterfinal number 4. He'll take on the winner of this heat. At the moment, likely that's going to be John Florence, unless Matty McGilvray can completely reboot. But what a heat that'd be.
Oh wow, that will be unbelievable. You know, when Ethan won bells, I mean, Queensland went absolutely nuts. It was
public holiday, Bugs.
Yeah, big time. I mean, well, the ferries got shut down at Stradbroke.
It's a public holiday every day up there. Oh. Here we go. Matty McGilvray just fighting so hard just to find some space. Got to be a little frustrated at the moment. He's been super busy in this lineup. That's his 10th ride, and the best he's been able to manage is a 5.77. We know he's got big turns. You know, his busy attitude out there suggests maybe he's a little flustered at the moment.
Well, my thoughts is that he probably realised, you know, he needs 2 waves, so he's got to get busy. There's only 12 minutes left, and I know they have jet ski assist, but yeah, I mean, I like Bug's idea. I know he's got to have a point of difference. A lot of these waves that he's been taking are the smaller waves. So I sort of think he's got to back himself a little bit more and maybe, just back his wave selection a bit more, because the waves that John has been taking off on, they've just been really nice and smooth on the face of the wave. They've had a really nice bowl to them. It's been allowing John to really open up on his turns, whereas Maddie's waves have looked like they've been the first wave of the set that's come through a bit bumpy on the face and just shutting down.
John hasn't even had to make decisions with priority 2 because Maddie's just been so busy catching those smaller ones. 11.5 minutes to go here, and he's sizing up another one here on the inside. And drives up into the first section. Nice layback hit, but he needs this thing to ramp up, and he's going to attempt to attack it, but this is, again, not going to help him break combination. But let's check in with a former winner at the CT event over there at Trestles, Richie Lovett. He's got John's backup board.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Continuing on with the board talk for today, there's so much mystery around this board, and it's so clearly different when you actually dig into the design compared to what anyone else is really riding. This is the famous Ghost model by Pizel, and the board that John has done all this brilliant surfing on, not only out here but in Hawaii and pretty much anywhere where the waves actually kick up. So what are the differences? The outline first is the thing for me that's marginally different, because the wide point has been pushed forward. There's so much more thickness up under the chest here compared to other boards that you'll see on the tour, and just the narrowness of this tail here. So when John drives off that front foot and then he goes into that big monster carve that we're so used to seeing, he's using this part of the board just to gouge into the face of the wave. Future system, so on the tour there's really only 2 choices. It's the FCS2 system or it's the future system, and that's John's signature fin that I'm told he's been working on for a little while. But this is a 6.2, an exact replica of what John is riding out there at the moment, and yeah, super unique. It's got this unusual flat spot through here in the rocker, slight single to double concave, so there's some big differences compared to what everyone else is riding, but it just goes to show you, John has worked on this design with John Pizel, and it's a match made in heaven, and it's a romance, as Flick calls it.
It must be, just such a fine line or a tapered rail up where all that foam is under the chest ridge, because John doesn't struggle to sink the entire length of the rail through those big calves.
Hit the nail on the head, Ron. A super domed or a rolled deck, as we would call it, but yeah, it trips me out. And if you have a look, just look at where he's waxed this board to. There's about 6 inches of nice polished board at the nose there, the rest of it, because that's when John, when he does take to the air, that front foot moves right up there. But yeah, so much foam up here. And I was talking to Jake Patterson, he was just laughing, going, there's no way you and I could ride this board, but he does it like a maestro.
Well, John, around 175 pounds, Rich. How much volume's in that board?
Mate, just shy of 30 litres, 29 and 0.25, so 29 and a quarter litres. So still fairly refined, when you think of what Gabriel Medina's riding, he's up around the 29, 30 litres. Ethan Ewing is around 30 litres as well. So there has definitely been more foam injected into the boards in the last couple of years, and I think that theory of riding the least amount of foam possible is out the door. These guys are riding the most amount of foam possible, but still getting all the response and all the feelings that they need out of the board. And the shaper-surfer relationship can't be underestimated. These are the tools. These are the F1. These are the Ferraris, the Formula One. Equipment that they need to be able to perform, and they need that marriage. It just has to be there. Otherwise, the confidence is out the door before you even paddle out.
Yeah, and John Florence has been riding John Pizel's board since he was single figures. So obviously they've done a lot of work in refining those boards. And the spray's not too different to the very first board that John, I think, got from Pizel.
I was taking a lot of notes there, but he lost me on the wax job.
Love it. And we have been really enjoying the performance of John on his road through to this point in the competition. Still a chance at increasing this heat score total, which is already right up there, 16.93. Matty McGilvray's just kind of struggled to find space, and I think the patience to wait his turn for one of these bigger set waves. And it's really hurt his chances at turning around this combination. 7 minutes to go here. Well, Florence, you know, the more time that ticks by here, we're getting closer to a lead that Maddie McGilvray is going to have no chance at chasing down. He might be at that point already with the lack of frequency in the sets today.
That, and there's only 6 and a bit minutes remaining, and John's actually sitting out there with priorities. So, I mean, and he's got a commanding lead of this heat. You've got to be thinking that John's trying to only improve on a 9.43 and a 7.5. So if one of those big waves comes through, I'm sure John's going to take it.
I like that, only. That's not John Florence. Only a 9.43. But let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and have another look at the brilliance of John Florence here, Bugs.
Yeah,
so
well,
powerful.
7.5 for that one move. I mean, he does finish it up here. I guess it was more than one move, but one outrageous move. And here we go, Flick, a 9.43. What a wave.
Beautiful surfing, just laying into that first turn. But this is where the money is in that second turn there. It's just so strong and fast. The way he keeps that speed through that last turn is just incredible.
Yeah, and, you know, really deserving numbers. And much like Ethan Ewing in the last heat, John's had a real building performance from that first ride, which was a 3.5. He jumped to a 4.83, then a 6.33, a 7.5, and then the big one, the 9.43. Whereas Matty McGilvray's kind of numbers jump all over the place and just sort of suggest that, you know, not giving himself better chances with priority have hurt his opportunity of progressing into the quarterfinals again here.
I mean, it's another respectable performance tournament-wise for Matthew. Equal 9th. I mean, it's not too shabby if it works out there. Of course, there's 5 minutes and remaining. I just wrote him off, but you know, he is a fair way behind the 8 ball now. That's not going to get him out of combo.
Yeah, well, he was below the cut line coming into this contest last year.
Yep. And
surfed to a semi-final result. Got beaten by John there and shored up his position on the CT. This year he comes into the event in 12th spot and has had some great moments, including a quarterfinal finish at Sunset, and then another quarterfinal losing out to Ethan down at Bells Beach. So Matty McGilvray's coming on.
Yeah, and he said in an early interview, I mean, this wave here is, you know, it's his best ride. He said in an interview that he didn't want to get in that position this year. He set out to not be on the cut line.
Yeah, he's got a really big carrot just dangling there in the back half of the CT season, the JBR event. He wants to be there. That's where he grew up. He hasn't really had the big performance there in front of the hometown crowd, but yeah, that's his big opportunity, because Matty McGilvray maybe more than, well, Matty McGilvray and Jordy Smith, who's basing himself out of Cape Town again now. These two surfers probably spend more time away from home than anyone else on the CT.
Yeah, most of these guys who get on the road, I mean, some people have different approaches. You know, some people like to, as soon as the event's over for them, they want to get home, they want to get familiarised, they want to be with their family, their friends, get that little, you know, that little bit of home time in. But some surfers just decide, you know what, I'm just going to get used to being on the road, and the road is my routine. I feel at home on the road, and some of these guys will be away for months and months. I mean, Rio is actually one of them. I mean, he just decided at the beginning of the year that, you know, he's got so much to learn, and he actually decided that he was just going to stay on tour all year because he hasn't been to these places, and there's so much to be learned there. So, yeah, different approaches, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, definitely. 3 minutes remaining here. John Florence still hanging on to that priority. It's not like he's throwing away the control of the peak out here, Bugs.
No, he's certainly not. I mean, and he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. He knows that Matthew's made the semi-finals out here a few times. I mean, that's a podium finish. So Matthew, you know, he hasn't really got it going in this heat. I think he would have liked to have been on the bombing sets. We haven't seen that many. We saw John duck dive one before. That's the sort of wave I was thinking Matthew needed to be on.
Well, for fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of the round of 16. A new live stream on YouTube and Facebook Live will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and SportTV. For everyone else, keep it right here throughout the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. 2 minutes to go here, and Matty McGilvray, you know, this result is in the bag for John Florence, but he'll want to finish off strong. He'll want to put up a solid score. Still a strong effort, as you mentioned, Bugs. Coming into this event in 12th spot, I don't think he'll lose too much ground, having made this round of 16. And he also had some memorable moments, including a big frontside air rotation here at main break. So, yeah, he can hold his head up high.
Matthew will hold his ground all right. He won't go far from that number 12 spot. He might move up too much, but he certainly won't lose ground. And, you know, as you said, he's got a lot to look forward to. Jay Bay yet to really make his mark there. But, wow, you know, I was saying it earlier, Jordy Smith and Matthew, this event and Jay Bay are both target events. And to me, they both represent, like, wilderness surfing. They're you know, talk about not going home. They're the furthest away from anywhere, which makes them so special.
Yeah, it's cool. And, you know, just hearing from the surfers, those who've been knocked out, those who are still alive in the mix, just relishing the opportunity to soak up this magic run of weather that we've had through the next few days. Before things turn a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But here we go. 40 seconds to go in the last heat of the round of 16, and the matchups in the quarterfinals here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro you can look forward to on the women's side and the men's side are phenomenal. Go to worldsurfleague.com, check them out. I mean, quarterfinal one's Felipe Toledo up against Gabriel Medina.
Geez, yeah, that's fireworks all time.
And then we've got a couple of great quarters. Joao Chianka, the current world #1, up against Conor O'Leary. Griffin Colapinto, Barron Mamiya, and John Florence has just earned his place in the quarterfinals, where he will go up against Ethan Ewing.
Uh-oh, that's incredible. Well, we just saw, you know, a nice bit of sportsmanship there, acknowledgement from John to Matthew.
Yeah, 18 excellent heats now for John Florence at this venue. Unbelievable stuff, and the best of that heater, a 9.43. Super impressive stuff. A reminder for fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream on YouTube and Facebook Live will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and SportTV. For everyone else, keep it right here throughout the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We've got the women's quarterfinals just around the corner.